Chapter 2097. On this day, a sensational event occurred in the Dragon God domain. The City Lord of the Dijun Divine City personally contacted the City Lord of the 72 Divine Descendants Ancient City, saying that he had already captured Long Chen and intended to escort Long Chen to the Demon Fall Valley. He invited all the heroes of the world to hold a Demon Fall conference. Throughout history, the Dragon God domain had held several Demon Fall conferences. The people who were killed were all extremely vicious and evil people who brought great danger to the human race. For example, the last person to die in the Demon Fall Valley was the villain Gao Xiongguang from the Dijun Divine City. He was only an expert from the outer city of the Dijun Divine City, but his talent was heaven-defying. His cultivation was at the late stage of the 7-star reincarnation realm, but he was cruel and killed innocents. He did not distinguish between good and evil, and only cared about what he liked. He massacred hundreds of thousands of people in 3 large cities. The day he was killed in the Demon Fall Valley, the world rejoiced. In the millions of years of history, the Demon Fall Valley had killed thousands of people. Every one of them was a ruthless thug without exception. Today, the Dijun Divine City captured Long Chen and brought Long Chen to the Demon Fall Valley. In reality, many people wanted to bring Long Qinglan to the Demon Fall Valley and kill him. Unfortunately, even if all the Dragon Emperor were to move, they did not have the ability to do so. In the eyes of the human race, Long Chen was hated mainly because he was Long Qinglan's son and also killed the human race's peerless genius, Diyu, but to be brought to the Demon Fall Valley was actually a little too much. After all, the Slaughter Dragon City had recently recruited Long Chen, but the City Lord of the Dijun Divine City did the opposite and did not give the Slaughter Dragon City any face. But when they thought of how the Dijun Divine City's hope, Diyu, had died in the hands of Long Chen, they could understand. And according to what they knew, Long Chen could not be controlled. He had great potential and was a peerless divine dragon. Such an unruly person would probably be another Long Qinglan in the future, so they were very afraid. At least, most people wanted to kill Long Chen as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. As for making Long Chen serve the human race in the future, they did not have such wishful thinking. As Long Qinglan's son, he would definitely stand on Long Qinglan's side. After receiving the news from the Dijun Divine City, all the city lords of the various divine descendants ancient city, as long as they could still contact them, rushed to the Demon Fall Valley in the Central Core region. The Demon Fall Valley wasn't far from the battlefield of the gods. With the abilities of the various city lords that were at least in the 6 paths of reincarnation, they could basically reach there within 10 days. For such a big event, most of the city lord level martial artists were mobilized. This news shook the world, and the entire Dragon God region knew about it. Many people secretly headed to the Demon Fall Valley to watch the show. If the city lords could not make a move, there would be experts representing them. For example, in the Darkness Divine City, Yi Lumei and the 2 Lords of Darkness came. This result made Yi Lumei ecstatic. As long as the people from the Dijun Divine City killed Long Chen, he could take Li Xuanji away. In any case, Li Xuanji was from the Darkness Divine City. No one would say anything. In a moment, almost all the top experts of the Dragon God region gathered in the Demon Fall Valley. Of course, this was excluding the 5 great dragon cities. 10 days later, the Demon Fall Valley was filled with a sea of people. Usually, the Demon Fall Valley was uninhabited. Yellow sand stretched for thousands of miles, and resentful spirits danced in the air. There was an eerie aura everywhere, making one's hair stand on end. Ordinary people did not dare to approach. But when more than 100,000 people rushed in, the eerie aura was no longer there. The exuberant aura of experts directly chased away all the eerie aura. The vast aura made the Demon Fall Valley shine like the sun in the sky. Apart from the many martial artists who came to watch, the experts from the various ancient cities of divine descendants had basically all arrived. In the center of the Demon Fall Valley, there was a ring-shaped mountain peak. In the center of the ring-shaped mountain peak was a valley. The ground of the valley was stained with blood. It was a ghastly sight. It was the blood of great evildoers. This valley was called the Demon Fall Valley, and it was the place where the Demon Slaughter Conference was held. The experts from the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants all stood on the surrounding ring-shaped mountain peaks, looking down at the Demon Fall Valley from above. Outside the ring-shaped mountain peaks, there were hundreds of thousands of martial artists fighting to be the first to look forward. They were all waiting, and they were all discussing. On the ring-shaped mountain peaks, the representatives from the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants had all arrived. Brother Su, I didn't expect you to rush here even though you are so far away from the war god ancient city, said a 3-meter-tall, black-faced, muscular man. Beside him was a skinny old man. Beside him were Su Sheng, Su Ming, Su Xilan, and the others. This old man was Su Zhen's father, the war god city lord. And the person who asked the question was the giant miracle god city lord. The war god city lord narrowed his eyes and looked at the Demon Fall Valley. He said, "This son of the eternal dragon emperor has some relationship with my war god ancient city. I had no choice but to come. My son, Su Zhen, also died in his hands." The giant miracle god city lord said, "I see." He paused for a moment, then frowned and said, "I don't think there's much of a chance today. The Demon Fall Conference is basically aimed at the most vicious and evil people. This Long Chen didn't commit any major crimes, and the Emperor Jun Divine City is just taking revenge for a personal grudge. This is really making a big fuss over a minor issue." The war god city lord shook his head and said, "I don't think so. I've seen this Long Chen's deeds. The only person he is loyal to is his father. Everything he does is for our dragon god region's eternal sinner. He's also an unparalleled divine dragon with terrifying potential. When he first arrived at my war god ancient city, he wasn't even at the reincarnation realm. In a short 3 years, it's said that he's already invincible under 4,000 years old. Such a terrifying person isn't controlled by our dragon god region and isn't loyal to our dragon god region. Sooner or later, he will become a terrifying disaster. None of us want to see the next Long Qinglan." The giant miracle god city lord nodded helplessly. He said, "That's what you say. This brat is indeed difficult to deal with and is a huge problem. However, the problem is that the Slaughter Dragon City has already accepted him as a disciple. If the Emperor Jun Divine City does this, it will probably violate the agreement between the 5 great dragon cities. I think the Emperor Jun Divine City has gone crazy. They don't know how to deal with this Long Chen. There are even some who want to kill Long Chen directly. This will give the Emperor Jun Divine City a chance. Moreover, the 5 great dragon cities probably don't dare to kill this Long Chen. They're worried that Long Qinglan will be reborn. Therefore, the Emperor Jun Divine City is willing to be the executioner. Who knows, they might be willing to see this happen." Hearing this, the giant miracle god city lord nodded his head in realization. He said, "Looks like the son of the eternal dragon emperor can't hide from this today. What a heaven-defying genius. Tell me, what's wrong with our human race? Geniuses can't exist. The eternal dragon emperor's innate talent is invincible, but he brought this upon himself. He produced Du, but was strangled by Long Chen. Now that Long Chen has shown his extraordinary potential, he's about to be killed again." Sigh, the giant miracle god city lord's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Beside him, Su Xilan listened to their conversation and fell into deep thought. All these years, she had been asking about Long Chen, and the information she received shocked her again and again. However, she couldn't do anything to help. Especially today, she knew that even she wasn't a match for Long Chen. Apart from them, everyone else was discussing the same thing. Among the hundreds of thousands of people, most of them were afraid of Long Chen. There were only a few who really wanted him to live. What a pity. A supreme dragon. If this guy had a pure heart and was willing to serve our human race, then our human race would be even stronger. Yeah, but he's the son of a sinner. He's also very cruel. He killed Du and Lin Ming, and he has many connections with the Spirit Clan. He's arrogant and unruly, and he doesn't obey orders at all. Once he becomes a peerless expert, he'll probably be another Long Qinglan. If we don't kill him today, only our human race will suffer in the future. Then let's kill him. Although his crimes haven't reached the standard of the Demon Slaughter Conference, his future potential is too terrifying. We can't let him live. If the 5 great dragon cities don't dare to make a move, we, the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants, will do it. The clamor was endless. At this moment, in the middle of the ring-shaped mountain peak, in the sky above the Fall Demon Valley, a middle-aged expert wearing a golden robe appeared. He had the temperament of an emperor and looked down on the world. This person's eyes were golden, like 2 suns, illuminating the world. When he appeared, everyone immediately shut their mouths. Golden light shone, and everyone was enveloped in his light. This person was the strongest expert here. City Lord Dijun. City Lord Dijun was the only one among the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants whose cultivation had surpassed the 7-star reincarnation realm and reached the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm. He had been in charge of Dijun Divine City for tens of thousands of years, and was publicly recognized as the strongest expert outside of the 5 great dragon cities. He had great authority in the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants. Other than the 5 great dragon cities, City Lord Dijun was like the emperor of the entire dragon god region. He looked down on the world, and his sun-like eyes swept across the crowd, causing everyone to involuntarily lower their heads. At this moment, he smiled knowingly and said in a magnetic voice, "Welcome, my fellow compatriots, to the Demon Slaughter Valley and participate in the Demon Slaughter Conference." The crowd cheered. City Lord Dijun was very satisfied. He pressed down lightly, and the crowd stopped their clamor. At this time, he continued, the Demon Massacre meet is usually not held easily. Today, the Demon Massacre Valley has welcomed another vicious and evil person. This person is the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor who has been in the limelight recently. His name is Long Chen. City Lord Dijun's voice was like a heavy hammer, pounding on everyone's head, making them remember his words clearly. At this moment, City Lord Dijun looked up at the sky and sighed. I believe that everyone must remember that 10,000 years ago today, a supreme expert told us that he had found a way to become a god. He released the devils of the Chaos Star region, and they came to our Dragon God region, causing a great calamity to befall our Dragon God region. He even slaughtered countless human experts in the battlefield of the gods, killing them on the spot. He is Long Qinglan, the so-called Eternal Dragon Emperor. Chapter 2098. Long Chen. City Lord Dijun's last 2 words reverberated in everyone's ears. Some people began to show hatred in their eyes and killing intent. In fact, they had come here today to slay the demon. In their eyes, Long Chen was also an uncontrollable demon. He would bring disaster to the human clan sooner or later. City Lord Dijun is right. Long Chen is obstinate, unruly, cruel, and a murderous demon. Coupled with his extraordinary talent and the fact that he is the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, he will definitely be a great threat to the human clan in the future. If we don't get rid of him today, he will definitely bring a catastrophe to us in the future. That's right. In order to prevent all life in the world from suffering, we can't let him escape today, even if we have to take the risk. Otherwise, if he becomes the new Eternal Dragon Emperor, we will all be in danger. For a time, almost everyone echoed Dijun's words enthusiastically. Although they hadn't done anything, they had already become ferocious devils from their words. City Lord Dijun smiled at the sight of this fiery and hateful scene. He knew very well how terrifying that young man was. If he was not killed today, everyone would have to bow down to him in the future. If they wanted to avenge Du, there would be even less of a chance. For the Dijun Divine City, Du was simply their hope. He was everyone's darling. He was the faith and hope of all the martial artists in the Dijun Divine City, but Long Chen had cruelly destroyed him. After hearing this news, even City Lord Dijun vomited 3 liters of blood. Wait and see. If the 5 great dragon cities do not respond within 2 hours, I will kill him directly. I will not care about anything else. After 2 hours, the 5 great dragon cities still did not respond. This was almost a tacit agreement. As long as they did not resist strongly, he would have a chance. In the Demon Fall Valley, there was a sea of people. Just when the cursing was at its peak, a figure appeared in the sky above the ring-shaped mountain. It was a skinny old man with a snow-white spiritual pagoda rotating in his hand. It was the Emperor's Essence Pagoda. Without a doubt, this old man was Deku. Long Chen was in Deku's Emperor Essence Pagoda. His arrival instantly silenced the clamoring crowd. Everyone held their breaths, and their eyes gradually became cold and fierce, hiding a thick killing intent. They began to be filled with anticipation, because Long Chen had come. He was the one being slaughtered. City Lord. Deku first bowed to City Lord Dijun. City Lord Dijun smiled with gratification and said, "You've made a great contribution this time, and you'll be heavily rewarded when you return. Besides that, release the traitor's son. I want to see how he'll be able to face the experts of the world. Let him out. Release Long Chen and let us deal with him." The surrounding martial artists started to clamor arrogantly. In reality, many of the things that Long Chen had done had been exaggerated in the Dragon God domain. In everyone's eyes, he was already an unforgivable villain. Seeing this, Deku was very satisfied. He sneered at the Emperor's Essence Pagoda and said, "Little guy, your time has come." During these 10 days, Long Chen paid no attention to anything happening in the outside world. He was completely focused on cultivating. This determination moved Deku. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Long Chen seemed to have made great progress during these 10 days of cultivation, and had even advanced to a whole new level. That's right. Long Chen had taken advantage of this period of time to reach the late stage of the One Origin Tribulation. The increase in samsara power led to an increase in his overall strength, causing his battle power to undergo another transformation and reach a more profound level. As for what was happening outside, he had a rough idea. His strength had just stabilized after the breakthrough when he heard Deku's voice. It had actually only been a month since he had broken through to the One Origin Tribulation. To be able to complete a task that would take others hundreds of years to complete in such a short time, his talent was indeed invincible. Even a genius like Lingxi, who was second only to him, was far inferior to him. Then the demon-slaying gathering will begin. Li Xuanji sat on a tree branch in the New World and reminded softly. There were definitely countless experts outside. Almost all the experts of the 72 ancient cities of divine descendants were gathered here. Don't worry, it's just a bunch of clowns. Long Chen stood up and said with a smile. At this moment, a suction force pulled him out of the Emperor's Essence Pagoda and smashed him into the demon-slaying valley below. The force was very strong, and it was obvious that it wanted to embarrass Long Chen. However, Long Chen did not panic. He turned around in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Buzz! Hundreds of thousands of gazes landed on him. It was like countless mountains were pressing down on him, bringing him a terrifying level of pressure. Moreover, this pressure was filled with killing intent and malice. In this world, apart from Long Chen, there was probably no one who could resist the pressure of so many experts. However, he gritted his teeth and stood up straight on the ground. He raised his head and scanned the surroundings. His sharp and cold gaze directly met everyone's gaze. Although there were countless experts in the surroundings, there was not a single gaze that could scare Long Chen into retreating. In the eyes of the crowd, the young man who had been thrown out of the Emperor's Essence Pagoda was full of arrogance. Even in the face of such a scene, he was actually not frightened. He faced hundreds of thousands of people alone, and he did not retreat a single step. In terms of courage, how many people in this world could compare to Long Chen? The confrontation between the two of them, one against hundreds of thousands, lasted for a short moment. Long Chen had imagined such a scene countless times in the past. He knew that such a scene would happen sooner or later, and today's scene was even bigger than he had imagined. There are actually so many people who want to kill me? Just how did I provoke all of you? And what did I do wrong to make so many people want to kill me right now? Long Chen laughed inwardly. He was not afraid. Instead, he found it laughable. In order to kill him, the people of the 72 divine cities of the Dragon God region had actually traveled tens of thousands of kilometers to this place and held this devil-slaying conference, creating such a huge scene. And he, a mere junior who had not even reached 100 years of age, had already caused them to be so afraid. Laughable. Pathetic. He looked around and saw the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of people. Some were fierce, some were hateful, some were evasive, and some were threatening. The majority of them were filled with intense hostility toward him. There were even some experts who revealed traces of fear in their eyes. Clearly, they had been scared stiff by Long Chen. Are you afraid of me or afraid of my father? In the end, Long Chen's gaze stopped on City Lord Dijun. This 8-trigram samsara expert was equivalent to the glorious Dragon Emperor and the Dark Dragon Emperor. His strength was inferior to Yang Yu and Xueqi. City Lord Dijun specifically targeted Long Chen. That terrifying pressure was something that Long Chen could not resist. That pair of eyes that were like the sun swept across Long Chen's body. Long Chen. A soft shout like a great bell shook Long Chen's blood and qi. Long Chen quickly suppressed that boiling blood and qi. He knew that City Lord Dijun was the mastermind behind all of this. You can wait for your death. You can just wait to die. Today, we are holding the devil slaughtering assembly to kill a fiendish villain like you, to remove a great threat to our human race and avert a calamity. Just obediently surrender. You've already committed a grave mistake, so don't expect the 5 great dragon cities to release you. I've already asked the 5 great dragon cities about today's matter. There are still 2 hours left. If the 5 great dragon cities don't respond by then, that means they've tacitly agreed to your execution. You should enjoy these last 2 hours. 2 hours. Of course, Long Chen understood that if there was no reply from the 5 great dragon cities within 2 hours, this guy would not show mercy. But Long Chen knew it. He narrowed his eyes and looked at City Lord Dijun. Just when everyone thought that he would be scared, he asked back, "You must be City Lord Dijun, right? Do you dare to ask me what grave mistake I have made? Is it because I killed your Du? That's ridiculous. That kid is known as the #1 genius in history, and I am not much older than him. When geniuses fight, one will definitely die. Jiang Ming of the Slaughter Dragon City is ranked #1 in the Hidden Dragon rank, and he has killed hundreds of thousands of geniuses in his cultivation career. If killing a trash like Du is considered a grave mistake, then Jiang Ming's mistake is hundreds of thousands of times bigger than mine." Speaking up to here, his tone changed, and he chuckled and said, "I think I understand now. I heard that the devil-slaying conference has been used to kill the most vicious and evil human beings, and tens of thousands of innocent lives have been taken by their hands. I don't think that is the case. The devil-slaying conference is just a way for the Dijun Divine City to settle their personal grudges. Whoever defeats the so-called geniuses of the Dijun Divine City will be escorted here to be executed in front of the world. It seems like the Dijun Divine City's pride is a bit fragile." These 2 sentences were full of sarcasm, but they were also reasonable. All of a sudden, all the people from the Dijun Divine City were speechless. The hundreds of thousands of people watching did not know how to refute. To be honest, everyone knew that City Lord Dijun was making a big deal out of nothing by using the devil-slaying conference to deal with Long Chen. City Lord Dijun's eyes turned cold. Long Chen looked at him without blinking. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and said in a clear voice, "The other point is even more ridiculous. When did I create a catastrophe? In the future? What kind of ridiculous reason is that? This so-called City Lord Dijun, I concluded that you will create a catastrophe for the human clan in the future. Then, should I hold the devil-slaying conference to kill you? This is the biggest joke in the world. Such an action, is simply ridiculous. Even if you don't find it shameful, I will. After saying that, Long Chen raised his head and looked at everyone. There was no fear in his eyes. He also wanted to see who had a reason to kill him. What I wanted to do was that even if the people from the Dijun Divine City attacked him, they would not be able to stand on the side of reason. Long Chen was in the right and there was nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 2099. Righteous and forceful, pressuring people. Long Chen was like that. When he said something, no one could refute him. For a moment, he suppressed hundreds of thousands of people with his own strength. Someone clamored, "Don't try to quibble. You've already committed a grave mistake. You killed the future hope of our race and affected the devotion of the entire human race. You deserve to die 10,000 times. Today, the demon slaughtering conference is held for you. You should be honored to be here." That's right. Ordinary people don't even have the chance to be killed in the demon slaughtering conference. These rebuttals were so powerless. Not to mention Long Chen, even his own team frowned when they heard this. Long Chen said, "I can't accept such a great honor. I'll give it to you. It's just that Emperor Jun Divine City wants to kill me for a personal grudge, but they don't have the guts, so they dragged you fools in. Once we have to bear the consequences, we'll all bear it together. You don't even know that you're being used as a tool and came here. How laughable. Let me tell you, in the Chaotic Star region, even the Chaotic Star Lord can't do anything to me. If you have the ability, come and try. I, Long Chen, am not afraid." His boldness, his arrogance, and disdain once again stunned everyone. No one had expected that the Long Chen they thought should be kneeling and crying for mercy was actually so calm and arrogant. Did he really have something to rely on? Everyone hurriedly looked at City Lord Dijun. In fact, they were already somewhat shaken. Because anyone with a bit of brain could understand that Emperor Jun Divine City had a lot of personal grudges to kill Long Chen this time. They were indeed dragged here by Emperor Jun Divine City. Once something happened, the 5 great dragon cities would be enraged, or the eternal dragon emperor would be reborn. Everyone would suffer. Seeing that the morale of the crowd was starting to crumble, a golden light enveloped Long Chen from behind City Lord Dijun, rendering him unable to move or speak. City Lord Dijun spoke in a clear voice, "Everyone, there is no need to waste words with this dying man. Wait for 2 hours, if the 5 great dragon cities still do not respond, I will personally kill him." Everyone looked at each other and muttered. City Lord Dijun killing him shouldn't have much to do with us. Yeah, let's just take it that we're here to watch the show. It's not like we can do anything about it. If the 5 great dragon cities don't save him, then Long Chen deserves to die. Long Chen was indeed under immense pressure. The light barrier that City Lord Dijun had casually set up had restricted all of his movements, causing him to be unable to move. Naturally, he did not have any fear in his heart, only unwillingness. "Father, I'm standing here today, and I definitely won't disgrace you." The reason he came to the Dragon God domain was to resist. If he couldn't even handle such a small matter, how could he face the 5 great dragon cities? If he wanted to speak up for Long Qinglan, he would first have to be invincible in the world and have the highest position. Only then would he have the power to reverse everything. Just like City Lord Dijun, who could reverse the will of most people. Long Chen felt as if there were 2 suns above his head, making it hard for him to breathe. That kind of suppression was the rarest thing he'd ever felt in his life, but it also enraged his pride. He was unwilling to admit defeat, and even more unwilling to be imprisoned and killed like this. He hadn't accomplished everything, so how could he die here? "Father, I'll prove myself in front of everyone. I'll make them all fear me and revere me. I'll fulfill your last wish." Although City Lord Dijun is strong and has cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he can't do anything to me. Endless divine dragon roars erupted from his heart. The power of samsara and primordial beginning divine power mixed together, forming a spiral. In the new world, the power of the 14 peaks converged into the peak of Yuan energy and poured into it. That power from the divine nation also filled his limbs and bones. Break! Like a giant beast, he let out an earth-shattering roar. Everyone was still discussing in low voices about Long Chen, waiting for 2 hours to pass and Long Chen to be unable to speak under the golden light shield. Only then did they feel a little more at ease. But at that moment, they looked in shock at the center of the Demon Fall Valley. The golden light shield was actually trembling. A terrifying dragon roar burst out. Rumble. Before City Lord Di Jun could react, the golden light shield suddenly exploded into countless fragments, burning and disappearing into the air. The black-haired youth calmly walked out of the golden light shield, his clothes fluttering. He was clearly just a child, but he had a majestic bearing that made everyone's hearts skip a beat. Even City Lord Di Jun hadn't expected him to be able to break through his control. For a moment, everyone's shocked gazes fell on him. Long Chen glanced at City Lord Di Jun and said, "Don't waste your energy. Let me tell you, you can't kill me. You should have known that in terms of natural talent, even your Di Jun city's you can't compare to a tenth of mine. I'm only 50 years old this year, but amongst those who have cultivated for 8,000 years and below, who can be a match for me? With such natural talent, I'll definitely surpass City Lord Di Jun by leaps and bounds in less than 100 years. So, what ability do you have to touch me? I was indeed the one who killed Diyu, and that was his fate. Your Di Jun city better accept your fate as soon as possible. If you continue to be entangled in this, then there will definitely be a day when even your position as City Lord, Di Jun, will be lost." His words silenced the crowd, and they looked at City Lord Di Jun worriedly. To be honest, there wasn't a youth in the world who dared to say such words to City Lord Di Jun. It wasn't just a threat, it was contempt and provocation. No expert could tolerate such provocation. But Long Chen had the capital to do so. In fact, he already had a card up his sleeve for today's situation. "How dare you!" Many experts in Di Jun Divine City shouted in unison. They were loud and powerful, but Long Chen was indifferent. He looked at them as if they were clowns. From the beginning to the end, City Lord Di Jun's expression didn't change, but there was a storm in his heart. This youth's calmness made him waver. Why wasn't he afraid at all? Could it be that he knew something, like his father's reincarnation? It wasn't even 2 hours yet. To be honest, City Lord Di Jun was afraid of the 5 great dragon cities, so he didn't dare to make a move earlier. Originally, he thought that he could easily kill Long Chen, but now he was being suppressed. It really made him feel conflicted. Of course, he didn't show it. At this moment, he said in a deep voice, "Little fellow, you said that you can surpass me within 100 years. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but want to laugh. But Long Chen nodded and said, "To be honest, there's no need for 100 years, or even 10 years. For a moment, everyone laughed. Long Chen was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tigers. He progressed quickly in the early stage, so his heart was higher than the sky. City Lord Di Jun had cultivated for countless years to reach his current realm. How could Long Chen be compared to him? Do you know how many years I've cultivated for?" City Lord Di Jun smiled. Long Chen said, "In addition to the fact that you delayed the samsara retribution, it's almost 20,000 years. A long cultivation time doesn't mean anything. It only means that compared to me, you're trash." The moment these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Being able to become City Lord Di Jun was already the symbol of a peerless genius. City Lord Di Jun was already close to the peak of this world, but to Long Chen, he was actually trash. Wasn't his tone a little too arrogant? Hearing these words, a character like City Lord Di Jun almost couldn't hold back his anger. The people of Di Jun Divine City were even more furious, and all of them started cursing. Under Long Chen's manipulation, the original Devil Slaughtering Conference had become a personal grudge between him and Di Jun Divine City. The others had already been cast aside. This was also where Long Chen succeeded. Right now, the people of the ancient city of divine descendants were watching with the mentality of watching a show. City Lord Dijun also didn't expect a child to be able to suppress himself to such an extent. He suddenly thought of something. He targeted Long Chen and said, "You said that the current you is invincible under 8,000 years of cultivation." Long Chen smiled coldly and said, "Isn't that so?" City Lord Dijun wanted to divert the attention of others and teach Long Chen a lesson first. Therefore, he said in a loud and clear voice, "Fellow human beings who have cultivated for less than 8,000 years, do you accept this disgraceful statement?" This method could not only teach Long Chen a lesson, but it could also avoid entangling with this eloquent fellow. After about 2 hours, he, City Lord Dijun, could directly take action. Hearing City Lord Dijun's shout, most people started to make a ruckus. Among them, the people of Dijun Divine City were the loudest. In fact, those who had cultivated for 8,000 years and below were mostly around Su Xilan's generation. In other words, they were at the same level as Yi Luqing. However, Yi Luqing just happened to have exceeded 8,000 years. City Lord Dijun said, "In that case, come out and teach this child a lesson. Let him know that there is always someone better out there, and also let him understand the meaning of courtesy. After all, this child has never been disciplined since he was young. He has no upbringing, isn't he?" Long Chen's eyes instantly turned red. City Lord Dijun's words could be considered to have touched his reverse scale. What he couldn't stand the most was others saying that he had no upbringing. This was a humiliation. He started to clench his fists. At this time, under City Lord Dijun's call, several middle-aged martial artists started to surround Long Chen. Among them, there were 3 or 4 people from Dijun Divine City. Following that, more and more people landed in the Demon Fall Valley. Everyone started to hold their breath and watched nervously as they taught the arrogant and despotic Long Chen a lesson. Chapter 2100. In reality, everyone knew in their hearts that Long Chen was not in the wrong. His mistake was in his identity, and the fact that the people from Supreme June Divine City wanted to kill him. Hence, the more Long Chen was allowed to speak, the more likely most people would be incited by him. At that time, before 2 hours had passed, the majority of people would have already wavered in their previous decisions. Therefore, City Lord Dijun was very smart. He grabbed hold of the weakness in Long Chen's words and had everyone teach him a lesson. First, he could make him speak less, and second, he could vent his anger and scare Long Chen. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the end, 20 to 30 people surrounded Long Chen, glaring at him. "Kid, you said that no one under 8,000 years is your match. Is that really what you mean? You're too arrogant. Newborn calves don't fear tigers. I remember that you defeated Jiang Ming, the number 1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. In terms of talent, you're indeed invincible. But under 8,000 years, there are tens of thousands of cultivators who surpass Jiang Ming. What right do you have to say that you're invincible under 8,000 years?" As they spoke, they moved closer to Long Chen. Many experts unleashed the power of the 4 elephants and the 5 elemental origin energy. They linked together and formed a huge pressure that pressed down on Long Chen. They knew what City Lord Dijun wanted them to do. This was a very important matter. They had to crush this kid. If he didn't die today, he would definitely cause a catastrophe in the future. In their eyes, Long Chen was a peerless monster, but he was just a junior. "Since you said that, then we won't be polite. Right now, the 5 great dragon cities still don't have any intention of saving you. We'll take advantage of this time to teach you a lesson. Cultivating for 8,000 years? Why don't you say 20,000 years? Many middle-aged cultivators who had cultivated for more than 4,000 years surrounded Long Chen. 8,000 years. This was a huge number. Most of the core cultivators in the Eternal God realm were around this number. For example, the young city lords of the various divine cities, Su Ming, Su Sheng, and Yi Lugui. Long Chen was able to dominate under 4,000 years of age, but to reach 8,000 years of age was nothing more than a pipe dream. Most people didn't believe it, which was why they dared to come out and suppress Long Chen. I'll go first. One of the early stage 5 element Samsara Tribulation Realm warriors attacked to test Long Chen's strength. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the rumors were too unbelievable, Long Chen would only be at the first reincarnation realm. Even if he was a supreme divine dragon, the power that he could unleash would probably be limited. That warrior cultivated the Tao of rocks. He was proficient in close combat, and his entire body was like stone. He punched out, causing the earth to shake and the air to tear apart. The power of the 5 elements condensed on his fist. This was the highest level of power that could mobilize the essence of the world. This was especially true for the earth part, which was unprecedentedly powerful. Long Chen stared blankly at the incoming fist, but he didn't move at all. Are you scared to death? The 100,000 onlookers burst into laughter. Rumble. When Xiao Chen's fist got close to Long Chen, it produced at least 10,000 consecutive explosions, forming a turbulent flow that spread out in all directions. Let me teach you a lesson, the warrior said, laughing. In the next moment, a strange sneer appeared on Long Chen's face. He stretched out a hand in a seemingly slow manner, but before the rock-like fist of the martial artist could reach him, Long Chen easily caught hold of the other party's fist. The Tao of rocks and the 5 elemental source energy rapidly crumbled in Long Chen's hand, turning into nothingness. But at this moment, Long Chen twisted his hand, breaking the arm of the martial artist. The martial artist fell to his knees in front of Long Chen. Blood dripped down. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen's expression didn't change at all. He didn't take a step back either. With his powerful physical strength, he easily dispelled his opponent's attack, and at the same time, seriously injured him. Countless people's eyes widened as they sucked in a breath of cold air. They stared blankly at the martial artist kneeling in front of Long Chen. Just as he was about to roar and stand up, Long Chen sent him flying with a kick. A figure disappeared into the horizon. Without any technique, he broke the attack of a 5 element Samsara realm expert with pure strength. Powerful and barbaric. This was the impression that Long Chen gave everyone when he fought. His body looked thin, but in fact, he was like a giant beast, like a divine dragon, proud and domineering. At this moment, his flying leg landed gently on the ground. His eyes looked disdainfully at the world as he scanned the crowd. He said in a low voice, "If you want to challenge me, come at me together." The moment he said that, the crowd fell silent. They had been mocking Long Chen just now, but now they were slapped in the face by Long Chen. To be able to defeat a 5 element Samsara realm warrior so easily, Long Chen's combat strength was already heaven-defying. He was at least close to the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 30 martial artists surrounding him looked at each other in dismay. Didn't you come down here to teach me a lesson? Where did your guts go? Let me tell you, listen carefully. What I said just now is that no one under 8,000 years of cultivation is a match for me. If anyone meets the requirements and doubts my words, you can get the hell down here immediately. Long Chen's heroic spirit reached the clouds. These guys were asking for a beating. He seemed impulsive, but in fact, he was very calm. When these words were said, the crowd was enraged. He's too arrogant. This kid is too arrogant. He's too despicable. Everyone started cursing. As for the 30 or so people who were still surrounding Long Chen, they were practically going crazy with anger. They were all seniors, how could they allow Long Chen to humiliate them like this? Go! Everyone shouted in unison and actually attacked at the same time. Even if they won, they would lose face. However, if they lost, Long Chen would probably shock the world again. Even a warrior of the 6 paths of reincarnation would not be able to fight against more than 30 experts of the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm alone. Under the gazes of hundreds of thousands of people, the experts attacked one after another. All kinds of heavenly Tao, all kinds of Tao weapons, and hundreds of Tao patterns appeared one after another. Tao spirits screamed. Under their powerful pressure, the entire demon-slaying valley trembled as if the end of the world was coming. With so many experts attacking together, the scene was truly grand. Long Chen was engulfed by the crowd in an instant. He felt as though his entire body was being torn to shreds. A huge cloud of dust instantly blocked the vision of most people. Did they kill him? With so many five-element Samsara realm experts using their origin power and mobilizing the origin of heaven and earth, this guy will die no matter how powerful he is. Boom, boom, boom. The vast attacks were carried out at any moment. Just when everyone thought that Long Chen had been taught a lesson, in fact, they did not even touch Long Chen's hair. A bunch of idiots. At this moment, Long Chen rushed into the sky and appeared in front of everyone. He did not escape. Instead, he fell violently. Under the surging Taisher divine power, all his opponents were suppressed by him. Storm of time. Long Chen stretched out his hand and flicked. Suddenly, in the area below, time was in a riot. The storm came. Everyone was in this storm and could not avoid it. Under the power of the time reversal, everything they had suffered a huge impact. Boom, boom. Everyone's body began to explode, producing a large amount of blood mist. Pft, pft, pft. Everyone screamed and fell to the ground. No one was spared. The chaotic power of the storm of time was too strong. Their meridians were torn, their bones were broken, and their power was chaotic. They were seriously injured in a short period of time. It was good enough that they could stand up. Under the storm of time, no one could be an opponent of Long Chen. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, he floated to the ground and landed in the middle of his opponents. At this moment, none of his opponents could even stand up and attack him. Long Chen casually swept his hand and a gust of wind swept those defeated people away. Only then did they react and catch their companions. As for that young man, he stood in the middle of the Demon Fall Valley as if nothing had happened. He looked at everyone disdainfully and did not retreat at all. Long Chen was proud. The pride in his heart drove him. No matter what, he could not retreat at all. He had dreamed of this scene countless times. He could stand proudly in front of them and make them helpless against him. He was not a criminal, nor was he a traitor. He did not do anything wrong. He was a peerless genius. Who could do anything to him? After this time, everyone looked at Long Chen with dry mouths and tongues. They could not say a word. Previously, they had laughed at Long Chen. Now, their faces were burning with pain. With Long Chen's ability, it was very likely that no one could be his opponent under 8,000 years of cultivation. Such a monstrous talent, even Long Qinglan and Diyu could not be compared to him. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally understood why this young man was so proud and daring from the beginning. It was because he had a strong will. Not only did these hundreds of thousands of people not scare him, they were played by him in the palm of his hand. Even City Lord Di Jun was played by him. At this time, Long Chen said loudly, "Everyone, tell the truth. What you are worried about will not happen. I, Long Chen, am not a bad person. I have my own principles. The so-called calamity in the future is only because some people are jealous of my talent. I can swear here that I will not do anything that is detrimental to the human race. I cannot promise anything. Everyone, just watch my performance in the future. If you still want to kill me, then I can only say that you are too weak and too foolish." He used his strength and oath to conquer the hearts of most people. This was what Long Chen wanted to do. He came to the Dragon God domain to conquer these people. Today was a very good start. City Lord Di Jun's face was cold from the beginning. The reason why everyone did not agree with Long Chen was that they were afraid of City Lord Di Jun. Chapter 2101. After Long Chen displayed his prowess and defeated over 30 experts with a single move, the crowd was most looking forward to City Lord Di Jun's performance. In the end, he said such a thing. The crowd finally quietened down, and their gazes involuntarily turned to the person behind City Lord Dijun. He was also a legendary martial artist of Dijun Divine City, a genius from thousands of years ago. Apart from the 5 great dragon cities, he was considered one of the strongest. He was Di Sheng. Because of one thing, Di Sheng's name had spread throughout the dragon god domain. Even the people of the 5 great dragon cities were familiar with him, because he was Di Yu's father. Dozens of years ago, Di Yu was born, and Di Sheng became more and more powerful because of his son. In the Dijun Divine City, Di Sheng's reputation and status rose once again. Vaguely, Di Sheng was going to inherit the position of the Dijun Divine City Lord in the future, and become the next Dijun City Lord. But Di Yu's death was a huge blow to him. From then on, he devoted himself to cultivation. To be able to give birth to a son like Di Yu, it meant that Di Sheng's own bloodline was rather superior, at least not inferior to that of the Chaos Royalty. As of now, he was considered one of the strongest among the early stage 6 paths of reincarnation. Even the Super Dragon God, who was also an early stage 6 paths of reincarnation, might not be a match for him. None of the early stage 6 paths of reincarnation martial artists present, including Yi Lufeng, dared to claim that they could defeat Di Sheng. This was the Emperor Jun Divine City's pride of this generation. City Lord Di Jun had asked him to deal with Long Chen. If Long Chen had not defeated so many martial artists, the crowd would definitely think that he was going to kill Long Chen. But now, they understood that this might be a very exciting battle. If Long Chen could defeat 5 elemental reincarnation experts, then he could go one step further and defeat 6 paths of reincarnation experts. 3 years ago, Long Chen defeated Di Yu in the battlefield of the gods. 3 years later, he faced Di Yu's father, Di Sheng, in the demon-slaying valley, not far from the battlefield of the gods. This also proved how terrifying his transformation was. But the crowd was more concerned about the outcome of the battle. Although the battle had yet to begin, everyone was already discussing it. The 6 paths of reincarnation was a threshold. After crossing it, one's combat power would be vastly different from that of the 5 elements reincarnation. One's combat power would soar to a whole new level, and one's control over the 6 paths of reincarnation would allow one's strength to increase by 6 times. It was extremely terrifying. Stepping into the 6 paths meant that he was one step closer to becoming a god. At that moment, Di Sheng appeared in front of Long Chen. This was an elegant middle-aged man with an extremely handsome appearance. His figure was slender and his figure was perfect. His pair of light golden eyes were like the scorching sun, and he wore a golden dragon robe. He was like an elegant emperor, different from the domineering aura of City Lord Di Jun. The look in his eyes was slightly melancholy, but when he faced Long Chen, he showed a terrifying intent of killing. The hatred of his son was absolutely irreconcilable. During the past 3 years, Di Sheng had been asking about Long Chen's whereabouts, and had even sneaked into the spirit god area. However, Long Chen had left too fast, and Di Sheng hadn't been able to catch up with him. The blood feud must be avenged. Long Chen could understand the pain of a father who had lost his son. When he saw the melancholy look in Di Sheng's eyes, he felt a little guilty. However, when he thought about it carefully, Di Yu was his old enemy, and he had no choice but to kill him. Therefore, he didn't have any qualms in his heart, nor did he have any regrets. The two stared at each other. Long Chen could feel the terrifying killing intent coming from Di Sheng. This was destined to be a fierce battle, and this was also the first expert of the 6 paths of reincarnation that he had encountered. Before he came here, he wasn't Yi Lumei's opponent, and this Di Sheng in front of him was much stronger than Yi Lumei. I've fought with Long Chen before. He definitely isn't Di Sheng's opponent, Yi Lumei said to the 2 lords of darkness around her. At that moment, the crowd held their breaths, watching the 2 fight, which could break out at any time. City Lord Di Jun was the same. He stared at Long Chen, and even with his eyes, Long Chen was still shrouded in an unfathomable fog. Even he didn't know if Di Sheng could defeat Long Chen. Biyao. Suddenly, a tremor resounded in City Lord Di Jun's ears. He was shocked and quickly raised his head. High up in the sky, there was a blood-colored cloud that was difficult to detect. City Lord Dijun was shocked. Someone who could call him by his name must be someone on the same level as him. You are Xueqi from the Slaughter Dragon City. City Lord Dijun's expression changed. Was he coming to save Longchen? Time passed, and the 5 dragon cities still didn't respond, as if they were tacitly agreeing. City Lord Dijun was already very happy. But Xueqi's arrival ruined his chance. Above the blood-red cloud, a bewitching man with blood-red hair sat. Yes, it's me. Xueqi smiled. City Lord Dijun took a deep breath and said, Lord Xueqi, what does the Slaughter Dragon City say? Xueqi glanced at the confrontation between Longchen and Disheng and said, it's simple. Let them fight. If Longchen can win, I will take him back. If he loses and dies, there is nothing I can do. Hearing this, City Lord Dijun's heart was finally relieved. He nodded to Xueqi. The others didn't know what they were talking about. At this moment, he said in a clear voice, Longchen, listen. The 5 dragon cities have made a decision. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. They looked at City Lord Dijun's smiling face. Did the 5 dragon cities allow them to kill Longchen? Before the crowd could guess, City Lord Dijun said, their decision is that if you can defeat Disheng, you can leave safely. If you die, you will die. Hearing this, the crowd began to discuss loudly. They looked at each other, and then looked at the battlefield nervously. Although the decision of the 5 dragon cities was strange, it was understandable. In this way, the battle in front of them had become especially important. It was a matter of life and death. Hearing this, Disheng's eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light. This was City Lord Dijun's hint. The Dijun Divine City had spent so much effort to kill Longchen, and it all depended on this battle of Disheng's. If he lost this opportunity, he would never be able to avenge his son. Under the expectation of countless people, under the tremendous pressure, Disheng, who used to be quite elegant, was about to go crazy. A single sentence from Disheng had turned him into a beast. Boom. His golden dragon robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Disheng's eyes were blood-red, as if they were about to explode. He stopped talking and walked towards Longchen step by step. Every step he took left a deep mark on the ground. Hearing City Lord Dijun's announcement, Longchen understood what the Slaughter Dragon City meant. It seemed like they wanted to teach him a lesson. Life or death, it was fate. If he lost, they wouldn't save him. Or, they thought that he wouldn't lose. For a moment, hundreds of thousands of people held their breath, staring at this earth-shaking battle. Great Emperor Sheng's flute. Many people remembered Di Sheng's famous immemorial Dao treasure. Di Sheng was a well-known scholar, proficient in music and poetry. He had left behind countless works. His handsome figure and powerful strength had fascinated thousands of girls. As expected, a golden flute appeared in front of Di Sheng's eyes. Countless images of gods were carved on the flute, and there were 420 circular patterns on the flute. Golden flames were burning on the flute, and there seemed to be 9 suns between the 9 holes. Inside the flute, there were divine birds flying and screaming. Immemorial god Dijun was proficient in the Tao of space and the Tao of the sun. He had perfectly combined the two. His eyes were like the sun, his body was like the void, and his fighting strength was extraordinary. At this moment, Di Sheng was like a god. Holding the flute in his hand, he streaked across the sky. In order to seize the opportunity to avenge his son, he didn't show any mercy. There was only one word in his eyes, death. Under such circumstances, Longchen knew that his opponent was very terrifying. Even if he only had 100% of his strength, he would still use 150% of it. He wouldn't stop until Longchen died. This was Dijun Divine City's only chance to kill Longchen. If he missed this chance, he wouldn't have another chance. My son. Tears of blood flowed down from Di Sheng's eyes. The power of the six paths surged. Heaven, human, Shura, and the other six paths revolved around him. An enormous amount of power surged into his body. Everyone was terrified. They said, Di Sheng is furious for revenge. He is even willing to sacrifice his own life. No matter how strong Long Chen is, he is doomed this time. That's right. The 5 great dragon cities gave Di Sheng a chance, the only chance. He is terrifyingly strong. This time, he will not stop. What a fierce battle. Is Long Chen going to be killed? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the battle had already started. Di Sheng rushed forward. His surroundings were surrounded by a sea of fire. At this moment, he held the flute in his hand, put it near his mouth, and blew into it. Suddenly, the sun shone brightly. 9 suns sky burning art. An uproar. Inside the flute, 9 suns slowly rose from the 9 holes. Inside the suns, 3-legged divine birds were flying. These 9 suns revolved around Di Sheng, forming a circle and releasing an inexhaustible power. The surrounding mountains were all turned into ashes under the power of the 9 suns sky burning art. The crowd couldn't help but step back. The great Emperor Sheng's flute played a hot-blooded music, which contained Emperor Sheng's endless grief and anger. As he played the flute, the 9 suns grew larger and larger, burning with endless flames of anger, roaring towards Long Chen. Rumble. The light of the 9 suns swept across the sky. Such a powerful attack simply made everyone dumbfounded. At this moment, they were all worried about Long Chen's fate. Long Chen calmly faced it. He could feel the grief and anger in the music, but he didn't think that he was a sinner. Everyone fought for themselves, for the people they wanted to protect. Long Chen had too many things on his shoulders. He understood Di Sheng's pain of losing his son, but this couldn't stop him from fulfilling his father's last wish. Besides, Di Yu was a man who deserved to die. If he was kind, Long Chen wouldn't have killed him back then. Therefore, he didn't flinch. Di Yu was risking his life, so he had to fight for his own survival. Under the effect of the 9 suns sky burning art, it was like the end of the world. Long Chen didn't panic. He launched the 14th sacrifice. He also had the sun power. Chapter 2102. 9 suns burning sky, descended. Long Chen looked around. The entire world was filled with blazing golden suns. 9 blazing suns formed a formation, squeezing Long Chen in the middle. It was so powerful that it seemed like Long Chen was going to be swallowed by it. Di Sheng, who only had one chance to fight, had completely lost his elegance and turned into a crazy devil. Long Chen was fearless. He released the power of the 14th sacrifice. In the new world, Li Xuanji was standing on the real land. She raised her head in shock. Around her, the 14 mountains started vibrating. Their powers exploded and shot towards the sky, creating a thunderous boom. Buzz. 14 different powers shot towards the mountains. Everybody was nervously watching Long Chen's performance, because this was about his life and death. Sun sacrifice. The sun was like a blazing fire, rising majestically. A golden sun slowly rose up, dashing towards the formation formed by the 9 blazing suns. Before the fight started, Long Chen had already released the other 14 sacrifices. Moon sacrifice. Star sacrifice. Flame sacrifice. Ancient tree sacrifice. Ocean sacrifice. All sorts of forces were unleashed, unceasingly attacking the 9 suns sky burning art. Each explosion created a terrifying tremor. The confrontation at the level of the 6 paths of reincarnation sent everyone flying. Every explosion of the 9 suns sky burning art was accompanied by the shattering of Long Chen's technique. In this intense battle, Long Chen had shown a high level of power. From the very beginning, he was not weaker than Di Sheng at all. This was an eye-opener for everyone. Of course, even so, it was still doubtful whether Long Chen could defeat that crazy Di Sheng. Today, Di Sheng would not stop until one of them died. Even if he had to give up his own life, he would not let Long Chen live. Corpse sacrifice. The last attack was launched. The gray power of death surged out. This was the power of the corpse, the most mysterious of the 14 sacrifices. It was also the power of death, which was the opposite of life. Compared to the other powers, this corpse sacrifice could release a terrifying power. With the power of the corpse sacrifice, Long Chen broke the last line of defense, completely destroying the 9 suns burning sky, created by Di Sheng's flute. Rumble. On the ground of the Demon Fall Valley, an endless storm swept through. Large amounts of soil were turned into fine powder, and everyone retreated even more. Long Chen told the world with his great strength that he had the power to fight against Emperor Sheng. Before the others could sigh, Di Sheng's eyes had already turned blood red. He let out a terrifying roar and dashed towards Long Chen. Countless powerful warriors were watching this scene. In fact, even City Lord Di Jun couldn't tell who was stronger between the two of them. Di Sheng was much stronger than Long Chen in terms of power, but Long Chen was strangely powerful in other aspects. Rumble. Great Emperor Sheng Shao burst forth with millions upon millions of rays of light as he attacked. Without saying a word, Long Chen took out the god-slaying sword and performed the slaughter sword skill. Instantly, the golden light and the gray sword chi clashed violently. Loud noises were heard. Every time the sword chi and the gray sword chi landed on the ground, a large amount of dust was raised. Everyone retreated once more as they stared at the two figures fighting in shock. One was gold while the other was gray. The two of them moved extremely quickly, making it difficult to see their battle state clearly. The only thing they knew was that even now, the two of them were evenly matched. He could really fight against the 6 paths of reincarnation. Thinking up to this point, everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Yi Liushi was even more shocked. He clearly knew that Long Chen was weaker than him before, but now it seemed that if he was in Di Sheng's place, he really didn't know if he could handle this battle. Di Sheng, kill him. The people of Di Jun Divine City couldn't help but shout. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, in this close combat, Long Chen had already killed hundreds of swords. At this moment, the slaughter sword skill could already display its terrifying power. He started to force Di Sheng back. Di Sheng's eyes were bloodshot like a wild beast. Give me back my son's life. He waved the great Emperor Sheng Shao. Golden light swept out. Long Chen's eyes were calm. When the slaughter sword skill reached 1,000 swords, he held the god-slaying sword horizontally. The green light on the sword hilt reappeared. Eye of Hell. Behind Long Chen, a pair of green eyes appeared in Di Sheng's eyes. The green eyes were terrifying. They were filled with pressure and mockery. The huge eyes stunned Di Sheng. Long Chen attacked at this moment. The god-slaying sword in his hand exploded. Rumble. He started to push Di Sheng back. Hua. Seeing this scene, the crowd started to clamor. 1,300 swords. No matter how good Emperor Sheng's defense was, no matter how well he had adjusted himself, he was still defeated by Long Chen's 1,300 sword strike. During the last strike, the Golden Emperor's flute in his hand was sent flying away by Long Chen. When the flute flew up into the sky, Long Chen's next sword strike was already aimed at his head. The gray sword chi contained the power of death, devouring, and the other 4 powers. Even at this moment, Di Sheng's eyes were still bloodshot. He was not afraid at all. Don't get too full of yourself. Today is just the beginning. What comes next is your nightmare. Di Sheng said in a strange tone. Long Chen was not affected at all. The divine war sword continued to slash down. Whoosh. At this moment, Emperor Sheng disappeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. In the next moment, Long Chen felt a sense of danger coming from behind him. Long Chen swept his sword horizontally, forcing the attacker back. Only then did he react. Standing behind him was Di Sheng. Seeing this, the experts of the human race were in an uproar. That's right. The bloodline of Di Jun Divine City has inherited the blazing sun and the divine Tao of space. This is Di Sheng's heaven and earth flash. Heaven and earth flash. Long Chen memorized it. In other words, Di Sheng could teleport around in an instant. Emperor Sheng didn't give him any time to think. He grabbed the flute back into his hand, then launched another attack towards Ji Hao. This time, his attack was even fiercer. Long Chen could not figure out his position at all. He kept using heaven and earth flash around Long Chen, making it impossible for Long Chen to figure out his position. For a moment, Long Chen was in a passive position. Die. The great Emperor Xing Shao shot out countless rays of golden light. Do you think you're the only one with a divine Tao? Long Chen smiled disdainfully. He used Time Dragon to travel in the air. Di Sheng lost his target immediately. What's going on? The crowd was cheering for Di Sheng when they suddenly saw this. Di Sheng breathed heavily, vigilantly looking around. In the next moment, Long Chen appeared 400 meters away. His entire body was covered in blood-red dragon scales. One look and anyone could tell that he was a dragon warrior. Obediently accept your death. Di Sheng teleported and attacked from behind Long Chen. Blood Dragon Soul. Long Chen didn't hesitate at all. This time, he had summoned over 1,000,000 little slaughter dragons. This wasn't his limit, but it was more than enough to deal with Di Sheng. Once the blood-sobbing dragon soul was summoned, it instantly occupied the entire surrounding space. No matter where Di Sheng teleported to, Long Chen would be able to locate him. What's that? The crowd looked at the millions of blood dragon souls, dumbfounded. Di Sheng also knew that Di Yu was killed by the blood-sobbing dragon soul. Long Chen. Di Sheng couldn't control himself anymore. The surrounding blood dragons started to attack him fiercely. Di Sheng seemed to have lost his mind, fighting against those blood dragons. No matter where he went, he would be surrounded by countless small killing dragons, while Long Chen was nowhere to be seen. Every time Long Chen showed up, Di Sheng would be badly injured. Within a blink of an eye, Di Sheng's body had a few more wounds that were so deep that his bones could be seen. The grey power of the God Execution Sword was corroding his flesh, bringing him extreme pain. Blood dragon souls were even biting his body. Di Sheng, who used to be handsome and elegant, had now turned into a bloody, crazy devil. Die, you have to die. I don't care whose son you are. You killed my son. You have to pay the price. Today, don't think you can escape from me. Die. Suddenly, a dreadful power rose from his body. This power exploded. Within a blink of an eye, Di Sheng's body was covered by the golden light. He turned from a human being to a sun. Long Chen sensed the danger and hurriedly stepped back. When they sensed that power, people from the Di Jun Divine City became excited. They knew that Di Sheng would soon regain the upper hand. If he could seriously injure Long Chen this time, it would be even better. Boom. Di Sheng had turned into a golden fireball. Ah! He roared in the fireball. The blood dragon souls around him were turned into ashes under his attack. Black hole of destruction. This was Di Jun's bloodline power. That dazzling sun exploded in a blink of an eye, generating a dreadful power. Long Chen had sensed it earlier. He hurriedly stepped back. His body was strong, so he wasn't affected by the explosion. However, at this moment, all the golden light turned black and formed a huge black whirlpool, sucking everything in. That dreadful power was also sucking Long Chen's body. That power was unstoppable. Come on, let me mince you. Di Sheng's voice resounded in the sky. Long Chen was still holding on, but the millions of blood dragon souls under his control were all sucked into that black hole and minced into pieces. Seeing this, people couldn't help but cheer. Long Chen didn't even have any blood dragon souls left. As long as he was sucked into that black hole, the battle would be over. Come on. Di Xing's voice was like thunder. Long Chen was engulfed by that devouring power. He couldn't resist and was about to be minced into pieces. While people were cheering, they saw blood mist filling the air. At this moment, Long Chen transformed into a divine dragon. A blood-red divine dragon rushed out of that black hole and completely resisted the attack. When that gigantic divine dragon appeared in the sky and looked down at the world, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. That black hole quickly collapsed and turned into Di Xing, who was covered in blood, staring at Long Chen in a daze. "You lost," said Long Chen. "No." Chapter 2103. The black hole collapsed. The immemorial blood spirit dragon appeared, looking down at the sky. Seeing the immemorial blood spirit dragon's body again, and this time, it was even closer. Xueqi was stunned. There was something mysterious about it, which made him feel awe. It seemed so familiar. While Di Xing was in a daze, hundreds of thousands of Divine City's warriors had already hurriedly stepped back. They stepped back again and again, until they were far away from the ring-shaped mountain. The ring-shaped mountain had already been covered by Long Chen. His gigantic dragon body was hovering around Di Xing, staring at Di Xing with a pair of blood-red dragon eyes. Di Xing felt like he was being stared at by a superior creature, as if he was his natural enemy. His legs were shaking. He was scared, but the hatred for his son was still burning in his chest. At this moment, not to mention Long Chen, even if it was someone as powerful as Xueqi, he would still rush forward without a care for his life. After the black hole storm, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. But at this moment, he still stimulated the potential of his entire body. Like a crazed devil, he spread open his arms and pierced the space. For a moment, the entire space was stirred up, emitting terrifying tremors and rumbling sounds. It was as if a lake had been stirred up. And at this moment, the space was in chaos, actually condensing into a pair of giant hands that were several hundred meters long, grabbing towards Long Chen. That pair of arms was condensed from the power of space. Wherever those arms reached, the space would be torn apart, giving a loud noise that sounded like a piece of cloth being torn apart. Under Di Xing's control, wherever those arms reached, mountains would collapse and turn into powder. Heaven and earth hand of destruction. Di Xing roared, activating his strongest power, trying to tear Long Chen in half. Facing Di Xing's earth-shattering attack, Long Chen was still calm and collected. Right at this moment, his body underwent a tremendous change. The immemorial blood spirit dragon suddenly transformed into an illusory cloud. Within the cloud, a vague, illusory divine dragon was hovering in the cloud. A pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything stared at the pair of terrifying space hands, without any change. What is this? Many experts couldn't understand. Xueqi was familiar with the slaughter dragon, but he didn't expect that he could use the power of time. What's going on with this kid? Isn't his inherited blood from the immemorial blood spirit dragon? How can he have the power of time? Does it have something to do with Long Qinglan being the eternal dragon emperor? Xueqi couldn't understand. At this moment, Long Chen released the power of time storm. Under Long Chen's control, the power of the time storm acted on the hand of space and Emperor Xing's body. A dreadful wave of time rippled out. The naked eye couldn't see it clearly, but the crowd could see that the hand of space was completely shattered, turning into glass-like pieces that fell on the ground. Emperor Xing's entire body was covered in blood. Under the ravages of the time storm, he was seriously injured. He let out a muffled groan, then slowly fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Long Chen's body turned back into the immemorial blood spirit dragon's appearance. The power of time storm was similar to the blood spirit stab, but the range of time storm was wider. When Di Xing landed on the ground, the crowd was completely silent. Long Chen had proved with his own strength that he could truly defeat the 6 paths of reincarnation. He had said that no one under 8,000 years of cultivation could be his match. Although it was arrogant, it was reasonable. With his strength, he had the ability to say such a thing. This young man, who was less than 100 years old, had such power. He had surpassed the history, even the miracles that Long Qinglan had created. And the time that Long Chen had spent on cultivation was less than 20 years. In 20 years, he had completed 10,000 years of cultivation for others. How is this possible? The crowd was stunned. Or they were already numb to it. In their hearts, Long Chen's position had changed. Before, they thought that it would be easy to kill Long Chen, but now it seemed that it would be very, very difficult. Di Sheng struggled to stand up. Thanks to his strong life force, all of his wounds had started to heal. However, the power that he had lost couldn't be restored within a short period of time. By now, he had already lost the battle, and it would be impossible for him to continue. Long Chen, who was high and mighty, made him feel despair. He felt defeated. My son, is it impossible for me to avenge you? How could I be defeated by him? Both of his sons had died in the battlefield of the gods. Today was his only chance for revenge. City Lord Di Jun had fought so much for him, but in the end, he was defeated by Di Sheng's strength. In fact, even City Lord Di Jun himself could not accept such a result. If it wasn't for the Blood Blaze field, he would have gone crazy. He was not a match for Blood Blaze. You lost, the battle is over. Long Chen reminded. No, I'm not dead yet. Emperor Sheng abruptly laughed out loud. His eyes sparkled with a cruel light as he laughed madly and said, My son, I, your father, am here to accompany you. Today, I will bury him with us. Di Sheng roared in anger. No one could stop him from killing Long Chen. At this moment, he rushed forward again, surpassing his limit. He wanted to kill Long Chen with the great Emperor Xing Shao. Long Chen's eyes were soft. This father reminded him of his own father. Therefore, he was very touched. However, fate was hard to understand. Star sacrifice. All of a sudden, Long Chen's gigantic dragon body transformed into a magnificent star, shining with dazzling lights. Within the blink of an eye, the starlight had already darted towards Di Sheng and surrounded him, trapping him inside a star. The power of the star sacrificial sacrifice had suppressed Di Sheng, making him unable to move or scream. At the moment, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight, unable to break out of Long Chen's restraint. Long Chen turned into a dragon. Next to him was the star that trapped Di Sheng. Long Chen grabbed the star and said to Di Jun Divine City and all the martial artists in the world, Everyone, as long as I press down lightly, his body will explode along with this star. At this moment, everyone should be very clear about who will win and who will lose. Everybody was shocked, looking at each other. Judging from this moment, Di Sheng had been thoroughly defeated. If Long Chen wanted to, Di Sheng would be defeated and killed as well. He looked at City Lord Di Jun. Although he was facing such a powerful warrior, he was neither servile nor overbearing. He said, Everyone, what do you think? While speaking, he rotated the star in his hand. Di Sheng seemed to be in great pain. Little devil, let him go. The people of Di Jun Divine City shouted. Of course, Long Chen didn't want to imprison him. He smiled and said, Of course I'm going to let him go. I just want to ask everyone in Di Jun Divine City, I've won this battle, right? Otherwise, what if he attacks me again after I let him go? There's a huge grudge between us. If I'm not sure who will win or lose, he will definitely kill me regardless of his life. Hearing this, everyone felt that it was reasonable. They couldn't help but look at City Lord Di Jun. In fact, at this moment, everyone understood that it was impossible to kill Long Chen today. City Lord Di Jun should understand this better. We lost, let him go. City Lord Di Jun was still very calm. However, Long Chen knew that this old man must have almost fainted from anger. Moreover, City Lord Di Jun would definitely not give up in the future. However, after this time, it was basically impossible for City Lord Di Jun to do anything to Long Chen. Long Chen was gradually accumulating his authority. He wanted to make his position and strength unparalleled. Only then would he have the right to speak. He touched the star in his hand, and Di Sheng crashed towards City Lord Di Jun Long Chen. Di Sheng's despairing eyes were filled with tears. Tears of blood. He still wanted to attack Long Chen, but the people of Di Jun Divine City stopped him. Today, they had already lost. Looking at this man, Long Chen felt a little emotional. He bowed in that direction, which made people feel that this action was very strange. I admire you as a father, because I also have a father who loves his child. However, I killed your son. This is unchangeable. Do you also deserve to die? Although I admire you, I don't regret what I've done. In front of everyone, Long Chen calmly said everything that was on his mind. He raised his head and saw Xueqi. In fact, Long Chen had already guessed that he was here. This was also the reason why he could be so calm from the beginning to the end. If the Slaughter Dragon City would let him be killed, they wouldn't have asked Xueqi to bring him all the way from the Sky Dragon planet. The ancient cities of the 72 demigods gathered here. Under City Lord Di Jun's lead, the people of Di Jun Divine City left with gloomy expressions without looking back. Long Chen looked at these people. From their eyes, Long Chen could see that he had conquered most of them. Yi Luhua, the two Lords of Darkness, and the others didn't even dare to look at him. War God City Lord and the others even prostrated themselves. One must know that War God City Lord was only at the late stage of 6 paths of reincarnation. With Long Chen's speed, he would surpass him in a few years. They didn't dare to oppose Long Chen. Everyone. Long Chen felt he had to say something. He held his breath and said, I've sworn before that I will not do anything to harm the human race. Although I don't like this place, I can't deny that the blood of this place flows in my veins. This is my father's home. I don't know why you want me dead. If you want to kill Diyu, then don't worry. My talent is 10 times greater than Diyu's. What he can do, I can do. If Long Chen had said this 2 years ago, it would have been a joke. Chapter 2104. Long Chen was very satisfied with this situation. He had long known that, more often than not, one's fists would do the talking. Now that his fists were bigger, there were more people who respected him. This was just the beginning of his hard work. Looking at the crowd before him, Long Chen said in a powerful voice, If you want me to die because you are afraid that I will become like my father in the future, and bring disaster to the human race with my unparalleled battle prowess, or even what some people call a catastrophe, then I can only say 2 things. First, I have already sworn, and regardless of whether you believe me or not, I will abide by my oath and do my best. Although I, Long Chen, have not lived for long, the things I have experienced are no less than all of you. I have never failed to keep the oath I have sworn. As for the second thing. At this point, his heart was filled with hot blood. Those who had previously disliked Long Chen were now listening quietly to him. They realized that this youth actually had such an amiable side to him, completely unlike the rumored traitor who killed people like flies. Coupled with his terrifying talent, they couldn't help but doubt themselves. Why did they want to kill him? Was it because of jealousy, or because of fear? Long Chen had reached the most important point. Filled with hot blood and determination, he said in a clear voice, Everything about my father is also my goal in coming to the Dragon God domain. Everyone knows that the Eternal Dragon Emperor was not what you imagined him to be at the beginning. There is a reason for his change, and I will one day find out the reason and let everyone see the true him. This is my life's destiny, and also everything I pursue. I believe that he is a good father, and even more so, an expert who works hard for the common people. I will not argue with you all. I can only say that one day, I will unravel this mystery. From these words, the crowd understood that Long Chen was not very familiar with Long Qinglan. To say that he had become an uncontrollable existence like Long Qinglan was actually not very likely. Moreover, the determination and tenacity in his eyes when he said these words were undoubtedly moving. They realized that the rumored ugly Long Chen was actually just a sincere, hot-blooded youth. He existed to prove everything to his father. The Eternal Dragon Emperor. The crowd couldn't help but recall that for a long time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor had always been the greatest pride of the human race. He had led the human race to glory. The 5 dragon cities and the dozen dragon emperors all had to give face to the Eternal Dragon Emperor, even though Long Qinglan was much younger than them. He had been the one with the greatest hope of becoming a god, but had unfortunately fallen along the way. The so-called title of the Eternal Dragon Emperor was actually a great honor. Among the 5 dragon cities, according to the rules passed down from ancient times, each dragon city had 3 dragon emperors. According to the ranking, they were the first dragon emperor, the second dragon emperor, and the third dragon emperor. All the 5 dragon cities were like this. Any dragon emperor would have other titles besides the ranking. For example, in the Slaughter Dragon City, the first dragon emperor had another title, which was the Violent Blood Dragon Emperor. Generally speaking, to distinguish the first dragon emperor of the Slaughter Dragon City, the first dragon emperor of the Slaughter Dragon City was called the Violent Blood Dragon Emperor. The first dragon emperor was just a position, while the Violent Blood Dragon Emperor was his real title. The 5 great dragon cities were Eternal, Slaughter, Life, Fate, and Devour. Every dragon emperor had a title, but their titles were definitely not the above 5. According to the rules passed down by their ancestors since the primordial era, only those whose strength completely surpassed everyone else, who stood at the peak of the entire dragon god realm, and who had made great contributions to the human race, could be conferred the above 5 titles. In the past 10 million years, there had only been a few dragon emperors who could be conferred the title of Dragon City. In history, there were indeed the Dragon Emperor of Life and the Dragon Emperor of Devour, but they fell later and didn't become gods. In the past million years, hundreds of people had held the position of Dragon Emperor, but Long Qinglan was the only one who was conferred the title of Eternal Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor who could be conferred the title of Dragon City had the power to command the 5 dragon cities. For example, Long Qinglan was the leader of the 5 dragon cities, not just the Eternal Dragon City. Back then, even the number 1 dragon emperor of the Eternal Dragon City had to listen to Long Qinglan's orders. From this, it could be seen how great Long Qinglan's reputation was in the dragon god realm back then. There was no one who didn't worship him during that era. He was the only leader of the dragon god realm during that era. His power shook the 5 major races, and even the Chaos Galaxy trembled because of him. However, no one could believe the turmoil that followed. From disappointment to despair, all kinds of public opinion spread throughout the world, causing Long Qinglan's reputation to instantly fall into the abyss, and from then on, his name would go down in history. Young people who hadn't lived through that era all learned about the so-called Eternal Dragon Emperor from the influence of their elders. They had no idea what kind of person the Eternal Dragon Emperor was. They only knew that he was a sinner that would go down through the ages. But today, his son was standing here again, claiming that he wanted to find out everything that had happened back then. That proud, sincere, and persistent young man moved everyone. To be honest, Long Qinglan had already made a grave mistake. Trying to clear his name was, in fact, a very laughable thing to do. No one was willing to listen to Long Chen's excuses, but when they saw Long Chen's tenacity, they shut their mouths and didn't say anything. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't argue with them. He only talked about his pursuit and destiny, and that was enough. After saying all this, Long Chen turned around and rushed into the clouds. Xue Qi was waiting for him there. From today onwards, his affairs were bound to stir up the dragon god realm again. Those who had seen him with their own eyes would probably change their opinion of him. This was a good thing. In the future, there wouldn't be so many people in the dragon god realm who wanted to kill him. He just needed to focus on cultivation, produce his own evidence, and use his strength to speak. One day, he would be able to fulfill that man's last wish. He had once been an invincible overlord, so he shouldn't have fallen into the endless abyss. Next, it was time to bring Li Xuanji back to Slaughter Dragon City. Long Chen had already discussed it with Li Xuanji, and she expressed that she was willing to go with Long Chen. As for Darkness Divine City, it wouldn't be too late for her to return when the Darkness City Lord came out of seclusion. In truth, she couldn't control her worry for Long Chen. Only his future was still full of danger. Someone would definitely stand up and stop him from investigating Long Qinglan's secrets. Not a bad speech. Xueqi grinned and teased. Long Chen glanced at him and said, "Let's go back." "You mean to say that you're going to bring that girl from your divine nation into Slaughter Dragon City?" "She's not a dragon warrior." Xueqi chuckled. Long Chen frowned. "It's fine if she's not a dragon warrior, but I won't let her appear in front of you." He had to take Li Xuanji with him. "All right, you really are a playboy, just like your father." No matter where he went, he always had a peerless beauty, Yang Yu. "You too, but you're even more awesome. Leave one on Heavenly Dragon and one in the Dragon God domain. It'll be convenient for you to do anything." Xueqi laughed heartily. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to say more. "All right, according to your promise, don't even think about leaving Slaughter Dragon City within 10 years. Otherwise, you'll be looking for trouble everywhere. If I hadn't followed you this time, you would have been killed long ago." Xueqi laughed, stirring up a blood-colored gale as he flew through the air with Long Chen in tow. Xueqi's speed was naturally incredible. In less than a day, they had traveled from the Central Core region to the Slaughter Dragon City in the northern part of the Dragon God domain. Before them was the vast sea of blood. "I'm finally back." Xueqi looked at the rolling sea of blood in front of him and stretched. It was indeed a long time to stay here for 10 years. In order to save Li Xuanji, Long Chen had no choice but to agree, but now that he thought about it, it was quite troublesome. "Do you regret it?" Xueqi teased. "No." Long Chen shook his head. Since he had promised the 3 dragon emperors, there was no reason for him to regret it. With this period of peace, he could focus on cultivation, quickly increase his combat power, and strive to catch up with Long Qinglan one day. The Eternal Dragon Emperor, what an awe-inspiring existence. Go to the 3 dragon emperors. You really have a big face. You've only been in Slaughter Dragon City for such a short time, but you've already seen the 3 dragon emperors so many times. I haven't even seen them many times. Xueqi said. The 3 dragon emperors wanted to see him again. Long Chen felt that the 3 dragon emperors were quite talkative, but at least they wouldn't do anything against him. They were good people. If he went to the Eternal Dragon City, where Long Qinglan grew up, he didn't know what would happen. After returning to the Slaughter Dragon City, people looked at him differently. It seemed that the news that Long Chen had defeated Di Xing in the 6 paths of reincarnation had already reached the Slaughter Dragon City. Long Chen was getting more and more powerful. However, the hostility of those dragon warriors in the Slaughter Dragon City towards Long Chen hadn't disappeared yet. Everything about Long Qinglan had been deeply rooted in their hearts. If Long Chen wanted them to change their mind, he would have to show them enough evidence to convince them. After walking for a long time in the Slaughter Dragon City, passing through layers of people, Long Chen finally arrived at the place where the 3 dragon emperors were. Xueqi was guarding outside, so he couldn't go in. Long Chen walked through layers of tunnels, walked in the blood-red palace, and finally arrived at the place where the 3 dragon emperors were. A drop of blood appeared on the 3 thrones. The blood gradually turned into a blood mist, spreading around the thrones. On the throne in the middle was the most powerful warrior in the Slaughter Dragon City, the 1st Dragon Emperor, Violent Blood Dragon Emperor. The 3 of them carefully sensed the change of Long Chen. Greetings to the 3 dragon emperors. Long Chen half knelt down respectfully. Rise. The blood mist was surging, and it was hard to see where the real person was. After Long Chen stood up, one of the dragon emperors went straight to the point. We have an agreement. We will give you a chance to go out, but after you come back, you can't leave the Slaughter Dragon City for 10 years. Do you have any objections? Although it was unfair to him, he had already agreed. Long Chen dared to take responsibility for what he had done. Of course, he wouldn't back down. He nodded. Chapter 2105. Sky Blood Hell. Long Chen had just arrived at Slaughter Dragon City, so he definitely didn't know the place. Therefore, he asked, "What kind of place is this Sky Blood Hell?" The three dragon emperors saw that he was alert. One of them laughed and said, "You don't need to be nervous. It's not a special place. Our Slaughter Dragon City imprisons some prisoners. Among the disciples, if there are any mistakes, they will be imprisoned. It can be as short as a few months, or as long as 1,000 years. These people are basically imprisoned in the Sky Blood Hell. The Sky Blood Hell is in Slaughter Dragon City. Your mission is to join the Dragon Grave Army and guard the Sky Blood Hell with the other Dragon Grave Army soldiers." Long Chen couldn't completely trust them, so he said, "To put it bluntly, you'll be a jailer, right?" The three dragon emperors laughed. It seemed like that was the case. These three were definitely wily old foxes. Long Chen didn't dare to casually agree. At this time, one of them said, "You don't need to be nervous. Actually, guarding the Sky Blood Hell isn't a big deal. Normally, you can spend a lot of time cultivating. Sometimes you'll need to patrol according to the arrangement. In fact, in Slaughter Dragon City, joining the Dragon Grave Army is basically the most relaxing mission." Another dragon emperor said, "Since you've joined Slaughter Dragon City, you're a part of our Slaughter Dragon City. Therefore, you can only be an ordinary disciple. We can't let you live like a prince in Slaughter Dragon City because of your identity. We hope that you can blend in as little as possible in Slaughter Dragon City and mingle with the others. If that's the case, then there's no point in us bringing you to Slaughter Dragon City." If that was the case, then this so-called Sky Blood Hell wasn't a special place. They weren't wrong. If Long Chen didn't blend in and become a part of Slaughter Dragon City, then there would be no point in him coming here. It would be more like a house arrest. At the end of the day, the three of us are the only three among the 5 great dragon cities that don't have much ill intent towards you. That is why we allowed you to join Slaughter Dragon City. We hope that you can return to the right path and become one of us. At the same time, we hope that you can forget about your father's matter. However, it is clear that you are unable to do that. The reason why we don't allow you to leave Slaughter Dragon City is because there are far too many people outside who want to kill you." Long Chen nodded. They were right. It was not suitable for Long Chen to leave the Slaughter Dragon City. However, he would not completely trust these 3 dragon emperors. After all, he was not familiar with them. He said, "About Sky Blood Hell, I should be able to do it. Do you have any other specific requirements?" The 3 dragon emperors thought for a while and said, "Not too much. You just need to follow the orders of the commander. With your strength, it's more than enough to guard Sky Blood Hell. The Dragon Tomb Army has specific rules. In a few days, I will send the commander of the Dragon Tomb Army to find you. He will tell you how to do it." "Thank you, 3 dragon emperors." Long Chen bowed respectfully. "Okay, you can go. From now on, you can rest in peace in Slaughter Dragon City. If there's nothing else, we won't summon you again for at least 10 years. Only then did Long Chen take his leave. After leaving, he discussed with Li Xuanji. "What do you think this Slaughter Dragon City wants to do to me?" Long Chen pondered. Li Xuanji thought for a while and said, "The only thing you have to do with them is the inheritance essence blood. But they only think of you as the inheritance essence blood of the Supreme Divine Dragon. Although it's precious, it might not move them. They should still be afraid of your father. In addition, they are trying to please you. At least they should treat you better than other dragon cities. After all, you have great potential. As long as you don't die, you are likely to become the next Long Qinglan. In other words, the mission of Sky Blood Hell is just a means for me to integrate into Slaughter Dragon City and become an ordinary dragon warrior." Long Chen took a deep breath. Then he would cultivate in peace. There was one thing he was curious about. Why were the dragon warriors stationed in Sky Blood Hell called Dragon Tomb Army? It seemed that every dragon city's dragon tomb was a forbidden area of the highest level. Long Qinglan's inheritance essence, blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon, was obtained by him in the Slaughter Dragon tomb. Soon, he walked out of the palace. What Long Qin did not know was that when he had just returned and entered the palace where the 3 dragon emperors were, 2 mysterious guests came to Slaughter Dragon City. At that time, Long Qin and Xueqi had just entered. Outside Slaughter Dragon City, thousands of scarlet divine dragons were flying above the Blood Sea. Some directly rushed into the Blood Sea and stirred up a lot of waves. The pungent smell of blood lingered between heaven and earth. Whoosh, whoosh, these were the Blood Dragon army stationed outside Slaughter Dragon City. Xueqi was their commander. Xueqi also had a nickname, Blood Dragon Emperor. Generally speaking, those who could be called emperors were at least peerless experts of the 8 trigrams reincarnation system. Although the 7-star reincarnation system had divine power and was close to the divine spirit, it could not be called emperors. Just as the Blood Dragon army was flying up and down, 2 guests came to Slaughter Dragon City. At first, they were just stars. Then, they appeared in front of the Blood Dragon army. Who dares to barge into my Slaughter Dragon City? An expert from the Blood Dragon army shouted. Tens of thousands of Blood Dragon army soldiers rose from the Blood Sea and stared at the uninvited guests. There were 2 people, a man and a woman. They looked like a middle-aged couple who had cultivated for at least 10,000 years. Such people were clearly experts of their generation. Of the 2, one wore a jade green dress. She was a beautiful woman with clear eyes. She looked elegant and fresh, like a spring breeze. Her eyes seemed to speak. Although she was not as young as a young girl, she was very attractive. She had a mature charm and a voluptuous figure, which was very attractive. However, this woman was not the most attractive. Beside her, there was a man who had his arm around her waist. This man was tall and thin, and his black hair was even longer than the woman's, reaching his heels. His face was handsome, but it was extremely frightening because he didn't have any eyeballs. His eyes were filled with 2 balls of black mist, forming a vortex that was like an endless abyss, making people unable to extricate themselves. Seeing the many Blood Dragon army soldiers blocking him, that man smiled faintly. His aura was outstanding. He said elegantly, Blood Dragon army soldiers, I am Chen Ting of the Devouring Dragon City. I am here to visit Slaughter Dragon City. Chen Ting. The Blood Dragon army soldiers were confused. This name seemed unfamiliar. Seeing that they still did not react, the woman at the side suddenly smiled coldly and said, You don't know him? You are really ignorant. You don't even know the Black Hell Emperor. Black Hell Emperor. Hearing this name, the expressions of the Blood Dragon army soldiers changed drastically. In reality, they had more or less guessed this man's identity based on his appearance. Among the Blood Dragon army soldiers, a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm commander immediately came forward to lead the Blood Dragon army soldiers. He said, So it's your excellency, the Black Hell Emperor. We really failed to recognize you. Damn it. This must be the Black Hell Emperor's wife. She is really like a lotus flower emerging from the water. The Blood Dragon army soldiers could not help but fight to be the first to look at them. The Black Hell Emperor was famous in Devouring Dragon City. His status was similar to Xueqi's in Slaughter Dragon City. He was a terrifying expert on the same level as Xueqi. There were countless legends about him. He was someone who had cultivated for more than 20,000 years. He was also someone of the same generation as Long Chen's father, Long Qinglan. Hearing the Blood Dragon army commander's praise, the woman immediately smiled. The Black Hell Emperor smiled and said, Not at all, not at all. By the way, we are here to visit Slaughter Dragon City mainly for some private matters. The Blood Dragon army commander said, Don't be in such a hurry. Please follow me into the city. I have already informed our commander of your arrival. He will be here soon. Xueqi. My old friend, it has been many years since we last met. The Black Hell Emperor chuckled, looking very easygoing. However, no matter how easygoing his misty eyes were, they still made people tremble in fear. Under the Blood Dragon Army's higher-ups' welcome, the two of them walked into Slaughter Dragon City. The woman beside the Black Hell Emperor looked around and said directly, "Gentlemen, let's state our purpose for coming here. We have heard a lot about Long Qinglan's son. Today, we specially came to Slaughter Dragon City for this guy. You should know who I am, right?" The Blood Dragon Army members looked at each other. One of the older dragon martial artists hurriedly said, "We know, of course we know. Madame Long Qingyue is the Eternal Dragon City's first Dragon Emperor's biological daughter. She is also the first Dragon Emperor's youngest daughter. She is married to the Black Hell Emperor of Devouring Dragon City. How could we not know her?" The green-clothed woman was rather proud and said, "It's good that you know. Although I am married to the Devouring Dragon City, I can't ignore the Eternal Dragon City's matters. I am still a part of Eternal Dragon City. I can't let some random people ruin the Eternal Dragon City's reputation. You should know that Long Chen is said to be Long Qinglan's vile son." Speaking up to this point, the Black Hell Emperor gently pulled her arm. That was why she had changed the word vile to son. Everyone was a little stunned. They pondered for a while. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was the foster son of the Eternal Dragon City's first Dragon Emperor. In other words, he was the foster brother of this woman in front of them. According to seniority, Long Chen should call her aunt. However, Long Qingyue had come in a threatening manner today. It probably wasn't a good thing for Long Chen. Yeah, let's talk when we see him," the Black Hell Emperor reminded her. "Alright, it's just that I've heard so many things in the past few days, so I'm angry. I never thought that after he left for so many years, I thought that everything had vanished into thin air, but now there's such a sinner. Son, you really don't mind causing trouble. Moreover, this Long Chen is a restless person. If we let him continue to cause trouble, our Eternal Dragon City will lose face. My father and the others don't want to care about it, but I can't just ignore it. After all, I used to be a citizen of Eternal Dragon City, and the blood of Eternal Dragon City flows in my veins." Chapter 2106. Coming out of the three Dragon Emperors' palaces, Long Chen ran into Xueqi. Long Chen thought he'd left, but he was still waiting for him. Did something happen? As soon as Long Chen walked up, Xueqi said to him, "Get ready. 2 people want to see you." Long Chen was startled. This was out of his expectations, and Xueqi was acting mysteriously, so he asked, "Who is it? Let's walk and talk. They've been waiting for you for a while." Xueqi's face was calm as he walked south. Long Chen followed and asked, "Who are they?" Xueqi looked ahead and said, "You won't be able to believe it. They're not from Slaughter City." If he wasn't someone from the Massacre Dragon City, could he be someone from one of the other 5 great dragon cities? But he didn't know that many people here. Just then, Xueqi introduced, "One of them is the Black Hell Emperor of Devouring Dragon City. He's very strong, at my level. He's very famous in Devouring Dragon City, and he's the commander of the Black Hell Army. People from Devouring Dragon City." Then Long Chen didn't know him. Why is he looking for me? He was an expert on the same level as Xueqi, which was the same level as Yang Yu and Chaotic Star Lord. He was already a terrifying expert. Xueqi said as he walked, "It's not him, but his wife. She's Long Qingyue. She's from Eternal Dragon City, but she married into Devouring Dragon City. She's the daughter of the first Dragon Emperor of Eternal Dragon City, and she's your father's sister. Of course, there's no blood relationship, but according to seniority, you should call her aunt." Ah. Long Chen didn't know how to react. Aunt. She was family. In fact, Long Chen had never thought that such a person would appear. He knew that Long Qinglan and the first Dragon Emperor of Eternal Dragon City did not seem to have a particularly good relationship. Moreover, Eternal Dragon City had left him alone, so Long Chen did not want to pay attention to the situation there. However, he did not expect that someone would still come looking for him. Could it be that this ant is here to bring me to the Eternal Dragon City? To be honest, because Long Qinglan had grown up there, Long Chen had a stronger sense of belonging there. He was very unfamiliar with the Slaughter Dragon City, and always felt that danger lurked everywhere. In fact, he yearned to be understood. If the people of Eternal Dragon City could understand him and help him find the truth, that would be for the best. Therefore, he still had some expectations for this ant. In his mind, generally speaking, a younger sister would admire an older brother. He subconsciously thought that it was because of the relationship between Yang Lingqing and himself. If one day, Yang Lingqing saw his son, she would definitely be very gentle. Then hurry up and take me there, Long Chen quickly said. Xueqi looked at him and sneered, you better not get too excited. This aunt of yours is not easy to deal with. Over the years, she has been the one to scold Long Qinglan the most out of all his brothers and sisters. Now that she is here, she will not be polite to you. What? Long Chen's heart, which had just been filled with excitement, suffered a blow and sank to the bottom of the valley. This made him very depressed. In fact, he yearned for something like familial love, but the young family of Biyao town was not his real family. In the whole world, he only had one father, and now his father had some relatives who were not related by blood. Originally, he thought that he could have a good chat with them, but unfortunately, it seemed that it would not be easy. This could be seen from Eternal Dragon City's cold attitude towards him. Apart from Long Qinglan, it seemed like only Yang Yu would take care of him meticulously, allowing him to live a carefree year on Heavenly Dragon Planet, making him feel very comfortable. We're here. Let's go in. Xueqi stood in front of a huge palace floating in the air. This was one of the places where the Slaughter Dragon City received guests. Long Chen could feel a strong aura inside, no weaker than Xueqi. The other person was probably a 7-star reincarnation state, an expert with divine power. He should be at the same level as the leader of the goddess's heart Holy Spirit, which was the same level as the Tai City Lord. This should be Long Qingyue. At the moment, Long Chen could only fight against the early 6 paths of reincarnation at best, and he would not be able to do anything against the later 6 paths of reincarnation. As for the 7-star reincarnation tribulations, those who possessed the power of immanent deity were already at the pinnacle of this world. Compared to the 6 paths of reincarnation, the power of immanent deity was unparalleled, and Long Chen lacked the strength to fight against them. It was the difference between a lake and the sea. Moreover, divine power was no weaker than Taisher divine power. Just as he was about to walk in, a voluptuous woman in a jade-green dress rushed out of the palace. Her long and charming eyes locked onto Long Chen. There was anger and murderous intent in them. As for the Black Hell Emperor behind Long Qingyue, his eyes were shrouded in mist. He was very scary, but he did not have much malice towards Long Chen. He was more curious. Long Qingyue stopped 10 meters in front of Long Chen and looked Long Chen in the eye. She had been shocked when she first saw this young man. For a moment, she thought she had seen wrong. Because Long Chen was so similar to Long Qinglan in every way. The pride in his bones was unsurpassed. The most terrifying thing was that Long Chen was obviously more ruthless and cold than Long Qinglan. That was what Long Qinglan lacked the most. Long Chen was also looking at Long Qingyue. Sure enough, Long Chen didn't feel any sense of kinship from this woman. All he felt was indifference and disgust. She even seemed to be looking down on him from a high position, looking down on him like a superior. Your name is Long Chen. Suddenly, Long Qingyue asked in a low voice. Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He said, I am. Long Qingyue's expression changed. As the rumors say, you have no respect for the law and no manners. There is nothing you would not do. Long Chen frowned. It seemed like this woman was here to cause trouble today. Long Chen said, "Madam, how I, Long Chen, am behaved has nothing to do with you. I heard that we are related, but if you don't want to admit it, I don't want to either. Since there is no relationship, I, Long Chen, can do whatever I want. What are you worrying about?" He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He had never cared about the matters of Eternal Dragon City. If they didn't want him to exist, then he could just ignore them. There was no need for him to stick his face to their cold buttocks. However, he did not expect that there would be someone like Long Qingyue. Was she here to question him? Long Qingyue's face turned green with anger. Her chest heaved up and down. She scolded, "Nonsense, Long Chen. I came here today to tell you that you better control yourself. Don't embarrass Eternal Dragon City. To be honest, I don't admit that you have any relationship with my family. Don't even think about cozying up to us. Your father is a sinner, and so are you. But you have nothing to do with our family. From now on, you only need to control yourself. If I hear you do anything rebellious again and embarrass our family, I will take your life no matter where you are. Remember that." Long Chen laughed. "There is something wrong with your brain. Is there any logic in your words? On the one hand, you emphasize that I have nothing to do with your family. Since I have nothing to do with your family, then whatever I do is my own business. What does it have to do with your family? You don't need to worry about it." He didn't expect his so-called aunt to be such a person, so he was quite sad. But when he thought about it, Long Qinglan had been dead for so many years, and no one in Eternal Dragon City had ever stood up for him. This alone showed that the family couldn't possibly have a good impression of him. What was funny was that he still had a glimmer of hope. But now, Long Chen actually let it go. Because the two of them had no blood relationship to begin with. Back then, the first Dragon Emperor had only taken a liking to Long Qinglan's talent and wanted something from him. That was why he had adopted Long Qinglan as his son. This wasn't a biological relationship. When it came to Long Chen's generation, it was no longer possible to establish a familial relationship. It would be strange if the Eternal Dragon City would admit to it. After being contradicted by Long Chen like that, Long Qingyue was furious. She clenched her fists, and an aura that belonged to a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm expert blasted over, directly pushing Long Chen back. The shock caused his qi and blood to boil, and a loud explosion swept out, attracting many people to look over. Long Qingyue bit her red lips, but said in a cold and vicious voice, "Little bastard, listen to me. I'll tell you two things. First, don't even think about building a relationship with our family in this life. We have long denied that sinner Long Qinglan is our brother. Second, although you have nothing to do with us, in the eyes of the outside world, you are still related to us. So, I forbid you from doing as you please. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Don't think that I won't dare to kill you." She almost roared, and the surrounding onlookers heard her words. Long Chen suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. He thought to himself that a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm expert was indeed powerful. This woman was as powerful as a Holy Spirit. He remembered that in the battlefield of the gods, a Holy Spirit was no different from a god to Long Chen. But now, it was very close. In a trance, he had undergone such a huge transformation. Long Qingyue's words made Long Chen feel that it was ridiculous. This woman must have been used to living a comfortable life. Now that she had married a powerful husband, she was arrogant, felt good, and did not care about others. To Long Chen, she relied on her long cultivation time. Otherwise, in Long Chen's eyes, she was no threat at all. But no matter what, she was someone related to Long Qinglan. She was his legendary aunt. How could she treat him like this and not treat him as a human? Thinking about it, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Then, what should I do to shut their mouths? Chapter 2107. The only explanation was that he was too strong. Recently, Long Chen's strength had been soaring. A year ago, when he first met Gong Qing and Xingyu, he was far from their match. They were the Divine Palace Thunder Dragon and the 3,000-star Soul Dragon. They were both super mystical dragons in the early stage of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Looking back now, Long Chen had defeated Di Xing of the Dijun Divine City. His strength was already comparable to Gong Qing and the rest. This was simply a miracle. Although it was a miracle, he knew that even though he was a top genius and was invincible in the world of geniuses, he still lacked the strength to fight against the real higher-ups. This could not be rushed, he could only endure. In any case, he was very unhappy with this Long Qingyue. Long Qingyue was even more pissed off at him. Even though Long Chen didn't say anything, his eyes were still filled with a tough attitude. Long Qingyue scolded, "Did you hear what I said? From today onwards, you'd better behave yourself and stay here. Don't embarrass Eternal Dragon City, or I'll never forgive you." She was bossy and unyielding. Her eyes were full of power and her words were sharp. Long Chen was disgusted. "All right, yeah, just scare him a little." The Black Hell Emperor gently pulled on Long Qingyue's shoulder. His voice was like a hallucination. Long Chen noticed this guy and actually felt fear in his heart. Especially when the black mist in his eyes seemed to hide endless secrets. Long Chen, of course, knew that this was a guy much scarier than Long Qingyue. Today, Long Qingyue had brought him great conflict and helplessness. He was very angry, but now was not the time to challenge them. He shut his mouth and did not say anything else. Long Qingyue was still angry. She gently pushed the Black Hell Emperor away and pressed towards Long Chen. She glared at Long Chen and said, "What, little thing, are you still not convinced?" As she spoke, she twirled one of her hands and instantly, a huge force blasted towards Long Chen. That was soul connection power. The soul connection power condensed into a huge beast that roared and attacked. At this critical moment, Long Chen instantly resisted, but he was still sent flying. Although the nature of Taisher divine force was similar to soul connection power, Long Chen's strength was far inferior to the opponent's. Boom! He felt dizzy and his ears were ringing. The 7-star reincarnation is equivalent to the Holy Spirit's power. It's really strong, much stronger than the 6 paths of reincarnation. The further one progressed in the samsara tribulation realm, the more terrifying it became. The slightest difference would result in a huge gap, forming an insurmountable chasm. This was especially true from the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm onwards. The gap widened, and it became more and more difficult to become stronger. At the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm, even the slightest difference was difficult to overcome. Generally speaking, people in the 8 trigram samsara realm would use a delaying technique to resist the samsara tribulation. They could delay it for up to 10,000 years. People who stayed in the 8 trigram samsara realm for 1,000 years and 5,000 years had different levels of combat strength. It was as if the 8 trigrams had been expanded from the very beginning. Of course, this was still very far away for Long Chen. With his current ability, he wouldn't need to delay it at all in the future. In fact, he could even rush to the next level before the time limit of 1,000 years was up. This was what happened to Long Qinglan back then. Long Qingyue's move made him feel the power of a 7-star reincarnation tribulation eminence. Also hurt him. This made him even angrier. Damn you. Long Qingyue couldn't stand him at all. She still wanted to attack Long Chen. For some reason, when he saw Long Chen, he thought of the guy who wasn't his biological brother, but who shone brightly and made all his siblings dim. He was too heaven-defying, causing Long Qingyue and the others to be looked down upon since they were young. This was the reason why he was angry. And today, Long Chen was too similar to him. Long Qingyue still wanted to attack, but at this time, the Black Hell Emperor pulled her back and said, "Yeah, stop fooling around. This is Massacre Dragon City." At this time, Xueqi also stood in front of Long Chen. Long Qingyue, Long Chen is now a member of Massacre Dragon City. No matter what your relationship is, you have no right to attack him here. Xueqi said rudely. Of course, he knew that Long Qingyue was famous for her temper. She hadn't changed for tens of thousands of years. After marrying the Black Hell Emperor, she became even more spoiled and arrogant. Seeing Long Chen's indifferent expression, she couldn't help but mock him. Aren't you a genius? Aren't you very powerful? If you have the guts, fight with me. Do you know that there's always someone better? Coward, if you have the guts, come to Devouring Dragon City and challenge me. I'll definitely accept your challenge. Crazy. Long Chen cursed in his heart. There was nothing to argue about. Although he was very unhappy, he knew that when he dealt with her, he would definitely not be polite. He wouldn't be polite. Given his personality, how could he let the other party humiliate him like that? Long Chen would never be polite to an annoying woman. I won't see you out. Originally, he had been filled with joy and had some expectations for this so-called relative, but now it seemed that he had been overthinking things. Long Chen's expression was cold as he said those two words, then he turned around and left without looking back. Seeing him so arrogant, Long Qingyue was even more unhappy. But with the Black Hell Emperor and Xueqi blocking her, she couldn't do anything but curse. I'll wait for you to challenge me. Let's see if you have the guts. The Black Hell Emperor said to Xueqi helplessly, Brother Xueqi, I've offended you today. I'll come and apologize another day. Today, I'll take my wife back. Xueqi raised a hand and said, You too, please. He personally saw the Black Hell Emperor and Xueqi off. On the way, Long Qingyue calmed down from her anger and asked, Brother Xueqi, why do you think the 3 dragon emperors of Slaughter City brought Long Chen to Slaughter City? Why didn't they just kill him? Xueqi said, I don't know either. Maybe they're worried about Long Qinglan's rebirth. You know him best, so of course you know how terrifying he is. He couldn't be bothered with this woman, so he just said a bunch of nonsense. Rebirth, he can still be reborn. Long Qingyue shuddered. If he really could reappear, then it would be terrifying. She had thought it was just a joke. When they walked to the door, Xueqi said again, Madam Chen, you asked Long Chen to challenge you before. Maybe he really will. This guy's progress is too terrifying. I heard that he couldn't even beat a 7th tier Nirvana 3 years ago. A few days ago, he defeated a 6 Paths of Reincarnation expert. His speed is even faster than Long Qinglan's. Maybe in a year, he'll have the power to fight you. What? Long Qingyue's expression froze. She actually didn't know much about Long Chen. This also attracted the Black Hell Emperor's attention. He pondered and said, Is he really that terrifying? Xueqi laughed and said, I'm just saying. The higher you go, the harder it is. If it were that easy, Chen Ting and I wouldn't have been stuck at this level for so long. We didn't dare to let the final 9 halls tribulation come. Hearing this, Long Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief. She said, Let him be arrogant. With his arrogant personality, if he really dares to challenge me, I'll teach him a lesson. Xueqi didn't say much and saw the couple off. After they left, he smiled strangely and said, Interesting. Their own people are about to fight each other. My Slaughter Dragon City is going to take advantage of them. Back at the Red Dragon Palace. Long Chen sat quietly in the training room. Li Xuanji said with concern, Don't worry. They're not the people you should care about. What you should care about is your father, Lingxi, Xiaolang, Kitten, and your friends on Celestial Dragon. Long Chen chuckled and said, Don't worry. I've been through so much. This isn't something I can't get over. I'll make them understand. Seeing that Long Chen didn't care much about Long Qingyue's suppression, Li Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief. I have to talk to little Shi, Long Chen said. Li Xuanji was startled. She hurriedly said, Don't tell her I'm by your side. Long Chen asked in surprise, Why? Embarrassed, Li Xuanji said, I don't want her to think too much. After all, she's trying to fuse with the star nucleus alone. I don't want her to be distracted. I'll leave after the Dark City Master comes out. I won't take up too much of your time. She still had a grudge. She didn't want to ruin the relationship between Long Chen and Lingxi. Long Chen, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. The reason why he asked her to follow him was for her safety. He promised Li Xuanji. Then, he talked to the person who missed him on Celestial Dragon. After so many days, Lingxi guessed that he must be busy with something, so she didn't disturb Long Chen. She knew that if there was trouble, Long Chen would tell Yang Yu through her. Far away on Celestial Dragon, Lingxi floated above the Starlight Lake. Because she had fused with most of the star nucleus, her skin was glowing with a beautiful light. Chen, I've improved a lot recently. Because of the fusion of the star nucleus and her powerful bloodline, her growth was rapid. Long Chen didn't have to worry about her passing the reincarnation trials. At least, under the 6 paths of reincarnation, Lingxi would be fine. They chatted for another half a day. Li Xuanji focused on cultivating in the new world. She would occasionally open her eyes and look at everything in front of her. It was a rare warmth. She enjoyed it, even indulged in it. But she knew she had to control herself. She didn't belong here, so she couldn't indulge in it. Just think of it as the last time I'll be with him. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Sometimes, life was helpless. But to be able to enjoy these beautiful moments was already very good. Long Chen asked about Sky Blood Hell. There wasn't any problem. Before entering Sky Blood Hell, a group of people came to find Long Chen. Chapter 2108. They were from the Life Dragon City. A year had passed. When they heard that Long Chen had come to the Slaughter Dragon City and become a part of it, they came. The people that Long Chen had met in the Bright Star, Gong Qing, Xingyu, Xing Qing, Bing Xinyue, and the other 2 disciples, had all come to the Slaughter Dragon City. Long Chen had a good relationship with them, so he had brought them to the Red Dragon Palace. As for the matter with Lin Ming, Gong Qing and the others didn't care. In fact, they didn't like that elder, so they didn't have any conflict with Long Chen. In the Red Dragon Palace, Gong Qing, Xingyu, and Long Chen stood on the sea of clouds, looking at the blood mist outside. The Thunder Dragon of the Divine Palace, Gong Qing, looked Long Chen up and down and nodded with a smile. Congratulations. You have fulfilled your wish and returned to the Dragon God domain. It's just that the way you came was different from what you had planned. Long Chen had planned to let them bring him back to the 5 great dragon cities. But they didn't have much say in the 5 great dragon cities. Long Chen wasn't strong back then. If they had come back then, they might have been killed today. Luckily it wasn't us. We couldn't protect you. I suggested to the upper echelons of the Life Dragon City to take you in, but they didn't want to. There was nothing we could do. I just didn't expect you to come to the Slaughter Dragon City. We came here because we heard that you were imprisoned by the Emperor Jun Divine City. We wanted to go and see what happened, but we didn't expect you to come back. Although they didn't have much to do with him, they had secretly come out for his sake. Long Chen was very touched. He said, "Thank you, everyone. I don't know many people in the Dragon God domain. You are the only few I know." Gong Qing smiled. "It is our honor to be friends with the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor." "Right, Long Chen, I heard that you defeated the 6 paths of reincarnation." Xing Qing and the others looked on curiously. Back in the Chaos Galaxy, Long Chen could only defeat Xing Qing, who was in the 4 images reincarnation plane. In the blink of an eye, he had defeated someone like Gong Qing. This gave them a deep shock. Under their expectant gazes, Long Chen smiled and nodded. Bing Xinyue and the others widely opened their eyes. They couldn't believe it. "I had thought that after you beat Jiang Ming and became the number 1 of the hidden dragon rank, it was already nature-defying. I thought that you would need some time to catch up to us. I never thought that you would surpass us in the blink of an eye. This is so scary." Xingyu said helplessly. They had witnessed Long Chen's terrifying rise with their own eyes. Back then, Gong Qing could easily suppress Long Chen. Now, he said, I don't really believe it. I have to compete with you to see if the rumors are true. He said this with a smile. Xingyu smiled and said, be careful that your old bones don't break. When Bing Xinyue and the others heard this, they hurriedly started to make a fuss. With no other choice, Long Chen and Gong Qing were pushed out by them to spar outside the Crimson Dragon Palace. In a real spar, Gong Qing was very serious. White lightning flashed in front of Long Chen's eyes. The Divine Palace's Thunder Dragon was like a palace, majestic and magnificent. It wasn't any weaker than Emperor Sheng's. Back then, this Divine Palace's Thunder Dragon had brought a terrifying pressure to Long Chen, but now, he was able to resist this pressure. It has begun. The two dragons started to fight. Xing Qing and the others watched nervously. As expected, Long Chen could fight against Gong Qing. He was terrifyingly powerful. After about an hour, Long Chen won, and Gong Qing lost. Bing Xinyue and the others laughed so hard that they couldn't show their faces. There are indeed talented people in every generation. We are old. Gong Qing said helplessly. It's not that we're old, but that Long Chen himself is a miracle. Xingyu smiled. Chatting with them made Long Chen feel very comfortable. His mood was much better after being ruined by Long Qinyue. He even learned a lot from the fight with Gong Qing. However, they couldn't stay in the Massacre Dragon City for too long. One day later, they left. Long Chen saw them off. As long as you are in the Dragon God realm, we will definitely meet again. Remember to bear with it. Don't be too flamboyant. Otherwise, people will be jealous. These were the words they told Long Chen. Long Chen sent them off with a smile. In comparison, Long Qinyue had a terrible influence on his mood. After they left, Long Chen knew that the Sky Blood Hell was coming. On the 10th day after he returned to the Massacre Dragon City, the Dragon Tomb army of the Sky Blood Hell came looking for him. It was a man who came looking for him. Long Chen walked out of the spacious Crimson Dragon Palace. There was a shirtless man wearing only a pair of yellow trousers walking toward him. This man had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He had a large body, and his face was covered with stubble. His nose and eyes were large, and his skin was dark. He looked very rugged and wild. His body was covered in tattoos of divine dragons. They were all black divine dragons, and they looked very ferocious and frightening. At this moment, he was holding a greasy roast chicken in one hand and chewing on it. He walked towards Long Chen. His stubble was covered in grease, and he looked a little disgusting. Generally speaking, with their current level, which was close to the level of gods, they had long since no longer needed such low-grade food. However, the shirtless man was still eating very happily, and his eyes did not move away from the roasted chicken until he saw Long Chen. You are the son of the eternal Dragon Emperor. The shirtless man stopped in front of him. He looked down from above, and a barbaric aura rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes were cold, and he nodded. That's right, my name is Meng Qingqiu. It's a very elegant name, isn't it? That's right, I am such an elegant person. I am a captain of the Dragon Tomb army. From today onwards, you will follow me into the celestial blood hell and become a member of the Dragon Tomb army. This is arranged by the 3 dragon emperors. You have no objections, right? Long Chen was already prepared, so he said, I have no objections. All right, not bad. You're a straightforward child. I've seen your battle with Jiang Ming. You're so cool that even I admire you. Since that's the case, follow me. He hooked his finger at Long Chen. His feet moved, and he rushed out. At the same time, he was still gnawing on the roast chicken in his hand. He took out a pot of wine and drank it. He laughed and said, "Ah, it's really delicious." In front of this delicious food, cultivation seems insignificant. He was leisurely singing and drinking at the same time, attracting the attention of the people around him. However, after everyone saw his appearance, they all shut their mouths. They should know this Meng Qingxiu's name. That, Long Chen. Meng Qingxiu finally finished what he was doing. He turned back to Long Chen and said, "Your father is the eternal dragon emperor, right? Let me tell you, I am a very loyal admirer of his. I have worshipped him since I was young, and I can't wait to become his subordinate. Can you tell me if your father is still alive so that I can follow him?" Long Chen was not familiar with this person, so he was still more vigilant. He smiled and said, "I don't know about him. Maybe one day he will appear in front of you." "That's great, ah." Meng Qingxiu laughed again. Long Chen looked at him carefully. He suddenly felt that there was something familiar about this Meng Qingxiu. This feeling, it was like, Long Chen couldn't remember for a moment. He suddenly said, "County Commandant, can I ask, the inheritance blood essence you inherited, which divine dragon did it come from?" Meng Qingxiu was startled. A vigilant light flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He looked at Long Chen with a chuckle and said, "Kid, I know you are an unparalleled divine dragon, but I am not bad either. I am an ultimate divine dragon. Do you believe me?" Long Chen said, "I believe you. What can you say?" Meng Qingxiu smiled, "I'm primordial sure." "Huh, you're just a soldier of the Dragon Tomb army and I'm your leader. Why should I tell you?" "I definitely won't tell you." Long Chen didn't hear clearly. He only heard the word, primordial. "Maybe we met before." He still couldn't remember. This Meng Qingxiu's personality was very strange. Long Chen felt that he wasn't a pure person. Or rather, if he was as pure as he appeared to be, it would be very difficult for him to survive in the Slaughter Dragon City, let alone become an expert. Meng Qingxiu should be in the late stage of the 6 paths of reincarnation. If he really was an ultimate divine dragon, then he would definitely be even stronger. As expected, the 3 dragon emperors would use people stronger than him to keep an eye on him. If Meng Qingxiu was only at the level of Gong Qing and the others, he wouldn't be able to keep an eye on him. Just as Long Chen was deep in thought, Meng Qingxiu turned his head and said loudly, "Kid, you have to think carefully. Once you enter the heaven blood hell, it won't be so easy to come out. The Dragon Tomb army is a very strong army in the Slaughter Dragon City. They have strict discipline. It's not a place for you to play around." Long Chen asked back, "This is arranged by the 3 dragon emperors. Can I still resist?" Meng Qingxiu touched his thick nose and laughed, "Well said. Huh, you are still a bitter child. The dragon emperors are too outrageous. However, since you are here, you should take things as they come. Call me Brother Chiu from now on, and you will be under my protection. At least in the heaven blood hell, if anyone dares to touch a hair on your head, Brother Chiu will chop off their little brother and feed it to the fishes. What do you think?" This Meng Qingxiu was simply too enthusiastic. Long Chen wasn't used to it. Of course, he wouldn't be frightened. To deal with someone like this, one had to use the same method. Long Chen smiled and said, "Then I will thank Brother Chiu." "You are welcome." "Huh, you are still new. As your brother, let me tell you about the Dragon Tomb army in the heaven blood hell, in case you make mistakes in the future." The 2 of them headed out of the Slaughter Dragon City and soon came to a huge sea of blood. Chapter 2109. Of course, the One Origin Calamity Dragon warriors were the most numerous in the entire Massacre Dragon City. The higher the rank, the fewer people there were. Among them, the One Origin Calamity and Enyang Calamity Dragon warriors occupied more than half of the Massacre Dragon City. It was basically the same in all 5 dragon cities. This was the new power of the 5 dragon cities. In the Slaughter Dragon City, warriors in the One Origin Tribulation and the Yin and Yang Tribulation lived in the Young Dragon Palace and were treated like newborns. Warriors of this level would basically cultivate in the young dragon palace until they passed 2 tribulations and reached the 3 talents tribulation realm. Only then could they leave the young dragon palace. After leaving the infant dragon palace, they could cultivate, travel, and carry out missions in the massacred dragon city with an independent identity. The 3 talent samsara tribulation realm dragon warriors had more freedom, but they didn't have much power. More warriors of this level would choose to carry out missions to gain merits and rewards. In fact, the most orthodox army in the massacred dragon city had to pass the 4 symbols tribulation before they could participate. For example, the blood dragon army guarding the massacred dragon city. For example, the dragon tomb army stationed in the sky blood hell. In other words, the lowest level of the dragon tomb army was the 4 symbol samsara tribulation realm, which was equivalent to the strength of most of the young city lords of the 72 divine descendants ancient city. The blood dragon army, the dragon tomb army, and the other legions were all elite troops of the massacred dragon city. The black inferno army of the devouring dragon city was the same type. If you join Dragon City's army, you'll get better protection and benefits. You'll also get more benefits when you fight against stronger opponents. Those baby dragons work hard to cultivate so that they can join Dragon City's army. For example, our Dragon Tomb army doesn't have to carry out many missions, so we're quite free. However, we get more cultivation resources than most people, so we're the envy of the baby dragons. Meng Qingxiu kept introducing the mechanism of the massacred Dragon City to Long Chen along the way. The Dragon Tomb army is very powerful, about the same as the Blood Dragon army. Our commander is called the Sky Veil Emperor, a terrifying expert at the 8 trigrams reincarnation realm. Although he's not as strong as the Blood Dragon Emperor, he's not far from it. Under the commander, there are many Dragon Tomb generals at the 7 stars reincarnation realm. Each Dragon Tomb general leads 3 captains, and I'm one of them. One Dragon Tomb general controls 1 sky blood hell. The other 2 captains and I help our Dragon Tomb general control that sky blood hell. From what he said, there should be more than 10 sky blood hells. Soon, they reached the blood sea outside. Meng Qingxiu chuckled. Look, that sky blood hell is in the deepest part of this blood sea. I'll take you in. He took the lead to break through the waves of blood, and Long Chen followed suit. Suddenly, the boundless sea of blood surrounded them, and there seemed to be countless cries of resentment. Long Chen hurriedly separated the blood and looked up. Meng Qingxiu was bathing in the sea of blood, like a fish in water, very much enjoying himself, letting the blood flow over his body. Huh, this is too good. Meng Qingxiu laughed. What a pervert. Long Chen muttered in his heart. At this time, Meng Qingxiu continued, Sky Blood Hell is actually the place where Slaughter Dragon City imprisons prisoners. It is divided into the confinement area and the prison area. The confinement area is where the city's disciples are imprisoned, and there aren't many guards there. The other 2 commandants and I control the Sky Blood Hell in the prison area. There are many experts imprisoned there, and the Sky Blood Hell will bring them endless torture, making them suffer more than death. When you see the Sky Blood Hell, you will understand. Long Chen asked, then what do we, the Dragon Tomb army, do? Do what? Meng Qingxiu cackled and said, Sky Blood Hell won't be torn apart, and no one will dare to charge into Sky Blood Hell to save the prisoners, so we have nothing to do at all. Basically, the Dragon Tomb army is just an idle job. If you work hard, there are cultivation rooms next to Sky Blood Hell for you to cultivate in. If you want to play, there are countless Dragon Tomb army soldiers to play with you. Anyway, you don't have to leave Sky Blood Hell. This point was similar to what the 3 Dragon Emperors said, which was to let Long Chen integrate into them without doing anything at all. The 2 of them got deeper and deeper. Long Chen asked, why is it called the Dragon Tomb army? Meng Qingxiu was startled and said, you guessed it. Huh, in fact, this isn't a secret. If the Dragon Tomb army only guarded the Sky Blood Hell, it would be impossible for them to have a status comparable to the Blood Dragon army. In fact, what we really guard is the Massacre Dragon Tomb. The Sky Blood Hell is just a convenient garrison. Of course, nothing happens in the massacred dragon tomb, so we are very idle. Long Chen nodded. As expected, it was similar to what he guessed. It was related to the slaughtered dragon tomb. And the slaughtered dragon tomb was where Long Qinglan had once obtained the ancient blood spirit dragon's essence blood. The slaughtered dragon tomb is next to Sky Blood Hell. Long Chen asked curiously. You don't need to know about this. It's useless even if you know. In reality, I don't know either. Only the top experts, at least the 7-star Samsara realm, can be buried in the slaughtered dragon tomb after they die. Every dragon tomb is the most mysterious place in the 5 great dragon cities. Only after death can one reach that place. How would I know? I heard that your father once entered it. Your father is so awesome. There really isn't a place in the world that can stop him. How enviable. Meng Qingxiu chuckled, the muscles on his face twitching. After about an hour in this endless sea of blood, Long Chen finally reached the bottom. As expected, the bottom of this sea of blood was piled up with all kinds of corpses. Looking around, all he could see were corpses. This scene was undoubtedly quite shocking. Endless corpse aura filled the air, giving Long Chen a terrifying feeling. Most of the corpses could no longer be seen clearly. There were giant beasts, humans, and other strange races. There were also countless corpses of unknown creatures. The corpses formed a sea, and countless confused ancient beast souls ran on it. Don't ask me. I don't know where these corpses came from either. Meng Qingxiu chuckled. Long Chen only felt very shocked. He did not look at the corpses first, but looked down. There was a hole in the sea of corpses under his feet. It was a deep pit, like a bottomless pit. The sea of blood could not enter it. There was a bloody mist in it, and the depths could not be seen. It looked a little like a blood-red intestine, and it seemed to be wriggling. It was very disgusting. Sky Blood Hell is down here. After Meng Qingxiu said that, he leaped into the bottomless blood-colored pit. Long Chen hurriedly followed. They passed through the sea of blood and entered the bottomless blood-colored pit. When he came down to take a look, he realized that the bottomless pit was actually very wide. Even if he transformed into a divine dragon, it was enough for him to pass through. The deeper they went, the bigger the place became. In the blink of an eye, there seemed to be a huge world inside. Long Chen felt that there were complicated veins hidden in the depths of this sea of blood. It was like the complex meridians and blood vessels in the human body, intertwined and connected, extending in all directions. This was the Sky Blood Hell. Everywhere he went, there was a bloody mist, and he could not see things that were too far away. Long Chen passed through the huge blood-colored veins. This vein was very big, and he could vaguely see mystical dragons passing through it. It was even no problem for them to fight. This looks like the body of some kind of creature. When I first came here, I had the same thought. If these passages are blood vessels, then the Sky Blood Hell is their organs. There are a total of more than 10 Sky Blood Hells here. I will bring you to the prison area. The Sky Blood Hell controlled by me and the other 2 captains will be where you will stay in the future. Okay. Long Chen looked around curiously. This place was too strange, and it even made one's hair stand on end. Also, with Meng Qingxiu leading the way, otherwise, Long Chen would not be able to go around to the Sky Blood Hell that he wanted to go to. After passing through for a while and meeting many dragon warriors of the Dragon Tomb army, Long Chen finally arrived at the Sky Blood Hell. This Sky Blood Hell was numbered 9. We call this place Sky Blood Hell number 9. Long Chen looked up and saw a blood-colored door in front of him. There seemed to be a huge space behind the door. Long Chen quickly went over. When he stood by the door, he saw that there was a huge world inside. This was a blood-colored world, and there were at least thousands of mystical dragons wandering, patrolling, and playing. They were all in the form of mystical dragons, but the space was still very big. He did not expect that there would be such a big place under the massacred dragon city. But what attracted his attention the most was not the size of the space, but the huge ball of blood in the center of the space. It was a ball of blood, but it looked more like a blood-colored heart. It was covered with green veins and looked very ferocious. Most importantly, this ball of blood was beating violently, and the sea of blood on it was rolling. Most frightening was that there were thousands of eyes blinking on it. It was very frightening. Those are not eyes. That ball of blood is the sky blood hell. Every eye on it is actually a prison. The criminals trapped inside are suffering terrible pain, and they will only be released when the time is up. There are 10,000 prisons on this ball of blood, and there are about 5,000 prisoners in them. The things that looked like the eyes of the ball of blood were actually prisons. Although Meng Qingxiu had explained it clearly, when Long Chen felt that the tens of thousands of huge eyes of the sky blood hell were staring at him, he still felt his hair stand on end. Gurgle gurgle, on the ball of blood, the sea of blood was rolling, and the position of the eyes was constantly changing. Thousands of mystical dragons were swimming around the ball of blood. Meng Qingxiu walked in first, opened his throat, and shouted, "Brats of the sky blood hell number 9, get your asses over here. There is trust." As soon as he said that, thousands of mystical dragons stopped what they were doing and looked over. There is still one more update today, and it will be updated before midnight. I am a little busy, please forgive me. Chapter 21:10. The four-symbol Samsara realm was already the elite level of the massacred dragon city. Only by reaching this realm could one join the Blood Dragon Army and the Dragon Tomb Army. The thousands of divine dragons present were all above the four-symbol Samsara Tribulation realm, and there were even many experts of the five-element Samsara Tribulation realm. If they were outside in the 72 divine descendants ancient city, these tyrannical dragon martial artists would definitely be influential figures, much stronger than the light divine cities St. Luan. But in this sky blood hell, they were still not outstanding. It was just that these thousands of divine dragons all had their eyes on him at the same time, and he felt some pressure. Of course, now that Long Chen could already defeat the divine dragons of the 6 paths of reincarnation, he was already above most of them. These thousands of people were all under the command of the 3 captains, guarding the blood ball in front of them. As for the heads of the 3 captains, the Dragon Tomb General, they basically wouldn't appear in front of the crowd. Perhaps they were the true guardians of the massacred Dragon Tomb. Meng Qingxiu laughed heartily and led Long Chen forward, blending into the crowd. The thousands of divine dragons turned into human forms and surrounded Long Chen, sizing up Long Chen. "Greetings, Captain Meng," everyone said in unison. Meng Qingxiu raised his hand and pushed Long Chen in front of him, saying loudly, "From today on, this little guy is a member of the Dragon Tomb Army. Everyone, take care of each other. If anyone bullies him, don't blame me, Meng Qingxiu, for being impolite." Everyone immediately understood. Looking at Long Chen's realm, it seemed that he was only at the one origin tribulation realm. He was simply a young dragon from the Young Dragon Palace. But since he was here, it could only mean that Long Chen must have a background and was sent to the Dragon Tomb Army for further training. The Dragon Tomb Army was the most leisurely, so many experts would send their descendants or proud disciples here. "Alright, Captain Meng, we will definitely take good care of him." "Yeah, it's rare for a little brother to come over. How can we bully him?" Everyone roared with laughter. "Shut your dog mouths," Meng Qingxiu said, then waved his hand. Meng Qingxiu cursed. Then he waved his hand and said, "All of you scram. Go patrol and cultivate. I'll inspect you one by one later. If anyone doesn't make any progress, then kneel on the ground for 3 days and 3 nights." Everyone went silent out of fear when they heard this, and they hurriedly dispersed. It seems like the atmosphere here is quite good. No one should be causing trouble here. For Long Chen, this was a good thing. He hated it when people provoked him. "Right, Commandant Meng, what's the child's name?" There were also a few stronger martial artists who stayed behind. Meng Qingxiu scratched his head and laughed. "I think he's called Long Chen, The people here didn't recognize him after seeing him. From this, Long Chen guessed that it was very difficult for the Dragon Tomb army to leave this heaven blood hell, so news was blocked. When Long Chen and Jiang Ming fought, they had not seen the battle, and they had not even seen what he looked like. They had only heard vague news, so they could not recognize him. This saved him even more trouble. If people knew that he was the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, it would be troublesome. Long Chen. Hearing this name, more than 10 people tilted their heads and thought for a moment. He seems to have the same name as the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Could it be him? Impossible, why would he come here? And I heard that he could defeat Jiang Ming. That would be a one-origin calamity dragon warrior. They hurriedly denied it. That's right, it's just the same name. Alright, I will find a place for him. Meng Qingxiu took the lead, and Long Chen followed. The rest of the people quickly dispersed. They naturally believed Meng Qingxiu's words and thought that it was just the same name. After all, there were too many people named Long Chen. Your brother Qiu is a good person, right? This will save you a lot of trouble. Meng Qingxiu chuckled. Thank you, brother Qiu. Long Chen was indeed very grateful to him. This way, he would be much more at ease. If his identity was announced, there would probably be people coming to challenge him every day. That would not be peaceful. Buzz. Suddenly, Long Chen felt a little uncomfortable. He looked back and saw that the huge blood ball was squirming. The tens of thousands of eyes on it were turning, and there seemed to be a mournful cry coming from within. Gurgle, inside the blood ball, there were 5,000 prisoners. Don't worry about what's going on there. Meng Qingxiu reminded him. Okay. Long Chen nodded. There were many palaces built around the heaven blood hell, and many of them were cultivation rooms. This was where the Dragon Tomb army usually stayed. I have things to do, so I won't be here often. Find someone to accompany you. Soon, Meng Qingxiu stopped in one of the cultivation rooms. He did not knock on the door and led Long Chen in. He said directly, from now on, you will live here. Don't leave the heaven blood hell if there's nothing important. Cultivate in peace. Wang Liang, come out. After saying that, he walked into the depths of the cultivation room. At this moment, a martial artist ran out hurriedly. When he saw that it was Meng Qingxiu, he immediately knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, Wang Liang greets Captain Meng. Long Chen looked down and saw that it was an old man. He didn't look young, but in terms of talent, he was probably at the bottom of the Slaughter Dragon City. He looked like he was not far from death, and he was only at the early stage of the four-symbol Samsara realm, which was considered very ordinary. Standing in front of a burly man like Meng Qingxiu, the old man looked very pitiful. Get up. This is Long Chen, a new member of the Dragon Tomb army. From now on, you will take care of him for me. At the same time, tell him some of the daily rules of the Dragon Tomb army. Meng Qingxiu said arrogantly. Wang Liang raised his head shakily and looked at Long Chen. His turbid eyes were trembling as he hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, Captain Meng, I will definitely take good care of him. Fuck you. You are not taking care of him. He doesn't need you to take care of him. You can just be an old servant. Meng Qingxiu kicked him. For some reason, Long Chen suddenly felt that the current Meng Qingxiu was very unfamiliar. To be honest, he had a good impression of this shirtless man before this. However, Meng Qingxiu was merciless, and his words were very overboard. He didn't seem very respectful. But thinking about it, this Wang Liang was his subordinate. Although he was an old man, it shouldn't be a problem for him to scare him. Wang Liang hurriedly said, Yes, I will definitely do my best. That's good. When Meng Qingxiu looked at Long Chen, he immediately smiled and said, All right, Long Chen, I'll be leaving first. If you have any questions, you can ask this old fellow. I'm trying to break through to a higher realm recently. I won't appear unless there's something major. Goodbye. Long Chen didn't say much and cupped his hands at him. Meng Qingxiu took out a large greasy roast chicken and ate it as he walked, making a sizzling sound. After a while, he disappeared from Long Chen's sight. Wang Liang waited for Meng Qingxiu to leave before standing up. He was a very ordinary old man. His hair was a little disheveled and his eyes were a little dim. It seemed that he didn't have much time left. He looked at Long Chen nervously. Long Chen hurriedly said, "Uncle, my name is Long Chen. You can just call me by my name. I just arrived here, so please take care of me." As for what Commandant Meng said, you don't have to pay attention to it. I'm not some spoiled young master. I hope that we can get along well in the future. Hearing Long Chen speak so sincerely, Wang Liang finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked curiously at Long Chen and said, "Long Chen, although you have a great background, you don't put on airs. That's really good. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to serve you well and that Commandant Meng would kill me." Long Chen's eyes turned and he asked, "Are you saying that Commandant Meng is a bloodthirsty person?" No. Wang Liang was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "I definitely don't mean that. Commandant Meng usually treats us very well. I've been in this heavenly blood hell for thousands of years and I'm still fine." "Right, you just arrived here and there are many things you don't understand. I'll explain them to you in detail." Long Chen shook his head and smiled. "There's no need. As long as you give me a place to cultivate, I won't come out at all." Oh. Then come with me." Wang Liang's stooped body walked in front of Long Chen. This old man's body was rapidly aging. It would be difficult for him to display the strength of a four-symbol samsara realm cultivator. "Wang Liang, isn't your next samsara tribulation coming soon?" Long Chen saw that he was also a member of the Dragon Tomb army, but he didn't know what to call him. It was awkward to call him uncle, so he just called him by his name. Wang Liang was startled and said desolately, "Yes, I don't have any talent for cultivation. I've been in this four-symbol samsara realm for 3,000 years and obtained the Dragon Tomb army's secret technique to prolong the samsara tribulation. However, 3,000 years is already my limit. I haven't even reached the late stage of the thought samsara realm. In about a month's time, I'll be sent out of here, and then I'll die." At this point, the old man's face was filled with helplessness. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Life. It's over just like that. No matter how glorious it is, in the end, it's just a pile of dirt. Death is perhaps the best release. In any case, I've thought it through." At this point, the old man smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I accidentally said too much. I'm also someone who's about to die. I hope you don't blame me. You can cultivate here in the future. You've joined the Dragon Tomb army at such a young age. Your future is truly limitless." Long Chen thanked him and walked into the cultivation room. "If you have any instructions, just call me. It's useless for me to cultivate now. I have plenty of time." As he spoke, he trembled as he left. Long Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. He didn't know why, but the image of the tens of thousands of eyes on the blood sphere kept replaying in his mind. He couldn't get rid of it no matter what. When he opened his eyes, he was surrounded by the color of blood. But very quickly, the color of blood disappeared. The ground actually felt like it was floating. This heavenly blood hell, to be honest, it was a little strange. What he didn't know was that the moment Meng Qingxiu left, a man and a woman were waiting for him. The three of them talked as they walked. The woman said, "Meng Qingxiu, is there something wrong with your head? This is the son of the eternal dragon emperor. Why are you fawning on him so much?" The madman was going to hold a major event and give out prizes. The prizes were, Dragon Blood God of War Book, 8G USB, 100 yuan, 500 yuan top-up card, water cup, succubus Bluetooth speaker. Chapter 21:11. The Dragon Tomb General controlled the Sky Blood Hell and had 3 captains under him. The captains were basically at the late stage of the 6 paths of reincarnation, which was enough to suppress Long Chen. This was also the reason why the 3 dragon emperors put Long Chen here. They definitely wanted to restrain Long Chen. Besides Meng Qingxiu, there were also Feng Zhu and Yi Yushi among the 3 captains. Feng Zhu was the skinny man in a khaki robe in front of Meng Qingxiu. His eyes were absent-mindedly lit with candlelight. Yi Yushi was the woman who had spoken earlier. She looked slightly younger than Meng Qingxiu and Feng Zhu. Facing Feng Zhu and Yi Yushi's doubts, Meng Qingxiu smiled and said, "Why can't I please him?" Yi Yushi was a little angry and said, "No, absolutely not. You don't know how arrogant this guy is now. He defeated Jiang Ming in the Slaughter Dragon City and the warriors from the 6 paths of reincarnation outside. No one can compete with him now. But why did we bring him to the Slaughter Dragon City? That's right, to imprison him, to suppress him. Since we imprison him, how can we let him have such a good time and come here to cultivate peacefully?" Feng Zhu also said, "Sister Shirt is right. Long Qinglan has made a terrible mistake in the human race. His son is not a good person. It is possible that this is Long Qinglan's scheme. If we don't suppress him today, he will definitely cause a great disaster to the human race in the future. Those trash in the ancient city of the 72 gods' descendants can't suppress him. Now that he is in the Slaughter Dragon City, how can we let him go unpunished?" Meng Qingxiu still had a happy and contented expression on his face. He laughed mischievously and said, "You too, do whatever you want. I'm just following orders. The higher-ups want me to give them less trouble. I can't possibly go against them." Hearing this, Feng Zhu and Yi Yushi looked at each other. Yi Yushi said, "That's impossible. You must have misunderstood. Bringing less trouble doesn't mean that there is no trouble at all. Anyway, I can't stand this guy running amok here. So many people in the Slaughter Dragon City want to teach him a lesson. Now that he is in our hands, if we don't do something, we won't be able to face anyone when we get out. Do whatever you want." Haha. Meng Qingxiu laughed, clasped his hands behind his back, and swaggered away. Feng Zhu and Yi Yushi looked at each other suspiciously. "What the hell is this old fox doing?" Yi Yushi said. "Little sister Shi, he's just like this. It's disgusting. How many years has it been and it hasn't changed? Alright, I have a way to put this brat in his place. I reckon that the higher-ups brought him here to imprison and torture him so that he can't go out for the rest of his life. That idiot Meng Qingxiu won't understand. Quick, tell me, what's your plan?" Yi Yushi asked with great interest. Long Chen began to cultivate in peace. Before that, he contacted Lingxi and told her about his current situation. Lingxi was also working hard, striving to complete the fusion as soon as possible and become the Star Lord of the Resplendent Star. After that, there was nothing else. He didn't communicate much with Wang Liang. The old man wandered around every day with a lost look in his eyes, cherishing his last moments. After a while, Long Chen finally forgot about the blood ball that was full of eyes. The floating feeling on the ground also disappeared. He began to cultivate in peace, heading towards the yin-yang tribulation. Although he had just reached the late stage, he predicted that it wouldn't be too long before he truly experienced the yin-yang tribulation. Now, even if he didn't cultivate, his growth rate far surpassed others. 2 days later. Long Chen, someone's looking for you. Wang Liang walked in quickly and said at the door. Long Chen had actually already sensed it. It was too noisy outside. During the time he cultivated, the Dragon Tomb army often laughed and played outside. They stayed in this place all year round and couldn't go out, so they had many ways to kill time. Thousands of people played around the blood ball, laughing and shouting, men and women quarreling. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't be affected by this noise. It was like this in Heaven Blood Hell. But who would come looking for him? His identity hadn't been exposed yet. Standing up, Long Chen thanked Wang Liang and walked out. When he reached the door, there were two people walking towards him. Long Chen looked carefully. They were two beautiful and refined women with devilish figures. They wore tight black leather clothes that outlined their perfect curves and were very sexy. They looked exactly the same in terms of appearance, personality, and expression. It seemed like they were twins. Their eyes blinked as they sized up Long Chen. They were very hot. As soon as they walked forward, they held on to Long Chen's arms, pressing their full and bouncy peaks on Long Chen's arms. With a soft and charming voice, they said to Long Chen, "You're called Long Chen, right? I heard you're new. I'm Feng Shui, you can call me Sister Shui." The other one smiled and said, "I'm Feng Yu, you can call me Sister Yu." "Little brother Long Chen, you just came to heaven blood hell. How can you stay here and cultivate? Let these two sisters take you out to play. It's very boring here. You need to make some friends quickly." Both of them were very sexy and sweet people. Their breath smelled like orchids, and their voices made people go numb. Their hot bodies that were like water snakes were full of endless temptation. In the face of their passion, Long Chen found it hard to bear. In addition, Li Xuanji was staring at him. He hurriedly tried to politely withdraw his arms from the two big sisters' embrace, but they seemed to be hugging him very tightly. Feng Shui lightly slapped his butt and smiled, "Little brother, don't be shy in front of us sisters. Let's go, we'll take you out to play. From today onwards, you definitely won't want to come back. You'll definitely have so much fun that you'll forget home. Yeah, don't worry, we're just playing. We won't eat you up. You can't go too far. After all, we're girls. We've personally come to play with you. If you don't agree, it means you're not giving us face. We'll scold you in front of others." As they smiled sweetly, their hands exerted force. They were almost clamping Long Chen and squeezing Long Chen out. Long Chen had no choice but to struggle out. The two girls weren't displeased at all. Instead, they smiled and said, "Look, you're actually shy. We already said we won't eat you up. Just follow us. You're new here. Let us entertain you first, then we'll introduce you to everyone. It's not good to always cultivate. You won't have any friends." They smiled as they walked. Long Chen originally didn't want to go out, but he was helpless under the coaxing and pestering of these two people. He had no other choice. The other party just wanted to entertain him, and it wouldn't take long. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, then I thank the two sisters. All right, don't be shy. A man should be bolder. Come with us sisters." The two of them swayed their sexy bodies and walked beside Long Chen, one on the left and one on the right. "Io, isn't this Long Chen who just came in? Why is he with you sisters?" From time to time, mystical dragons would rush up and ask in surprise. Feng Shui laughed and scolded, "Can't we? Let's get to know him better. We'll introduce him to you next time. We can all play together." "Sure." Along the way, many mystical dragons looked over. The environment here was really relaxing. There was no pressure, and there was nothing to do. Therefore, most of the time, they were just killing time. Along the way, they were laughing and joking. With their help, Long Chen gradually integrated into this place. After all, no one knew his identity. Meng Qingxiu had also explained it, so no one would have any ill intentions towards him. "Where are the two of you bringing me?" Long Chen asked. "Of course it's our house. We've already prepared something to entertain you. It's a top-notch primordial immortal spirit, a fine wine brewed over hundreds of years. To the mortals of the lower world, a single drop of it can practically bring the dead back to life. Most importantly, it tastes pretty good. We'll only serve it to our favorite guests." Feng Yu blinked her eyes seductively and said sweetly, "We're here." In an instant, Long Chen was pulled into one of the palaces. This was probably the place where the sisters usually lived. "Sit down. Long Chen's shoulders were pressed down and he sat down. There was a fragrance all around, and it was hot and tempting. There wasn't the blood color of sky blood hell, but a charming pink that was intoxicating. This place was called the Land of Tenderness, and it was more or less the same. Good stuff is here. The two of them busied themselves for a while and prepared a cup of pink liquid for Long Chen. It was fragrant and tempting. The wine fragrance was irresistible. Try it. Feng Shui licked her lips and said coquettishly. Long Chen couldn't resist their enthusiasm and took the pink liquid. It was indeed very tempting, but he became vigilant in his heart. The other party wasn't very familiar with it, so it was better not to touch their things. He said, "Big sisters, I think I won't drink it. How about we all drink it together? If I drink it alone, it'll be so boring." Feng Shui and Feng Yu exchanged glances. They started to coax and pester him. They even stuck close to him and used their seductive bodies to provoke Long Chen. But no matter what, Long Chen wouldn't drink it easily. The more they pestered him, the more he knew that there was something wrong with that thing. They were angered. "You're such an unromantic blockhead. This is just a cup of pleasant water. Don't you understand what we mean?" Feng Yu said angrily. "What?" Long Chen stood up. The sisters looked at each other and smiled charmingly. They walked forward slowly and hooked their arms around Long Chen's shoulders. They brought their pink lips close to Long Chen's face and said coquettishly, "What we mean is for you to go to Mount Wu with us sisters and do it to your heart's content. The lunatics were going to hold an important event and give out the prizes." The prizes were, Dragon Blood War God Book, 8G USB, 100 yuan, 500 yuan top-up card, water cup, succubus Bluetooth sound system. Chapter 21:12. Long Chen was shocked. This was the first time they met, and they actually wanted to. He absolutely could not agree to such a thing. Moreover, Li Xuanji was still in the God Nation. He absolutely could not allow her to fall into the enemy's hands at this time. Hence, his expression changed, and he quickly moved away from them. "Sisters, you must be joking with me," Long Chen said warily. "Who's joking with you? You unromantic guy. You will only submit if we really use force," the sisters said almost at the same time. At this moment, they actually attacked and directly entangled with Long Chen. The two of them were basically in the late stage of the four-symbol samsara realm, and they were no match for Long Chen. However, what made things difficult for Long Chen was that they were really too hot. When they made their moves, the tight leather clothes on their bodies were torn to shreds, leaving only pink undergarments that wrapped around their full peaks. Their fair skin and round thighs were in full view. Every move they made was coquettish and filled with endless temptation. Being so secretive was even more attractive than being completely naked. "Little brother, if you don't feed these two sisters today, don't even think about running away. Don't worry, we will be very gentle." They surrounded Long Chen and laughed coquettishly. The surrounding was filled with the waves of their buttocks and breasts, and it was full of shock. However, Long Chen felt that something was wrong. The two of them were too enthusiastic, so it was a little fake. Although their figures were excellent, they did not seem like such loose people. Everything before was probably just an act. "I still have something to do, so I won't accompany you too." Long Chen did not say anything else and directly walked towards the door. Their expressions changed, and the two of them shouted coquettishly. They raised their fair arms and actually attacked Long Chen. The fox's tail was revealed, and they did not show any mercy. Long Chen's eyes turned cold. "You want to fight? Then I won't hold back." In this narrow environment, the four-symbol samsara tribulation realm and above were already quite tyrannical. After the battle, the surrounding buildings collapsed one after another, causing a huge commotion. Long Chen's current strength could completely crush them, so in a short moment, the two of them were knocked to the ground by Long Chen. Long Chen didn't hurt them. He was just curious as to what these two people's motives were. Soon, he understood. In this battle, the two women deliberately destroyed the surroundings, causing a huge commotion. When the place completely collapsed and Long Chen knocked them down, there were actually over 1,000 dragon warriors watching from the surroundings. In an instant, more and more divine dragons rushed over. What they saw was a scene of chaos below. Long Chen was standing, and the two women had very little clothing on them, revealing a large area of their snow-white skin. The two of them had already been restrained, and their bodies were bruised. The two of them looked pitiful as they looked at the crowd with teary eyes. "Hurry up and save us. This fellow actually wants to violate us. Who's going to save us, sisters?" The two of them were actually very flustered. They squeezed together, holding back their tears as they distanced themselves from Long Chen. Their acting skills instantly stunned Long Chen. This was their true motive. Didn't they not know his true identity? Why did they want to trick him? This is too outrageous. Immediately, experts came forward, helped the pair of sisters up, and helped them put on their clothes. The two women's beautiful faces were pale, and their faces were full of panic. Their chests heaved up and down as they said, "Everyone, you must seek justice for us. We were kind enough to introduce him to everyone, but he relied on his background to violate us." Fortunately, everyone arrived in time. As they spoke, the two of them burst into tears. Everyone felt their hearts ache when they saw this. The evidence was conclusive, and everyone looked at Long Chen with angry expressions. No one cared about those who relied on their background and backing to violate others. According to Meng Qingxiu's introduction, they already knew that Long Chen was likely to have a very powerful background. Everyone's faces were cold as they surrounded Long Chen. "We must punish him. Otherwise, he will do evil here. Does he think that the Dragon Grave Army is a place where he can do as he pleases?" That's right. The Dragon Grave Army has its military rules. Since he is a member here, he must abide by the rules here. Everyone's faces turned red as they berated. Compared to Long Chen, they definitely believed the words of the pair of sisters more. After all, they were on the same side. Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect to encounter such a low-level framing after coming to this heaven blood hell. What was even more laughable was that he actually fell for it. What he was more curious about was that since the people here didn't know his identity, why did they still muster such a large force and use such a method to frame him? Could it be that they were looking for fun? If it was a framing, then the person behind the scenes should also appear. Just as everyone was ferociously deciding who would punish Long Chen, someone suddenly rushed through the crowd and asked coldly, "What are you all gathered here for?" When everyone saw who it was, they hurriedly bowed and said, "Your subordinates greet military captains Feng and Yi." The newcomers were a skinny middle-aged man in yellow and a woman. The woman was wearing blood-colored military armor and looked very mighty and heroic. The two of them had a grand aura, not much different from Meng Qingxiu's, and far surpassed the people around them. Also, from the way everyone addressed them, Long Chen naturally knew that these two were the other two of the three major military captains of the Heaven Blood Hell. Feng Zhu and Yi Yushi. They should know his identity. Because of this, they framed him and punished him. As expected, at this moment, the two of them began to put on an act and asked about the cause and process of the matter. Feng Shui and Feng Yu were both very aggrieved. They wept and asked Yi Yushi about how they were almost taken by Long Chen. Their tone was vivid, as if it was the truth. After they finished speaking, the people of the Dragon Grave Army were even more furious. "Wastrel, you really deserve to die." After hearing this, as a woman, Yi Yushi naturally flew into a rage. She coldly looked at Long Chen and berated him in a bone-chilling voice. "You're called Long Chen, right? You were brought here by military Captain Meng, right? I heard that you have a certain background in Dragon City of Massacre." Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. In front of such a situation, he was not flustered at all. He said, "Military Captain Yi, what is your ultimate goal in setting up this show? Just say it. I don't like to beat around the bush." Everyone was baffled by what they heard. Yi Yushi was enraged. She pointed at Long Chen and said, "I, Yi Yushi, hate people like you the most. You rely on your father's ability to do whatever you want and have no respect for the law. You might be used to being arrogant and look down on everyone, but let me tell you, this is the Dragon Tomb Army, not your home. There is military discipline here. You violated military discipline and violated others. If the circumstances were more serious, you should be beheaded, but considering that it's your first offense, I can spare your life. However, you cannot escape punishment. However, you can't escape punishment." Yi Yushi's words immediately drew cheers from the crowd. They looked at Long Chen with extreme disdain, wishing that they could tear this wastrel to shreds. Yi Yushi looked down on the nobility and was not afraid of offending the strong to punish Long Chen. This action immediately resonated with them. The other party's extremely nervous performance simply shocked Long Chen. He didn't know if he should shout, "My father is so and so, you definitely can't touch me," to cooperate with the other party. This kind of obvious framing was actually very clumsy. However, under the pressure of Yi Yushi and Feng Zhu's extremely authoritative statuses, even a fake would become the truth. Long Chen only had one side of the story, so no matter what he said, it would all seem like sophistry to everyone. Looking around, there were angry gazes filled with disdain and disdain. In their eyes, Long Chen was a dog that relied on his master's power. This feeling of being framed. Actually, Long Chen didn't really care. Now that the main character had appeared, the two of them definitely knew his identity. Judging from Yi Yushi's current anger, they probably wanted to teach him a proper lesson. He was very clear that because of Long Qinglan's identity, there were truly many people in the 5 great dragon cities who wanted to teach him a lesson. The deep-rooted hatred they had for Long Qinglan wasn't something he could immediately eradicate. Under these circumstances, it would be very difficult for those who knew his identity to not be hostile towards him. He had already thought this through before coming to the Dragon God domain. Therefore, he had come to resist. His goal was to make all these people who wanted to torture him feel respect and even fear for him. At this moment, the other captain said, "Long Chen has just arrived, but he already has no respect for the law. He has committed such a grave mistake and must be severely punished by military discipline. Only then can we show our attitude and make him repent. Ordinary punishments won't be able to convince him. I suggest that he be locked up in the bloody hell for 10 days. What does Captain Yi think? What does everyone else think? Bloody hell." Everyone was stunned for a moment before they swallowed their saliva. They had never imagined that the two commandants would give Long Chen such a heavy punishment. When they thought of how the prisoners in the celestial blood hell were in pain, they felt their hairs stand on end. Yi Yushi laughed coldly. How can 10 days be enough? How can 10 days make him repent and obedient? I think we need 20 days. Everyone steeled their hearts and felt that Yi Yushi was right. If they didn't dispel Long Chen's arrogance, he would definitely not be convinced. Other punishments were completely ineffective. The only way was to send him to the bloody hell. Only then would he truly repent and repent. Everyone went crazy. Although the punishment was heavy, they still supported it in their hearts if it could strike a blow to the arrogance of these rich playboys. Most importantly, if the higher-ups were to blame them, the punishment wouldn't fall on them anyway. The final decision was to lock Long Chen in the bloody hell for 10 days. 10 days. Everyone couldn't help but feel their mouths go dry. They looked at Long Chen with pitiful eyes. 10 days was really too miserable. One had to know that the bloody hell in the prison area was completely different from the confinement area. Being locked up in the prison area for a day was more painful than being locked up in the confinement area for a year. Chapter 21:13. Alright, just 10 days to let you reflect on yourself. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. In the confinement room, some people made mistakes and were locked up for decades, centuries, or even millennia. Yi Yushi said indifferently. Everyone was startled. She was obviously trying to fool Long Chen. Everyone knew the difference between the confinement area and the prisoners' area, but it seemed that Long Chen was new and didn't know. Long Chen was curious about Meng Qingxiu. Meng Qingxiu was such a powerhouse. As one of the other two of the three commandants, it was impossible for him not to know that such a thing had happened here. But he hadn't come to help him out. It seemed that he had tacitly approved of his punishment. Sure enough, he wasn't a trustworthy person. He was even more difficult to deal with than Yi Yushi, who was straightforward. As for being locked up in sky blood hell for 10 days. Long Chen looked back at the blood ball with tens of thousands of eyes. It was like some kind of larva. That feeling was really creepy. Long Chen naturally knew that the experience of these 10 days would be quite terrifying. Of course, he wasn't afraid. If he wanted to resist, even if Yi Yushi and Yi Yushi were stronger than him, as long as he used the time dragon, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, resisting them would definitely be another troublesome matter. He was thinking about what he should do. All right, it's decided. Guards, take him to Sky Blood Hell. No, I'll personally capture this perverted thief and send him to Sky Blood Hell. Yi Yushi was proud, her face full of ferocity. She attacked Long Chen with the power of the late stage of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Before she arrived, she used her aura to suppress Long Chen, preventing Long Chen from escaping. This time, she had done so much work and framed him to get this lesson. This was a chance for the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor to vent her anger. Of course, she wouldn't let Long Chen escape at this time. Humph. The son of an eternal sinner can swagger through the streets of my slaughter dragon city. This is too infuriating. No one dares to touch you outside, but in my territory, how can I let you live comfortably? Hurry up and go to Sky Blood Hell to enjoy. Gurgle gurgle. When Yi Yushi attacked, Long Chen seemed to hear the rolling sound of the blood ball again. He turned around and saw that there were tens of thousands of eyes staring at him. Long Chen suddenly had an idea. He really wanted to know what this heavenly blood hell was all about. This idea was undoubtedly quite bold. But if he wanted to make a move, this was the perfect opportunity. He could not close his eyes. The heaven blood hell was attracting him. To be honest, Long Chen naturally knew how terrifying his third-layer ancestral dragon bloodline was. Even the heaven blood hell, which made people tremble with fear, might not be able to do anything to him. Yi Yushi and the others wanted to use the heaven blood hell to punish him, but he did not know if they would be able to achieve their goal. That's what he deserves. He dared to attack a woman the moment he joined the Dragon Grave army. He is simply too arrogant. He deserves to be imprisoned in the heaven blood hell. Everyone looked at Long Chen with disdain and cursed him incessantly. Meng Qingxiu, who had previously sheltered Long Chen, did not appear. Follow me. Yi Yushi grabbed Long Chen's arm with one hand and used great force. She originally wanted Long Chen to bleed a little, but she was surprised to find that the terrifying power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, which could easily shatter a 10,000-meter-tall mountain, could not twist Long Chen's arm. She looked at Long Chen with even more disgust. It must be the power brought by that sinner. He's just sitting around and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. She was even more unwilling to accept such a genius who had cultivated for so many years. Of course, she did not know how Long Chen had climbed step by step from the bottom to where he was now. Let's go. She twisted Long Chen's arm and pulled Long Chen toward the heaven blood hell. Behind them, Feng Zhu smiled knowingly. Everyone cheered. Everyone was happy. In their opinion, Long Chen was actually scared silly because he did not react from the beginning to the end. He did not even have the strength to resist. Should I go in and see what's going on? In reality, Long Chen did not care about this accusation at all. He was thinking about whether he should take this opportunity to go in and see. Seeing that the heaven blood hell was getting closer and closer, his desire grew stronger and stronger. Even if I don't go in today, I will still go in one day. This thing is not enough to scare me. He had always been very daring. After this thought, he decided to take this opportunity to go in. After making this decision, he finally relaxed. Yi Yushir was smiling proudly as she pulled him forward. Suddenly, she saw Long Chen's confused expression become very relaxed. As expected, this guy doesn't know how scary the heaven blood hell is. Yi Yushir laughed coldly in her heart. Long Chen glanced at her a few times and suddenly said, "You're much hotter and prettier than those two girls just now. You're also a bit more classy. If you're used to tempt me and let me feast my eyes, I don't mind even locking me up for a year." Ever since Yi Yushir had become a captain, no one had ever said such bold and frivolous words to her face. Her pinkish-white face immediately turned green. She squeezed Long Chen's hand harder and pulled Long Chen over. Gritting her teeth, she said angrily, "Brat, what did you say? Do you want to die?" Long Chen laughed dryly. Seeing that he was still not afraid, Yi Yushir laughed coldly. "You will soon know what misery is. 10 days. If you can endure it and not be scared, when you come out, I will call you Grandpa." Long Chen laughed involuntarily. "That's what you said. Everyone, did you hear it clearly? If I come out safely in 10 days, then Captain Yi will call me Grandpa." Of course, the crowd heard these words and also heard his deranged teasing of Yi Yushir. His unrepentant attitude made them all the more disgusted. They were also laughing coldly. Soon, Long Chen would know pain. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was standing next to the blood ball. Yi Yushir pressed him down. Long Chen was filled with shock as he looked at the massive object in front of him. When he got closer, it looked more like a meatball, and it was extremely disgusting. Every eye on it was a prison entrance, and it gave off an ancient and terrifying aura, causing people to feel an urge to vomit. Long Chen looked at the gigantic object in shock. Yi Yushir quickly took out a blood-colored crystal covered in ancient veins. Holding it in her hand, she muttered something. Under her control, one of the eyes began to melt, revealing one of the prison doors of the celestial blood hell. Long Chen looked inside and saw that it was filled with a blood-colored mist. A stench assaulted his face, and it was difficult to get rid of once it came into contact with his body. Although it was only a glimpse, it was filled with a disgusting reddish-green liquid. It was like the pus of an insect, and it was extremely disgusting. Even Yi Yushir's face could not help but twitch. In truth, even she herself did not dare to stay here for even a quarter of an hour. She looked coldly at Long Chen, grabbed Long Chen's arm, and said with a complacent smile, "Your end is here." With that, she was about to throw Long Chen into the celestial blood hell in front of everyone. At that moment, Long Chen suddenly used Time Dragon and disappeared in front of Yi Yushir. His movements were extremely fast, and when he reappeared, he was still beside Yi Yushir. However, this time, he had already grabbed Yi Yushir's blood-colored armor and suddenly tore it apart. At the same time, Yi Yushir screamed. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the fair body in the distance. It was magnificent, as white as snow, incomparably beautiful, and gently trembled. While everyone, including Yi Yushir herself, was scared silly, Long Chen's hands had already grabbed the trembling fullness and forcefully kneaded it a few times. The feeling was subtle. Today, he had been framed, and the anger he had suffered was completely compensated by this kneading. Everyone looked at this soul-stirring scene, and their minds went blank. This was definitely a scene that they could not imagine. Even Yi Yushir herself was scared out of her wits. It could be seen that this scene had appeared unexpectedly. After Long Chen succeeded, he made a prompt decision and kicked Yi Yushir away. At the same time, he used the recoil force to fly towards the celestial blood hell's prison. Along the way, his loud laughter could be heard. He said loudly, "Let me tell you, I, Long Chen, will not suffer for nothing. You framed me for blaspheming them, so I will take revenge on you. I have to say, the taste is not bad." Ah! Yi Yushir went crazy. At that moment, Long Chen had already entered the prison. The surrounding flesh and blood squirmed and quickly formed new eyes, completely trapping Long Chen inside. The celestial blood hell returned to its original state, and Yi Yushi floated outside in a daze. Sister Shi. Feng Zhu's face was ashen, and he was about to explode. He hurriedly brought some clothes for Yi Yushi and wrapped them around her body. His eyes were about to explode. One must know that the place that Long Chen had touched was something that even he had not touched before. The forbidden place in his heart had actually been violated by this brat. At that moment, even Feng Zhu felt like the world was spinning, let alone Yi Yushi. As for the others, their mouths were dry. Their minds kept replaying the scene from before, and they were already scared silly. They swore that if Long Chen was not in the celestial blood hell at that moment, no matter where he went, Yi Yushi and Feng Zhu would probably drag him out and kill him. Sister Shi, I will get him out and let you teach him a lesson. Feng Zhu was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He rushed towards the eye where Long Chen was. Get lost. Yi Yushi was so angry that she was trembling. Of course, she was not a little girl, and she could still endure this kind of thing. It was just that the impact was too great, and she was scared silly. At that moment, she gradually came to her senses. Long Chen had already entered the celestial blood hell, and that was the greatest pain. Now, he was definitely being tortured. Compared to when she saved him, that kind of torture was even more terrifying. Chapter 21:14. The stench inside was unbearable. His vision was a blur, and he was surrounded by a stinky, viscous gas. It was disgusting to feel those things stick to his body. Long Chen looked around and felt like he was trapped in a meatball. The space around him was about the size of a room, and the walls were blood-colored flesh. It was as if there were countless worms squirming and occasionally exploding, releasing that disgusting slime and gas. Long Chen felt his scalp go numb. He felt disgusted after being trapped in this place for a while. He really did not know how those people endured being trapped for 5 or 10 years. Indeed, this bloody hell was a place that made people tremble in fear. Otherwise, Yi Yushi would not have tricked Long Chen into coming here. That guy Meng Qingxiu actually allowed me to be brought here. Looks like he has bad intentions. Long Chen naturally knew that these 3 county lieutenants were not good people. When he first arrived, there was no reaction from his surroundings. But before Long Chen could rest for too long, there was movement. Long Chen realized that the blood-colored flesh walls were pressing towards him. On the flesh walls, there were hideous blood-colored blood vessels. They were like venomous snakes peeking out, ready to attack. Long Chen realized that these blood vessel-like things of various sizes had already filled his surroundings. They were eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. As the flesh walls shrank, they seemed ready to attack him at any time. So it's like this. Long Chen could feel that, surrounded by the viscous and disgusting gas in the air, it was difficult for him to exert the majestic power in his body. His originally strong body actually felt very weak and powerless, and he even felt drowsy. Long Chen immediately pulled out the god-slaying sword. His body was also covered in thick, blood-red dragon scales. He was fully armed. He came here to find out what was going on in this bloody hell. He must not give in so easily. At this moment, the flesh walls were already squirming and pressing towards him. Long Chen stretched out the god-slaying sword and lightly pierced the flesh wall. Immediately, blood flowed out. It made one feel as if this bloody hell was a living creature. Just as he pierced the flesh wall, his surroundings began to move in an overwhelming manner. The flesh wall's movements suddenly increased several times. It squirmed wildly and pressed towards Long Chen. At the same time, the blood vessels hidden under the flesh wall finally moved. They broke through the flesh wall and bit towards Long Chen. These things were no different from blood vessels, but their heads were ugly worms. Whoosh whoosh. Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to cut off the blood vessel crawling near him. However, at that moment, the flesh wall pressed forward with an extremely powerful force, instantly surrounding Long Chen. No matter how Long Chen swung his sword, the broken parts would immediately grow back. Moreover, Long Chen had to use all his strength to cut through the seemingly fragile flesh wall. Shit! The other party's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen felt a force of hundreds of millions of kilograms acting on his body, causing him to be unable to move at all. Even the god-slaying sword could not be moved. The pressure from the flesh wall was simply terrifying. But this was not the key point. The key point was that the blood vessels with the worms' mouths as their heads bit towards Long Chen when he was being squeezed. Their bodies were only as thick as a finger, but they were extremely violent and merciless. Their ferocious looks directly broke through the psychological defenses of many people. What the hell is this? Long Chen realized that it was very likely that those who came in were bitten by these blood vessels crawling worms. After that, they would be trapped here forever, enduring the endless pain. He was preparing to use the blood spirit thrust. The sharpest blood spirit thrust would probably allow him to tear apart this bloody hell and rush out. This was the only way. He only wanted to come in and find out what was going on. He did not want to really suffer here. But even so, there were still many ferocious blood vessels that bit Long Chen's body before he could use the blood spirit thrust. Long Chen immediately felt a terrifying and heart-wrenching pain. It was as if there were countless straws inserted into his body. In the blink of an eye, everything on his body, including his strength, flesh and blood essence, was being sucked away by the blood vessels of the tree roots. The feeling of being sucked away was simply a nightmare. Lingxi had the pure lady bloodline. When Long Chen interacted with it, he would also feel the same feeling of being sucked away. But Lingxi had a feedback effect. That was just a fusion. But the blood vessel worms of this bloody hell were simply plundering, mercilessly plundering. If he stayed here for a period of time, he would probably become a dried corpse. The most disgusting thing was that these worms were too ugly. Damn it. Just as Long Chen was about to tear these things apart, the blood vessel that was inserted into Long Chen's body suddenly convulsed and then exploded. It turned into a sky full of mucus and almost sprayed Long Chen's face. When those blood vessels exploded, the hundreds of other blood vessels that wanted to insert into Long Chen's body retreated immediately. They probably did not have any intelligence, and all the blood vessels belonged to the same body. When it realized that Long Chen's blood was not something it could devour, it instinctively retreated. The surrounding flesh walls also dispersed at this moment, leaving behind a space the size of a room. The thousands of blood vessels also retreated, trembling, and finally retracted into the flesh walls, as if they were extremely terrified. It's because of my ancestral dragon bloodline. Long Chen could roughly guess that this heaven blood hell had no way of digesting him, which was why it was scared out of its wits. Everything had returned to normal, except for the disgusting gas in the air that still lingered. Long Chen calmed himself down and looked at the surroundings that had regained its peace. He pondered, this heavenly blood hell is like a living creature, or maybe it is a living creature. It will then trap the people that enter and absorb their strength, flesh, and bone marrow until it digests them completely and enriches itself. He could not help but frown and thought to himself, this means that for thousands of years, it should be very difficult for people who are locked in here to get out. Even if they can get out, they will definitely not be able to take human form. If it really devours them, it probably won't take thousands of years. This bloody hell uses the continuous regeneration of strength and flesh essence of the warriors to form a long-term supply. This was his guess. It was very terrifying. The heaven blood hell was like a master, and the martial artists inside were like chickens raised by the master. They constantly laid eggs for the master, and in the end, they were eaten until not even dregs were left. This was even more terrifying than this analogy. After all, a martial artist's flesh, blood, strength, and even their yuan shen were a part of themselves, not the eggs they laid. Long Chen felt his hair stand on end. He did not dare to believe this bloody hell. What was this? Why was it here? What kind of people were imprisoned here? Why would the Slaughter Dragon City use such an evil thing? He moved slightly, and the surrounding flesh walls trembled, trying to get out of his way. Afraid of me? To have such an emotion, it meant that the entire bloody hell was really a living creature, or an ancient species. This is so strange. Li Xuanji also said in disbelief. Long Chen, you'd better leave this place as soon as possible. This is too dangerous. If you're not careful, it could be very troublesome. Long Chen shook his head and said, no problem. It's afraid of me now. Anyway, I'll be out in 10 days. I'll stay here for 10 days and see if I can find anything. He started to get closer to the left wall of flesh. Every inch he got closer, the wall of flesh wriggled and retreated a little. Long Chen kept moving towards the left, and the wall of flesh retreated less and less. It even seemed that it did not like retreating anymore. Long Chen took out his god-slaying sword and slashed at the wall of flesh without a word. Clang! The seemingly weak wall of flesh was, in fact, terrifyingly tough. Long Chen's god-slaying sword could not break it even once. After being slashed by Long Chen, the wall of flesh started to wriggle angrily. It did not give way for Long Chen, and it even looked like it was going to attack again. Long Chen kept his god-slaying sword. Only then did the wall of flesh rest in peace. Long Chen was still moving towards the other side, and the wall of flesh also retreated helplessly. However, the speed was much slower than before. Under such a stalemate, Long Chen expended a lot of effort to move his position step by step. About 5 days later, he could tell that he was already very far away from his original position. It's about time. I should be at the position of the other eye. Long Chen looked carefully at the wall of flesh. When he took another step forward, he was shocked to see that there was a person hidden in the somewhat transparent flesh. Around this person were densely packed blood vessels like venomous snakes. It was extremely hideous. What was more frightening was that there were more than 1,000 blood vessels as thick as a finger. All of them had pierced into that person's body, causing him to be riddled with holes. This was undoubtedly the most tragic person that Long Chen had ever seen. There was no longer any complete skin on his body. Even his eyes and mouth had been torn by the blood vessels. It was extremely disgusting. The only skin that could be seen on his body was dry and cracked. It was impossible to tell that he was human. And the countless blood vessels were wriggling, still absorbing something from his body. Long Chen was furious. He even trembled a little. He had never thought that there would be such a cruel punishment in this world. No wonder everyone had such expressions when they heard that they would be imprisoned here for 10 days. This was simply hell, sky blood hell. Hell on earth. He was almost unable to contain his anger. That anger seemed to be felt by sky blood hell. The wall of flesh also retreated a lot in an instant. The wriggling blood vessels seemed to have seen Long Chen's existence and retreated one after another. The warrior who was entangled was finally freed and fell to the ground. He still had life force, and his body trembled. Because of his incredible power, his body was rapidly healing and regenerating. However, his eyes had recovered, and when he opened them and saw Long Chen, he trembled and said, "Long Chen, you're dead." Chapter 21:15. Long Chen originally wanted to save him. Although he didn't know what mistake he had made, such a punishment was too cruel. But the other party wanted him to kill him. After saying that, his body seemed to be dead and didn't move at all. After being in this heaven blood hell for so long, he was no different from a dead person. He had lost all his strength and his body was on the verge of collapse. Even if he left, he wouldn't live for long. Those sinister blood vessels were still around, looking at Long Chen and the warrior fiercely. They could pounce on them at any time. It seemed that the reason why he didn't die after being trapped for thousands of years was because of this heaven blood hell. When he was entangled by those blood vessels, it was difficult to die even if he wanted to. Long Chen ended his life and also ended his pain. The surrounding blood vessels seemed to be very angry, revolving around Long Chen. They were densely packed and everywhere, but no one dared to approach Long Chen. They were afraid of Long Chen. I can't seem to do anything. Long Chen said to Li Xuanji. Yes, this is the place where the massacre Dragon City imprisons prisoners. These people might have committed crimes. Although the punishment is too heavy, you don't have the ability to save everyone. Also, it's too dangerous here. I think it's better for you to leave quickly. When you become stronger in the future, you can come back and take a look. Li Xuanji was right. Right now, he really couldn't do anything. Alright, Long Chen was still quite helpless. The only thing he gained from entering this time was to find out how the Heaven Blood Hell tortured people. Apart from that, he didn't gain anything else. 10 days passed quietly. During these 10 days, everyone would subconsciously look at the Heaven Blood Hell. Long Chen's appearance immediately appeared in their minds. Thinking about how miserable Long Chen must be right now, everyone couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. If this little guy wasn't too arrogant, he wouldn't be so unlucky. That's right. He's simply too gutsy. He's not even putting our Dragon Tomb army in his eyes. Not only did he make a move against 2 women, he even dared to provoke military chief Yi. Even though their mouths were filled with disdain, when they thought of Imperial military officer Ye's slender figure, their hearts immediately began to burn. When they thought of Long Chen's pair of hands, they were filled with envy and jealousy. Being in the heavenly blood hell for 10 days is the nightmare of this brat's life. Just wait and see. When he comes out, he will definitely be scared out of his wits. Perhaps he is already an idiot. Moreover, whether it is his talent or strength, they will both drop by a lot. I really don't know how this brat, who is only a one-origin calamity dragon, managed to do it. What can I do? Of course it's Yido. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Everyone understood. So he was talking about the chest attack incident. It could only mean that Long Chen's technique was too superb. At the same time, Feng Zhu was playing the zither to please Yi Yushi. At this moment, the tall and burly Meng Qingxiu swaggered in and sat on the ground. His eyes darted boldly across Yi Yushi's body as he said, 10 days are up. You should feel good now. Hurry up and let him go. 10 days are up. Yi Yushi laughed dryly. Thinking of what happened back then, she was so angry that she trembled. However, when she thought of how miserable Long Chen was, her mood became much better. Even so, she would probably never forget the humiliation that day for the rest of her life. Lock him up for another 10 days. What's the point of letting him go? Feng Zhu said unhappily. Meng Qingxiu chuckled and said, you can try. If the higher-ups find out what you have done, you will probably lose your lives. Hurry up. To be honest, they had indeed been on tenterhooks for the past few days. After all, Long Chen was an important person. It was not appropriate to throw him into sky blood hell. Yi Yushi said, there is nothing to be afraid of. He does whatever he wants and has no respect for the law. He is just like his father. It was Long Qinglan who betrayed the human race and caused us to suffer heavy casualties. The son must pay his father's debt. I believe there are many people in Dragon City who want to kill him. As she spoke, she left and headed in the direction of Heaven Blood Hell. Sister Shi, wait for me. Feng Zhu hurried to catch up. The appearance of the two attracted many people's attention. Remembering that it was already 10 days later, they were all excited and followed the two captains towards Sky Blood Hell. I can't wait to see how miserable this kid is. Feng Zhu chuckled as he walked side by side with Yi Yushi. Everyone who comes out of Sky Blood Hell is like that. Half dead. I don't think he will die in 10 days. Yi Yushi said coldly. She was filled with the pleasure of revenge. Feng Zhu sneered, who asked this kid to do that to you in public? He will die a horrible death. Yi Yushi wanted to slap him. She said angrily, bastard, can you not mention this? Feng Zhu immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. He hurriedly said, Sister Shi, it's my fault. I won't say it again. No one paid attention to Feng Zhu's sorry state. They were more concerned about Long Chen's current situation. Soon, Yi Yushi found Long Chen's imprisoned eye. Every time a prisoner was released, the scene would undoubtedly make people want to vomit. But this time, Yi Yushi was especially excited and expectant. She took out the crystal ball. Thousands of Dragon Tomb soldiers gathered around and watched nervously. Although they could guess the result, they all wanted to join in the fun. Yi Yushi chanted. The blood-red crystal ball emitted a bright light that shone on the eye. The eye immediately shrank back and let out a series of screams. Then, the eye began to melt, revealing the space inside. Generally speaking, when the blood-red crystal ball appeared, the blood vessels in the prisoner's body would also retreat, and the squeezing flesh walls would also loosen. Long Chen, come out. Yi Yushi did not want to go in and bring this inhuman guy out. Feng Zhu sneered at the side. He could not wait to look inside. He saw blood-red clouds lingering inside. It was filled with disgusting viscous gas, and a stench assaulted his face. Whoosh! At this moment, a man rushed out at a speed that exceeded their imagination. He appeared in front of everyone. He was standing 10 meters in front of Yi Yushi. He displayed his muscles and bones. A gust of wind blew away the stench on his body. Only then did Long Chen raise his head and look at the crowd. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Sure enough, these guys were shocked by the fact that he was unscathed. Yi Yushi was going crazy. All the anger in her heart dissipated because Long Chen entered Sky Blood Hell. She never thought that Long Chen would actually come out unharmed. To her, this was simply impossible. She had imagined Long Chen's miserable state countless times, but Long Chen's relaxed and happy appearance did not look like someone who came out of Sky Blood Hell at all. He clearly came out of the land of gentleness. Not only was Yi Yushi stunned, Feng Zhu was stunned. The thousands of Dragon Tomb army soldiers were already stunned beyond recognition. And at this moment, the prison door of Sky Blood Hell closed and formed a new eye. It seemed to be in awe of Long Chen and gently wriggled in the direction away from Long Chen. Long Chen cleaned up the stench on his body and smiled at Yi Yushi. What are you looking at? The 10 days of punishment is over. I was really living a life worse than death in there. Fortunately, you released me according to the agreement. Otherwise, I think I would have gone crazy. He walked past Yi Yushi and Feng Zhu and prepared to go back. Stop right there. Yi Yushi roared at the top of her lungs. Long Chen turned back and smiled. Military Chief Yi, is there anything else? You can't be thinking of imprisoning me for another 10 days, right? You are really too cruel. This damned place is dirty and ugly. It is not a place for people to stay. If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. Yi Yushi was going crazy. She did not understand what had happened. But it was a fact that Long Chen was unharmed. The anger and hatred she felt from being publicly humiliated by Long Chen had not dissipated. On the contrary, Long Chen's teasing made her even more furious. She really wanted to tear Long Chen apart. However, she had no excuse to do so, so she could only restrain herself. He is actually unharmed. Impossible, who is he? Sky Blood Hell is so terrifying, but he can actually resist it. The crowd was in an uproar, their faces filled with disbelief. At this moment, Feng Zhu saw that Yi Yushi was trembling with anger. Looking at Long Chen's arrogance, he could not hold it in anymore. At this moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen and scolded, Long Chen, just because you are the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, we do not dare to touch you. Since you have joined the Dragon Tomb army, we are your superiors. You have to obey our orders unconditionally. Now, I order you to apologize to Military Chief Yi and slap yourself 10,000 times as punishment. Military Chief Feng Zhu was furious, and the crowd was even more frightened. They seemed to have heard something. The son of the eternal dragon emperor. In the beginning, no one could have imagined that Long Chen would actually come here. But when they heard this, they finally understood. This kid was so arrogant and so capable. Most importantly, his name was Long Chen. He was obviously the legendary son of the eternal dragon emperor. Although no one had seen him before, those who had heard of his name were everywhere. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. They did not like Long Chen to begin with, and Long Chen's current heinous identity made them grit their teeth. Long Qinglan was an eternal sinner, and the appearance of Long Chen was hated by almost all the martial artists of the Dragon God region. Just like now, everyone was already eager to try, wishing that Long Chen could repay his father's debt. Long Chen had already expected this. The smile on his face disappeared. He looked at Yi Yushi, then at Feng Zhu, and suddenly said, "All right, don't talk about the Dragon Tomb army in front of me. I know why you are targeting me. Isn't it just touching the woman you are pursuing? How about this, I will let you touch her once. This is fair to everyone. What do you think?" During the fatigue period, he wrote slower and slower. He had only written one chapter in 4 hours in the afternoon. There was no other way. The last chapter would be updated before midnight. Chapter 21:16. Long Chen did not care about what they thought of him. That was why he was teasing them. Truth be told, if not for his bloodline, he would not be in such a miserable state right now. Yi Yushi and Feng Zhu were so cruel and merciless. It was not a big deal for him to tease them. Hearing this, Feng Zhu was dumbfounded. Long Chen sneered. Suddenly, he recalled the conversation between them. He looked at Yi Yushi with a mocking smile and said, "I say, Commandant Yi, I seem to remember that you once said that if I could come out of there unscathed, what would you do? I think you would call me grandfather 3 times, Yi Yushi could not take it anymore. Of course, she remembered what she had said to Long Chen. She was so angry that her face turned green and her chest heaved up and down. Long Chen let out a breath of resentment and continued, "Although Commandant Yi is a man of his word, calling me grandfather is still too difficult for you. So forget it. How about calling me husband 3 times instead? After all, we've had intimate contact before, haven't we?" "Shut up." Feng Zhu was about to go crazy. The crowd was even more shocked. In their eyes, Long Chen was heaven-defying. He dared to provoke the 2 officers. Did he really want to fight them? One had to know that the 2 officers were in the late stage of the 6 rebirth realms. Moreover, they were powerful dragon warriors. They had killed their way through countless experts. Just because he was the son of the eternal dragon emperor, he dared to be so arrogant. The crowd started to curse. Long Chen felt helpless towards these people. If they were the ones in the bloody hell for 10 days, they would know what it felt like. If not for the fact that Long Chen knew that he was not as strong as the 2 officers, he would have beaten them up a long time ago. "Shut up. You shut up. What right do you have to talk to me?" Scram. Long Chen wanted to piss him off. Feng Zhu was on the verge of exploding. Finally, he could not endure it any longer. He dashed towards Long Chen. His powerful killing intent caused the spectators to scatter. Under the influence of his powerful qi, the energy vibrated and sent the crowd flying. The wind was fierce and the flames were majestic. Feng Zhu was a wind-fire torch dragon, a high-grade divine dragon. Although his bloodline was not particularly strong, his strength had been cultivated to the late stage of the 6 paths of reincarnation, which could be said to be quite good, similar to the towering wood dragon in the Radiant Star. What Long Chen was facing now was an expert at the level of wood desolation. However, he was not in the mood to fight with Feng Zhu. "Gale Song!" Feng Zhu shouted sternly. Immediately, a terrifying tornado appeared in the surroundings. The violent wind swept up flames. The wind and the fire merged together. There was fire in the wind, and there was wind in the fire. As the wind and the fire mixed together, the boundless space was under Feng Zhu's control. Millions of wind and fire converged into one point, condensing into a huge green hand of wind and fire. It tore towards Longchen. Tempest of ages. Longchen retreated some distance. With a wave of his hand, an intense storm of time blasted forward. Given his current level of ability, the storm of time was already very terrifying. However, it was still incapable of destroying the Song of Gale. Die. Feng Zhu relied on his own strength. He was so angry that he wanted to kill Longchen. Longchen smiled coldly. His body disappeared into the river of time. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Feng Zhu's attack also hit the air. Feng Zhu, who was originally very excited, was dumbfounded. Where did he go? Yi Yusher's face was still pale. She looked around and realized that Longchen had completely disappeared. Even with her ability, she could not find him. Sister Shi, Feng Zhu was very embarrassed. His violent attack had actually failed to hit his opponent. What about you? Trash. Yi Yusher was about to go crazy. Feng Zhu was even more furious. Being called trash in front of everyone made him feel even worse. She is right. You are trash. Look, I just arrived here and I have already made a breakthrough with County Chief Yi. But you can't. Have you even touched her hand? Longchen reappeared and sneered. Being teased by a weakling in his eyes was the most infuriating thing. However, he had nowhere to vent his anger. You are courting death. Yi Yusher couldn't help but attack. Longchen could not be bothered with her. Everyone's horizons were broadened. Longchen immediately entered the river of time and swam around in the dark. He left everyone behind and allowed them to mess around. He just needed to find a quiet place to cultivate. Far behind him, Feng Zhu and Yi Yusher were looking for him. They attacked angrily but basically hit nothing but air. Two boring people. Longchen shook his head. You have become quite a bad person recently. Li Xuanji smiled gently in the new world. She had seen everything that happened just now. Longchen was just teasing them and taking revenge. Yeah, life is boring. We need some entertainment. Longchen looked around. In a corner, he found Meng Qingqiu. He was standing there and looking around curiously. It seemed like he was also looking for Longchen. What secret do you think this guy has? Longchen asked as he walked. I don't know, but he should be a cunning person. Li Xuanji said. Longchen could not be bothered with him. After this lesson, he had learned his lesson. From now on, he would not fall for this kind of trick again. If he really could not do it, he would have to leave this place or teach those two captains a lesson. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. He raised his head and saw that he was almost at the edge of this spherical space. It was a blood-red soil, as if blood was seeping out from it. What's wrong? Li Xuanji saw that he was lost in thought and asked. I think I saw something, Longchen murmured. On the blood-red soil, the picture seemed to be getting clearer and clearer. Suddenly, an image appeared there. It was a blood-red land with blood-red clouds floating in the sky. A blood-red moon stood proudly in the sky with the shadow of a blood-red dragon flashing in it. On the blood-red land, blood-red sand and dust were everywhere. As the sand and dust swept past, huge skeletons appeared. They were the skeletons of divine dragons, all buried in the blood sand. There were also vague dragon souls passing by, and countless divine dragon roars could be heard from the depths. Further ahead, there were tombstones towering into the clouds. The tombstones were very ancient and covered with divine dragon scales. Where is this? Why would I see this place? Longchen was stunned. I don't see anything. Li Xuanji interrupted. And as soon as she finished speaking, Long Chen blinked and found that everything in front of him had disappeared. There was only the blood-red soil. After he got closer, he found that there was nothing behind the soil. What did you see? Li Xuanji asked. I think it's the massacre dragon's tomb, but it's gone. Oh, maybe you're special, I didn't see anything. Li Xuanji smiled and shook her head. After a while, he found nothing. He did not understand why he could see such a scene. Maybe it had something to do with his ancient blood spirit dragon's blood essence. Forget it, I'll go back and cultivate. However, he still had to settle the matter with Yi Yushi. On the other side, Yi Yushi and Feng Zhu were already tired and panting. The people around them also looked at each other. They naturally knew that Long Chen was very capable. No matter how strong the two commandants were, they probably could not do anything to him. At this moment, Long Chen appeared in front of them. His expression turned serious. Don't be anxious, both of you. Let's talk. Anyway, you won't be able to find me no matter how hard you try. Don't waste your energy. Go to hell. Yi Yushi charged at him angrily. Long Chen dodged easily and said in a clear voice, it's all in vain. I'll make it clear. This time, anyone with a brain would know that you used two girls to frame me. Because I'm Long Qinglan's son, you can't get used to it, right? You started framing me and then locked me up in the sky blood hell. Such a heavy punishment should be enough for you, right? Don't think that I don't know what will happen to me in the sky blood hell. The verbal humiliation I gave you is far less than what you've done to me. That's why I'm telling you this. At this moment, Feng Zhu and Yi Yushi stopped. Everyone pondered for a moment. Although they didn't like Long Chen, they had to admit that Long Chen wouldn't lie. Thinking about it carefully, the incident with the two girls was indeed a setup. Joining the Dragon Tomb Army wasn't my personal choice. Coming to the Dragon Tomb Army wasn't my personal choice. I've been arranged to stay here for at least 10 years. I don't want to be at odds with all of you, so let's forget about today's matter. In any case, we can't do anything to each other. But if some people still don't know when to stop and still think they're infallible, you'd better know how much you're worth. Although I can't deal with you today, in less than 3 months, you won't be a match for me. Don't doubt my words. 3 months ago, I probably wasn't a match for Jiang Ming, but now, what can you do to me? It was about time. Therefore, if you want to attack me again, you'd better think carefully. Do you have the ability? He was arrogant and disdainful. This was his personality and his strength. Today, he was the kind of person who could intimidate others with just his words. Even the two captains were no exception. At this point, Long Chen couldn't be bothered with them anymore. He headed toward his own residence, which was Wang Liang's. Yi Yushi and Feng Zhu looked at each other. By the time they thought about how they couldn't let Long Chen be arrogant, Long Chen had already disappeared before their eyes. Sister Shi, we, Feng Zhu coughed dryly. His expression was ugly. Useless. Yi Yushi glared at him angrily and left. Feng Zhu immediately chased after her. The people who stayed here had their horizons broadened. I didn't expect the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor to be able to scare the two captains. He's a natural leader. We can't compare to him. However, what he said about surpassing the two captains in 3 months should be a bluff. Chapter 21:17. When he returned, Wang Liang was standing at the door, looking at him with wide eyes. Long Chen, you are the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Long Chen nodded and walked straight in. Wang Liang followed behind him, his expression conflicted. When Long Chen sat down, he said awkwardly, well, actually, I don't think the Eternal Dragon Emperor is as bad as they think. But you still have to be careful in the future. I heard that there are quite a few people who want to make trouble for you. Long Chen didn't expect Wang Liang to be so considerate. It seemed that the only person here who didn't hate him was this old man. I'll remember that. I will be careful in the future. Long Chen said with a smile. He was prepared to devote himself to cultivation. At this time, Wang Liang looked left and right. After confirming that no one was around, he tiptoed to Long Chen's side and whispered into Long Chen's ear, "Long Chen, I'll tell you a secret. Don't trust Captain Meng too much. Don't be fooled by his sloppy appearance. He's actually not a good person." Oh. It was naturally very risky for Wang Liang to tell him about Meng Qingqiu. This old man knew that Yi Futian was on the brink of death, so he didn't care much about Yi Futian. But the fact that he was willing to take the risk to tell Yi Futian these things showed that he was a good person. "Why do you say that?" Long Chen asked softly. Wang Liang sighed and said, "In truth, I'm quite a bit older than him. I basically know everything he's done in Slaughter Dragon City. He's a slick person. He might look rough, but he's actually very clever. He's tricked quite a few people over the years. Let's take a recent incident as an example. Meng Qingqiu was so close to him, so Long Chen felt that he needed to understand this person." Wang Liang said in a low voice, "Military Commandant Meng's original legacy blood essence came from a super divine dragon. It's not the ultimate divine dragon legacy blood essence that he has now. I heard that his current legacy blood essence came from a warrior from the Young Dragon Palace who just joined the Massacre Dragon City." Long Chen asked doubtfully, "It was that martial artist who offered it to him?" Long Chen knew that in order to obtain someone else's legacy blood essence, the other party had to be willing to offer it up. However, even if they were willing to offer it up, it would be very harmful to themselves. Most people would not choose to give their legacy blood essence to others unless they wanted to pass it down. Wang Liang shook his head in disdain and said, "Of course not." During that period of time, he happened to be assigned to the Young Dragon Palace to guide the young dragons in their cultivation. There, he came into contact with an ultimate divine dragon inheritor who had yet to be discovered. Later, he used all sorts of means to rob the inheritor's essence blood and even killed him. Long Chen's eyes widened. If this was really the case, then this Meng Qingqiu was truly despicable. He was clearly a genius who came to Massacre Dragon City full of ambition. Yet, he ended up running into someone like Meng Qingqiu. Not only was his legacy essence blood snatched away, he even lost his life. It is indeed inhumane. Long Chen furrowed his brows. In the beginning, his impression of Meng Qingqiu was pretty good. But now, it was getting worse. Wang Liang sighed and said, "Yeah, Military Commandant Meng is indeed too much at times. It is said that he is related to the commander of the Dragon Tomb Army. That's why he can be so arrogant. That poor young dragon that just joined Massacre Dragon City is said to be an ordinary super divine dragon, but there are special cases where it can become an ultimate divine dragon. I think its name is the Primordial Demonic Dragon, Primordial Demonic Dragon." Long Chen suddenly felt that this name was somewhat familiar. Countless memory fragments gathered in his mind. A tall and burly man in black appeared in Long Chen's memory. That was Su Mukin from the martial god Ancient City. His legacy blood essence came from the Primordial Demonic Dragon. The Primordial Demonic Dragon was generally a super divine dragon, but there were exceptions to the ultimate divine dragon. Back then, when Su Mukin had just reached the reincarnation tribulation realm, he had told Wang Liang that he would join the 5 great dragon cities after the battlefield of gods. At that time, he seemed to have said that Massacre Dragon City was the most suitable place for him. Meng Qingqiu had seized the legacy blood essence of a cultivator from the Young Dragon Palace and killed him. When this series of memories connected, Long Chen's entire body instantly froze. Long Chen, what's wrong?" Wang Liang asked nervously when he saw Wang Liang's strange expression. Long Chen recalled the first time he met Meng Qingqiu. At that time, he felt that Meng Qingqiu gave him a very familiar feeling. Meng Qingqiu had said that his legacy blood essence came from some primordial demonic dragon. He didn't finish his words, but it was clearly from the primordial demonic dragon, Su Mukin. This guy was very fair and loyal. Even though Long Chen had killed his 2 sisters, he could still stand on the side of justice and give Wang Liang a chance. He was a very magnanimous person. However, there was an 80% chance that the cultivator whose legacy blood essence was seized by Meng Qingxiu was him. For a moment, Long Chen's eyes surged with rage. He had to verify this matter. He couldn't tolerate such a thing happening. Every time he conversed with Su Muken, he would think about it. But if he died a miserable death upon arriving here, he stood up with a whoosh. Long Chen, Wang Liang was very nervous. He didn't know what he had said wrong to anger Long Chen. Long Chen took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then he said, "It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered that there's something I haven't done yet. I'll go out for a while." With that, he quickly left. "What's wrong?" Li Xuanji could naturally sense his abnormality. Long Chen said, "The person Meng Qingxiu killed might be someone I know. You have to go find him. You're not a match for a peak 6-path reincarnation realm cultivator. Furthermore, he's an ultimate divine dragon." Long Chen thought about it and said, "It's fine. He wouldn't dare to kill me." He couldn't back down from this matter. Long Chen always had his own rules. If Meng Qingxiu really did it, he would make him pay with blood no matter what. Although Su Muken had nothing to do with him. But Long Chen admired him and acknowledged him. The two of them had been friends for a long time. Back when he was stronger than Long Chen, he had shown mercy to Long Chen several times and even fought for Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't just stand by and watch. He knew that Meng Qingxiu was there. He wanted to get justice for Su Muken. He couldn't tolerate a youth who pursued the martial Dao and joined the 5 great dragon cities full of respect meeting such a tragic end. But before he could confirm this matter, he had to endure. Long Chen tried his best to calm himself down. When he got close to Meng Qingxiu, he was almost back to normal. "How did you know I was here?" Meng Qingxiu suddenly stood up and smiled embarrassedly. Long Chen said with a smile, "Brother Qiu, did you know that I was imprisoned in the heaven blood hell?" Meng Qingxiu looked very angry and scolded, "Those two guys are too reckless. I just came back today. If I were there, I would never let them do that. Fortunately, you are fine, so I can rest assured. But I can promise you that the same thing will never happen again." From his words, Long Chen knew that Meng Qingxiu was not a good guy. He laughed dryly and walked straight into Meng Qingxiu's palace, saying, "It's rare that we have time today. Let's have a good chat." Meng Qingxiu rolled his eyes. He didn't know what Long Chen was up to. He said with a smile, "Of course. Sit down." Long Chen went straight to the point and asked, "Brother Qiu, can you go to the young dragon palace? I need your help." Meng Qingxiu said, "Is it such a small thing?" "Of course. Just tell me what you want me to do." Long Chen sneered inwardly, but he said, "Actually, it's a small thing. I have a good friend in the Dragon God realm. After I went to the Spirit God realm, he joined the Slaughter Dragon City. He should still be in the Young Dragon Palace. I want Brother Qiu to give him a gift." Long Chen squinted and stared at Meng Qingxiu carefully. Meng Qingxiu laughed and said, "That's easy. I can just ask someone to deliver it. Your identity is very sensitive now. You'd better not run around." "At this point," he said, "just give me what you want to give me. Also, what's your brother's name?" Long Chen's eyes were cold. He stared at Meng Qingxiu and said word by word, "Brother Qiu, maybe you know him or even have dealings with him." "Oh." Meng Qingxiu couldn't help laughing. He thought Long Chen was joking. With his high status, how could he have dealings with someone from the Young Dragon Palace? At this moment, Long Chen looked at Meng Qingxiu and said coldly, "Brother Qiu, you must know him. His name is Su Mu Chen." He gritted his teeth and spat out these 3 words. Meng Qingxiu kept smiling when he heard that name. But his smile froze and turned into astonishment soon. When he saw the ferocious look on Long Chen's face, he forced a smile again and said, Okay, okay. I'll keep that in mind. From his expression in that instant, Long Chen had already guessed it. It was indeed him who did it. Long Chen slowly stood up from his seat, a pair of bone-chilling eyes staring at Meng Qingxiu, revealing a thick killing intent. Brother Long Chen, what are you doing? Meng Qingxiu also stood up. His eyes flickered and the conflict in his heart was exposed. Long Chen sneered, I'm not doing anything. I just want to ask Captain Meng if my brother's corpse is still there. Did you enjoy using his primordial demonic dragon ultimate divine dragon's blood essence? Su Mu Chen's eyes trembled. Long Chen was already so sure that it was useless to quibble. Meng Qingxiu's expression and actions had already betrayed his heart. His face stiffened for a long time. After a long time, he said lightly and coldly, that Su Mu Chen really is your brother. Sure enough, he admitted it. Long Chen said, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you deserve to die. Chapter 21:18. Meng Qingxiu was a smart person. He knew that Long Chen's talent was terrifying, and going against him in the Slaughter Dragon City was simply courting death. For example, he felt that Feng Zhu and Yi Yushi were courting death. He didn't want to have any conflict with Long Chen. However, he hadn't expected that he would run into Long Chen because of what he had done previously. Meng Qingxiu's expression turned solemn. There's no meaning in us having a conflict. I have never provoked you because of your identity. In any case, I've been taking care of you. As for Su Muken, I can only say that it's a pity that I didn't know you back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done that. Although he didn't want to have a conflict with Su Muken, he wasn't afraid from his tone. Long Chen's chest was already engulfed by torrential flames. The more he thought about Su Muken, the more rage he felt in his heart. Especially when he saw Meng Qingxiu's fearless appearance. He suppressed himself and asked, I'll only ask you one thing. Is he dead? If he's not dead, where is he now? Sensing Long Chen's rage, Meng Qingxiu helplessly sighed and took 2 steps back. It's unfortunate. I initially wanted to give him my divine dragon's inheritance blood essence, but he was too stubborn and wanted to cause trouble. So I could only end him. Boom! To Long Chen, it was a bolt from the blue. The two of them stood 10 meters apart. Meng Qingxiu could sense the sharpness coming from Long Chen. He helplessly said, forget it, I'll apologize to you. But it has already happened, and I can't do anything about it. I hope that you can give me a chance to make peace. As a condition, I will use my power to help you. You must know that many people in the Slaughter Dragon City want to kill you. What do you think? Shut up. Long Chen gnashed his teeth as he spoke. He knew that it would be hard for him to defeat Meng Qingxiu. After all, Meng Qingxiu was an ultimate divine dragon. As long as he couldn't kill Meng Qingxiu, he would lose this opportunity in the future. So he had to cherish this opportunity. There's no need to reconcile. That's impossible. Just you wait. Before long, I'll take your life. This was also Long Chen's explanation to Su Mu Chen, the opponent he respected. For this matter, he would absolutely not have the slightest ability for any reason. Those who deserved to die had to die. After saying this, Long Chen strode outside. Wait! Meng Qingxiu coldly shouted. He turned around and looked at Long Chen, his eyes cold. His hands moved, and the power of the 6 paths swept through his body. The space around him distorted, and 6 worlds appeared on his left and right. They were endless worlds, vast and boundless, and also a part of Meng Qingxiu's power. Boundless demon qi engulfed his body. He said, truth be told, I really don't want to have a conflict with you. You can state your conditions, and I'll accept them. But it's best to forget about Su Mu Chen. Otherwise, it's impossible. Long Chen smiled. He looked at the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation and said, are you trying to scare me? Then I'll tell you directly. As long as you don't kill me, one day in the future, you will die by my hands. The problem is, do you dare to kill me? He was a prideful person. At this moment, he didn't care about scheming with this person. He only cared about revenge. Since that's the case, then I have no other choice. Meng Qingqiu chuckled. At this moment, he actually made his move. Origin Demon Realm. The surrounding space was sealed, and Long Chen was quickly trapped in a spherical transparent space. Demonic qi revolved around him. Under Meng Qingqiu's control, Long Chen was surrounded by the original devil realm as he moved towards Meng Qingqiu. We should calm down and have a good talk, Meng Qingqiu said. He fused the power of the 6 paths into the Origin Demon Realm, making the Origin Demon Realm extremely sturdy. Don't try to come out. I'm different from Di Sheng. I'm in the late phase of the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, I can combine the power of the 6 paths into one. Even if you can kill Di Sheng, you can only dream about coming out. That's the gap between us. Really? Long Chen wasn't flustered. He suppressed the hatred in his heart and asked, but what's the use of imprisoning me? Meng Qingqiu replied, we can talk about it. You can state your conditions. As long as it's within my means, I will definitely not refuse. As for Su Mukin, forget about it. It's not good for either of us. Furthermore, your relationship with Su Mukin isn't that serious to the point that we have to fall out, right? He didn't want to have a conflict with Long Chen, so he tried his best to persuade Long Chen. However, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to him. Hatred was hatred, and revenge was revenge. It wouldn't disappear because of the other party's temptation. Although Long Chen didn't have a deep relationship with Su Mukin, he had to give Su Mukin an explanation even if he had to die. He couldn't allow someone like Meng Qingqiu to get away scot-free. Long Chen, there's no benefit in doing this. Why don't you give each other a chance? Meng Qingqiu was a little mad as he spoke. Long Chen coldly glanced at him, but he did not speak. Who could change his mind? After speaking for a long time, Meng Qingqiu was on the verge of collapsing. He shook his head. You still haven't figured it out. I'll let you have some peace. If you still can't figure it out, then I might be forced to do something extreme. It's all your fault, so don't blame me. After speaking, he walked out, leaving Long Chen to think about it. He intended to imprison Long Chen in the Origin Devil Realm until Long Chen agreed to his request. After Meng Qingqiu left, Long Chen opened his eyes. What do you intend to do? Li Xuanji asked. The wicked can't escape from this calamity. I don't care about this. He's still afraid of me in his heart. Naturally, if I insist, he might really kill me. After all, no one wants to die, right? But I have the Time Dragon. As long as I destroy the Origin Devil Realm, he won't be able to do anything to me. Furthermore, he'll have to live in anxiety. Recalling Su Mukin's sincere gaze, Long Chen couldn't help feeling sad for him. Sigh, so this is fate. He died just like that. The only thing he could do now was to destroy the Origin Devil Realm. Long Chen tested it with the god-slaying sword. It was truly worthy of being the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was several times stronger than Di Sheng's 6-path energy. The sturdiness of the Origin Devil Realm couldn't be destroyed by the god-slaying sword. Thus, Long Chen could only resort to his last resort. Let's try the Blood Spirit Spike. He suddenly spun around. Before transforming into his dragon form, he could transform into a tiny blood spirit thorn. Using it to break through the original devil world was much more suitable. A crimson tornado swept out. In the center of the whirlwind, there was a blood-red spike that was incomparably sharp. It spun faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, it caused a huge storm. The original devil world was covered in a blood-red color, causing the entire world to shake. What's going on? Meng Qingqiu, who wasn't far away, was startled when he heard the commotion. He immediately charged towards Long Chen. But at this moment, Long Chen had already executed the blood spirit spike and pierced towards the edge of the origin devil realm. Just as the blood spirit stab was about to reach the original devil world, a tear suddenly appeared in the space in front of it. Before the blood spirit stab could reach the original devil world, it rushed into the spatial tear and disappeared. The original devil world was intact, but Long Chen had disappeared. Even the tear had vanished. When Meng Qingxiu rushed over, he saw the scene of Long Chen disappearing. He stood where he was, looking at the origin devil realm. There was nothing there. Meng Qingxiu gulped. He dispelled the original devil world and looked around. Long Chen had long since disappeared. He couldn't find him at all. Meng Qingxiu immediately took out his star talisman. Using the star talisman, he contacted a big shot. "Dad, something happened." Meng Qingxiu said nervously. "What happened?" A stern voice came from the other side. Meng Qingxiu said, "Didn't you tell me to bring the eternal dragon emperor's son to Sky Blood Hell? Didn't you tell me not to clash with him and let others torture him?" The other side said, "What happened? Just say it." Meng Qingxiu stammered and told him what had happened today. "This can only be considered a coincidence. It can't be blamed on you. Did you trap him?" The other side said. Meng Qingxiu said, "That's the problem. Just now, I left for a bit and he tried to break the origin devil realm. In the end, he didn't succeed. He seemed to have torn open the barrier and entered the slaughter dragon tomb." "What?" The other side was shocked. "Do we need to report this to the 3 dragon emperors? After all, this little guy is very important. If anything happens to him in the slaughter dragon tomb, I can't bear the responsibility. The slaughter dragon tomb seems to be very dangerous." In front of this person, Meng Qingxiu spoke like a child. The other side was silent for a while and said, "Okay, it's fine. I'll let my subordinates in the slaughter dragon tomb bring him out. There's no need to bring it to the dragon emperor." Meng Qingxiu said anxiously, "Dad, what about me? He's progressing so fast. Will he really fight me one day? I can't beat him." The other side scolded, "You trash. You can't even compare to a little guy less than 100 years old. What's the use of having you?" Meng Qingxiu smacked his lips and said, "Even you can't compare to the eternal dragon emperor. How can I compare to him?" The person in the star talisman scolded for a while before saying, "Forget it. I'll discuss it with Xue Qi. Will transfer you to the blood dragon army and then go to the south to take charge of a squad. You can go hide for a while." Hearing this, Meng Qingxiu immediately shouted, "Really? That's great. I'm finally free. Haha." The other side's star talisman had been cut off. Meng Qingxiu gritted his teeth, a sinister light in his eyes. Chapter 21:19. This is, Long Chen's blood spirit spike hit nothing but air. The power could not be released, which made him very uncomfortable. He almost lost control. Long Chen finally managed to recover after much difficulty. Then, he gently floated down to the ground. The ground was densely packed with blood-colored gravel. As the strong wind blew, Long Chen looked around and discovered that everywhere he could see was a world of blood-colored gravel. There was no end to the endless blood sand. The wind blew, and the sand danced in the air. A sense of desolation washed over him. This was definitely an ancient place with tens of millions of years of history, or even longer. Long Chen looked around and finally confirmed his location. "This is the Massacre Dragon Graveyard," Long Chen said to Li Xuanji excitedly. Li Xuanji emerged from the Divine Kingdom, her long black dress fluttering in the wind, her snow-white skin faintly discernible. She also looked around blankly. "Why are you here?" Long Chen shook his head and said, "I don't know either, but I can confirm that the Massacre Dragon's tomb was originally near Sky Blood Hell. I might have triggered some kind of condition to come here." I've seen this place before. Oh, look over there. Looking in the direction indicated by Li Xuanji's slender hand, he saw that in the farthest direction, on the ground, there were tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, or even millions of air currents rising into the sky. These air currents were of different colors, and each air current looked like a long divine dragon. Finally, all the divine dragons converged into a point in the sky. That point was extremely mysterious, and Long Chen couldn't see it clearly from afar. What is this? Li Xuanji covered her lips with her hands and asked softly. Long Chen shook his head. I'm not sure, but there are many dragons' auras in that direction. If this is the dragon graveyard, the dragons of the massacred dragon city should be buried there. Looking at this place, he was actually very excited, because this was where Long Qinglan had come before. This was also one of the most mysterious places in the 5 great dragon cities, where countless mystical dragons rested. Only dragon warriors above the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm could be buried in the dragon tomb after they died. This massacred dragon tomb had countless corpses of powerful dragons since ancient times. The number was simply incalculable. If all the experts were to be resurrected, it would be hundreds of thousands of times more than the total number of warriors above the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm in the 5 great dragon cities. This was an endless source of wealth, and it was also the place where the ancestors rested. Therefore, the dragon tombs of the 5 dragon cities were forbidden from entering. The 5 dragon cities all had the dragon tomb army. Among the dragon tomb army, only generals at the 7-star Samsara tribulation eminence and above were qualified to be stationed in the dragon tombs. Long Chen looked around at this vast world, feeling a little lost. What should we do? How should we get out of here? Li Xuanji asked him. Long Chen pondered for a moment and said, Don't panic. There are experts in the massacred dragon city stationed here. They will definitely help us get out. It's not easy to come in here. Let me look around. He raised his head. In the deepest part of the desert, millions of air currents rushed into the sky and condensed into a point. In that direction, countless mystical dragons were roaring like rolling thunder. Long Chen couldn't help but want to figure out what that point was. I'll go with you. This place was undoubtedly very dangerous. But Li Xuanji still said so. Let's go. Long Chen held her hand and moved forward in the vast blood-colored gravel. He didn't forget about Meng Qingqiu. When he was strong enough, Long Chen would naturally deal with him. The most important thing now was to see what was here. After walking for about half a day, Li Xuanji suddenly stopped. She closed her eyes and her eyelashes trembled slightly. She said, I seem to feel the existence of the heavenly Yin land. What is the heavenly Yin land? Li Xuanji opened her eyes. There was an excited look in her eyes as she said, It's the heavenly Yin seed that was born in the ancient times. After millions of years of condensation, it absorbed the Yin energy around it and formed a lake of pure heavenly Yin energy. This massacred dragon tomb is originally a land of Yin and evil. The Yin energy is the heaviest, so it can give birth to a heavenly Yin land. And with my current physique and the way of heaven that I practice, if I can get close to this heavenly Yin land, the benefits will undoubtedly be huge. Maybe I can even help you a little. It turned out to be a good place. Li Xuanji was the same as Lingxi. She was also eager to do something for Long Chen. She didn't want Long Chen to protect her all the time. When they first met, Long Chen was thousands of miles away from her. Where is it? Long Chen asked eagerly. For him, Li Xuanji's matter was his own matter. Follow me. Li Xuanji smiled faintly. She led him in a slightly different direction and headed towards the dark green haze in the distance. The chilly wind was rolling in that direction like a ghost. It was very scary. Above the sky, countless air currents were twisting and turning, forming the shape of a divine dragon. The entire sky was filled with such air currents. These air currents were emitted from the tall and ancient dragon tombs. Finally, they condensed into a point in the sky. That point was a drop of liquid. The drop of liquid was colorful. It seemed like there was a hidden world in it. There were all kinds of people living their own lives in it. That was an illusory and real world. In the surroundings, every tens of thousands of meters, there would be a tombstone that was thousands of meters tall. The tombstone was deeply engraved with the names and achievements of the deceased. They were all famous existences in millions of years. Finally, they were laid to rest here. Around each tombstone, there were countless dragon souls surrounding it. Those were the soul fragments left behind by the tombstone's owner. Those fragments were emitting a faint light and were active within a radius of 10,000 meters around the tombstone. The entire massacre dragon tomb was filled with such dragon soul fragments. However, none of the dragon souls dared to touch the rising air currents. They also didn't dare to fly towards the sky. Otherwise, they would be attracted by the liquid droplet and then be devoured. The reincarnation poison has appeared again. In the midst of the countless dragon tombstones, there were several old men patrolling leisurely. Rather than saying they were patrolling, it was more like 3 steps. These people were the generals of the massacred Dragon City's Dragon Tomb army. They were at least 7-star reincarnation calamity realm and were very powerful. That was why they were given the important task of guarding the massacred Dragon Tomb. Every time the reincarnation poison appears, we have to tremble in fear. Once we come into contact with a little bit of it, no matter who we are, we will die. Even the Dragon Emperor can't withstand the reincarnation poison. The few old men looked at the center of the countless air currents in the sky and sighed. Speaking of which, this thing is really strange. After hundreds of thousands of strong reincarnation calamity realm warriors died, their corpses and soul fragments gathered together. As the broken moon changed, all the dissipated comprehension and heavenly way were pulled together by the mysterious power of heaven and earth. After 100,000 years, a drop of reincarnation poison can be formed. The formation process is very difficult, but unfortunately, this reincarnation poison isn't anything good. Those who touch it will be killed by reincarnation. Even the Dragon Emperor doesn't dare to touch it. He can only wait for the reincarnation poison to dissipate on its own. When this drop of reincarnation poison dissipates, it will probably take another 500 years. After 500 years, we won't have to be on tenterhooks anymore. They chuckled. The life of guarding the massacred dragon tomb was actually very relaxing. Just as everyone was chatting, someone suddenly took out a star talisman and said, "There's an order. Don't talk for now." He communicated with the person on the other side of the star talisman for a while, then cut off the star talisman and said, "It seems that the son of the eternal Dragon Emperor has entered the heaven blood hell by mistake. The higher-ups have ordered us to find him quickly and bring him back." Hearing this news, everyone was in disbelief. With his strength, how could he have entered? It doesn't matter. Since he's already here, the massacred dragon tomb isn't a place he should be. Let's find him quickly and get him out. What a troublesome little fellow. It's not enough that he's wreaking havoc outside. Now he's in the massacred dragon tomb. Does he really think that massacred dragon city is his home? I don't understand either. This little fellow is so dangerous, and he's the son of that sinner. He won't be anything good in the future. The 3 dragon emperors are actually protecting him. I feel like we're inviting a wolf into our house. He actually came here. After capturing him, I should be able to teach this guy a lesson. Everyone began to disperse and notify everyone else. For a moment, all the generals in the massacred dragon tomb spread out and began to search for Long Chen. At the same time, Long Chen had already approached the land of heavenly Yin. The closer he got to this place, the colder the surroundings became. It was even colder than Mo Xiaolang's 9th underworld demon ancestral flame. The sand on the ground had already turned black. The surroundings were surrounded by Yin Qi. The wind whistled, and the dark green gas swept everywhere. "We're here." Li Xuanji's voice was filled with joy. A lake appeared in front of them. The lake wasn't big. It was only about 10 meters in diameter and 1 meter in depth. The lake water was pitch black. Long Chen could feel that it was definitely extremely cold there. Even with his divine dragon body, he was still shivering from the cold when he came here. However, Li Xuanji's physique was special. She had a deity as her master, so she could resist the cold here. This wasn't out of Long Chen's expectations. The two stopped around the lake. This is it. Li Xuanji revealed a satisfied smile. Just by standing here, my strength is increasing, she told Long Chen. Then stay here a little longer. Long Chen smiled faintly. Can I? Li Xuanji asked. Of course. Long Chen felt that the surrounding heavenly yin qi had gathered towards him, enveloping his whole body and beginning to invade his body. The masculine primordial divine power in his body began to resist. At this moment, a force was quietly born in his body. It was very weak at first. Long Chen was stunned. Is this a yin demon? My yin and yang tribulation is actually coming. Chapter 21-20. The surroundings were covered in blood-colored mist. Only the sky in front of him was filled with black mist. Black flames burned around the lake. The flames floated around like ghost flames, giving out a sizzling sound and causing the heavenly yin energy to change. Li Xuanji took a few steps forward. The heavenly yin qi crawled all over her body, shrouding her in a black mist. She gently stretched out her finger and bent down to touch the lake formed by the heavenly yin qi. Suddenly, a dark green cold current swept over her body. She let out a soft cry. Long Chen headed forwards. She turned around and waved her hand lightly. It's nothing. I've only touched it for a while, but I've actually improved quite a bit. If I have the chance to cultivate here for a year, my improvement will probably be 100 times faster than in the Darkness Divine City. What a magical place. Long Chen looked around. He didn't know the current situation, so he didn't make a decision. However, the yin energy in his body that he couldn't control was getting thicker and thicker. The surrounding heavenly yin energy was recovering in his body. Although this stimulated the yin demons, it might have boosted their strength, causing Long Chen's heaven-earth tribulation to become really terrifying. He was the ancestral dragon and any tribulation was much more terrifying than others, so he wasn't afraid. If he really couldn't handle it, he could still use the God-blessed spiritual liquid, so there was no need to worry. If this continued, in 2 to 3 days, the yin demons would explode. Go in and try first, Long Chen said. He would protect her from the side. Li Xuanji nodded. Her pretty and aloof features looked exceptionally mesmerizing under the contrast of the cold flames. Right at this moment, Long Chen suddenly made a move. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Li Xuanji, grabbed her delicate hand, and said, "Enter the Divine Kingdom." Li Xuanji didn't hesitate at all and directly entered Long Chen's God Kingdom. Long Chen moved quickly and instantly entered the state of the time-roaming dragon. He obediently lay on the ground and hid in the heavenly yin qi. What happened? Li Xuanji had no idea what was going on. Just as she asked this question, 2 old men appeared in the sky above the heavenly yin land. The 2 old men looked down with sparkling eyes. Only then did Li Xuanji realize that someone had come. They're from Slaughter Dragon City. Now that Long Chen was using the time dragon, it was difficult for those under the 6 paths of reincarnation to discover him. As for the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm experts with the power of the gods, it was uncertain. Therefore, Long Chen did not dare to move. If he moved, the chances of him being discovered would be very high. He held his breath. The 2 old men looked down suspiciously. One of them said, "There was some movement here just now. Why is it gone now? Let's go down and take a look." The other old man went straight down. Seeing them approaching, Long Chen was a little nervous. If it was just at the beginning, he wouldn't have cared. If the people here discovered him, they would definitely take him out. But now, he wanted to stay here for a while because this was his opportunity to break through the yin and yang tribulation. If he went out, the yin and yang tribulation might be interrupted, and he didn't know when it would come again. Moreover, this place was also very important to Li Xuanji. Therefore, he didn't want to leave so quickly. The surroundings were quiet except for the black clouds that were rising into the sky. Seeing that the two of them were getting closer and closer, it seemed that he would be seen through soon. Long Chen felt very helpless. At that moment, they stopped high in the sky and looked down. One of them said, "It seems that we were wrong. This is the heavenly Yin land. That kid can't come here. There's no one below." They were the top experts of the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm. They had the power of the gods and were very confident in themselves. After looking a few more times, one of them waved his hand and said, "Let's go and take a look elsewhere." He might have run away. After saying that, the two of them quickly disappeared. It seems that they have received orders to quickly take me away from here. Long Chen thought to himself. After the other party left, he didn't move immediately. Instead, he continued to stay silent. About a quarter of an hour later, the two old men reappeared in the sky above the heavenly Yin land. They looked around and said, "There's really no one. It seems that we were wrong." Only then did they leave with peace of mind. If Long Chen thought that they had left and revealed himself, he would probably be caught. They finally left. Until 2 hours later, they didn't appear again. Long Chen was sure that they had gone somewhere else. To be honest, this slaughter dragon tomb was too big. It was really not easy to find a person, especially someone like Long Chen who knew the time dragon. Li Xuanji also came out of the god nation. Hurry up and improve as much as you can. I will also try my best to resist the Yin demons and try to enter the Yin-Yang tribulation realm within 3 days. Long Chen said to Li Xuanji. Okay, pay attention to your safety. Li Xuanji took a deep breath. She gently floated up and slowly moved towards the center of the lake in the heavenly Yin land. The rising heavenly Yin qi formed a thick cocoon on her body, surrounding her graceful curves. Then, the dark green mist began to sink into the lake. Li Xuanji wanted to cultivate in the lake. That way, her speed would be faster. After confirming that she was stable and safe, Long Chen sat cross-legged around the lake. While guarding her, he monitored and controlled the Yin demons born in his body. Under the nourishment of the heavenly Yin qi, the Yin demon's power grew. At this speed, it was estimated that it would grow to the same level as Long Chen's own power in 2 or 3 days. At that time, the Yin-Yang tribulation would truly descend. The Yin demon did not belong to him. Long Chen was observing this magical power. His Yin demon was also different from others. At this time, in his body, in countless acupuncture points and meridians, wisps of dark green power began to gather, reconstructing a new meridian system in his body. It was as if another him was born in his body. Long Chen felt it gently tremble, as if it was a new life. The Yin demon is another me. The Yin-Yang tribulation is to defeat the other me, control the other me, and control the Yin demon that I lack. What Li Xuanji and Lingxi needed to control was the Yang demon. This other dark version of himself was growing inside his body. The power that was completely opposite to his own was gathering in his body. It would probably take 2 or 3 days to break out. Long Chen closed his eyes and waited for time to pass. The lake in the heavenly Yin land rippled gently. The lower half of Li Xuanji's body was in the lake, and the upper half was outside. Countless heavenly Yin qi rose and poured into her body. Her skin began to change into a cold Yin color, but it did not affect her beauty at all. Instead, it made her look more coquettish. About 2 days later, Long Chen saw the birth of the Yin demon with his own eyes. When the Yin demon finally grew to the point where it could almost compete with him, Long Chen concentrated. In his body, the black Yin demon's power formed complete meridians and empty bones, as if there was a complete person hidden in his body. Long Chen could even hear his sneer. He was celebrating his own birth. He was the opposite of Long Chen. Therefore, in the Yin demon's power, there was actually the power of the divine dragon, or even the power of the ancestral dragon. On the black Yin demon's power, there was a black demonic dragon emerging from it, which was very strange. Phew, Long Chen took a deep breath. He knew that the Yin and Yang tribulation was about to come. His Yin demon was 1,000 times more terrifying than others. At this moment, he heard a delicate cry. Xuanji. Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes and saw that Li Xuanji's body had turned black. The heavenly Yin Qi had completely taken over her body. Even her lips had turned pure black. A deadly Yin Qi rushed towards him. Her face was very ugly. She looked at Long Chen with a pair of trembling eyes, asking for help from Long Chen. She must have been too anxious, which caused the accumulation of heavenly Yin Qi in her body to break out of her control. Long Chen quickly understood what was going on. He did not blame Li Xuanji. On one hand, he seemed to have given her some pressure, which made her eager to become stronger. On the other hand, she must have made some mistakes. She did not expect that the heavenly Yin Qi would be so strong. Long Chen was so worried that he forgot about the Yin demon in an instant. He rushed in front of Li Xuanji and said, "How can I help you?" "Hold me." While Li Xuanji was feeling a little uncomfortable, her beautiful face was already covered by the black qi. She was surrounded by a deadly Yin Qi. The Yin Qi was not freezing, but it was much scarier than freezing. In this place, even Long Chen was shivering. But he did not hesitate and hurriedly pulled Li Xuanji's slender hand, dragging her out of the lake and onto the ground. Her face looked slightly better, but she was still in a daze. The energy in her body was destroying her body, and it seemed to be getting more and more painful. Long Chen followed his instructions and pulled her into his arms. At this moment, he realized that her body was terrifyingly cold. The majestic heavenly Yin Qi was like thousands of giant beasts, rumbling in her body. "Hold me tightly." Li Xuanji let out a breath of cold air. She was in a daze now. Grabbing onto Long Chen was like a life-saving straw. Her arms wrapped tightly around Long Chen's waist, her nails piercing into his flesh. To her, this was the only thing that was warm around her. Warm, fiery, and filled with a sense of security. The monstrous heavenly Yin Qi finally found an outlet and rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly felt as if he was hugging onto a ball of heavenly Yin Qi. This extreme Yin energy was full of temptation to him. He could not help but pounce on it, wishing that he could rub the person in his arms into his own body. And at this moment, the Yin demon awakened. Long Chen felt as if a pair of eyes had appeared in his body. It was filled with malevolence and greed. It opened its mouth and swallowed all the heavenly Yin Qi in Li Xuanji's body. Because of his body, he should not be able to return the one chapter he owed this week. Chapter 21-21. Long Chen suddenly felt like a dam had burst. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. The Yin demon was about to descend, and Li Xuanji's sudden accident caused the accumulated energy in her body to rush towards Long Chen. This cold energy was swallowed by the Yin demon that was born in Long Chen's body. Originally, the Yin demon was under Long Chen's control, but it was different now. The cold energy was like a raging ocean, instantly attacking Long Chen's body. This heavenly Yin Qi was originally a heavenly treasure. When the Yin demon was born, it absorbed the heavenly Yin Qi, and it was hard to resist. The energy that came from nothing started to grow stronger. Long Chen. Li Xuanji's eyes were blurry, and her body was trembling. Of course, because Long Chen was near, she was a little more clear-headed. However, the heavenly Yin Qi was sucked out once again, causing new pain. But this wasn't the strangest thing. What's going on? Long Chen realized that Li Xuanji in his arms was slowly turning illusory. From a physical body, it slowly turned into pure heavenly Yin Qi, slowly appearing in front of Long Chen. Long Chen, Li Xuanji called out softly for the last time, and then instantly turned into a dark green cloud. That was the heavenly Yin Qi. Under the Yin demon's terrifying absorption, Li Xuanji turned into a cloud and rushed into Long Chen's body, and was gradually assimilated by the Yin demon. Long Chen was instantly shocked, and his heart was incomparably shocked. What happened in front of him was beyond his imagination. He was worried that Li Xuanji would be assimilated into the Yin demon, or even disappear forever. This made his eyes almost pop out of their sockets, but he didn't have the ability to stop this from happening. Long Chen, I'm fine, but I'm in your body, your Yin demon is controlling me. At this moment, Li Xuanji's voice rang in Long Chen's mind. She actually merged into his body, into the power of the Yin demons. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. But as long as she wasn't dead, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. It's okay. I'll think of a way to get you out, he hurriedly said. At this moment, the Yin devil had swallowed enough power and burst out from Long Chen's body. The real Yin and Yang tribulation had arrived. Long Chen vaguely felt that there was a girl with long black hair hidden in his body. She was composed of heavenly Yin Qi, but she was vivid and lifelike. At this moment, she was looking at him with a gloomy smile. It was Li Xuanji's appearance. Everyone's Yang demon and Yin demon looked like themselves, but Long Chen's Yin demon looked like Li Xuanji. This might be because Li Xuanji had been swallowed by the Yin demon. At this moment, the gloomy smile disappeared. Li Xuanji's eyes were filled with eagerness. She said to Long Chen, if you defeat the Yin demon, I can naturally escape its control. That's it? Long Chen's heart calmed down. Although there was an accident, the solution was the same as before. He still had to overcome the Yin and Yang tribulation and defeat the Yin demon. It was just that the Yin demon that had swallowed Li Xuanji was wreaking havoc in Long Chen's body, becoming extraordinarily powerful and terrifying. It could even absorb the surrounding heavenly Yin Qi to infinitely strengthen itself. Long Chen moved his feet and moved his body far away from the heavenly Yin land. In this way, the chances of success would be higher. I'm here to control your body and take your life. In his body, the cold woman laughed sinisterly. In his body, two forces were clashing. That was Long Chen's original strength and the Yin demons. Originally, the Yin demon and Long Chen were equal, but after swallowing Li Xuanji, the Yin demon was very strong. In the collision of the forces in his body, Long Chen's original strength instantly collapsed. In his body, the Yin demon's power evolved into a black-haired girl. Long Chen gathered his strength, condensing all of his strength into himself and facing his opponent from afar. This kind of internal confrontation was much more dangerous than fighting outside. If he was the slightest bit careless, Long Chen's body and Yuan's spirit would collapse, and it was even more likely that his own strength would collapse. Boom! The two collided, causing a violent turbulence in Long Chen's body. It could be seen that most of his body had been infected by the cold air, and he had lost control. This was the terrifying part of the Yin demon. In history, many people had died in the Yin and Yang tribulation. Is that all you've got? The black-haired girl laughed coldly. She had overwhelming strength, and with a wave of her hand, the heavenly Yin energy condensed into countless swords, spears, and halberds. Long Chen fled in his inner world, dodging her attacks. For power, the inner world was huge, and it was enough to become his battlefield. However, the strength she had was no weaker than a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm expert. She even had the same nature as his grand beginning divine power because she was born from him. Hong Long Long. A dark power that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged over. Blood-weeping dragon soul. Long Chen could only watch as the Yin demon that looked like Li Xuanji summoned millions of pitch-black blood-weeping dragon souls to surround and attack him. The entire area was covered in pitch-black blood-weeping dragon souls. Time storm. Long Chen gritted his teeth and used it. The time in his body could also cause chaos, but even so, he still spent a huge amount of strength to drown the blood-weeping dragon souls. But right at this moment, the other party had already rushed over. In her hand, a dark green longsword was condensed. "Your life is mine." As she said that, she actually used the massacring sword technique. Long Chen understood very well that she was the other side of herself. It was just that she was currently borrowing Li Xuanji's appearance. He would not be affected by this appearance. At this moment, he also condensed a blood-red longsword and fought to the death with his opponent in his body. Long Chen's body gathered all his strength. But he was still weaker than her. They had the same sword path, the same battle experience, but in terms of strength, Long Chen wasn't as strong as her. This caused him to be suppressed by the Yin demon in the massacring sword technique. Hong hong hong. Long Chen retreated and his strength was depleting. He slowly entered a period where he was getting weaker and weaker. Once the strength he gathered dissipated, his body might be ripped apart by the Yin demon. The uncontrollable Yin demon would crush his body and turn him to dust. This was the calamity of the yin-yang tribulation. "I won't destroy this body. This is the most beautiful body in the world. But from today onwards, it will have a new master. I am the one and only Yin demon in the world, I was born from fate." She laughed coldly. "As for this woman, she is fated to be a part of your body. Of course, she will be a part of mine. I won't let her leave." "What fate?" Long Chen was stunned for a moment. If one said that his Yin demon was special, he wouldn't find it weird. Each tribulation he faced was weird, but Li Xuanji was a part of his body, so what was that? He didn't care so much. If he didn't have any other choice, he would be scattered by this terrifying Yin demon. The entire world within his body was under the control of the Yin demon. She could topple mountains and overturn oceans. Luckily, she didn't destroy his body, otherwise, Long Chen would be dead. Blood spirit spike. The other party sneered and condensed her slender body into a sharp black thorn. All the heavenly Yin Qi gathered in a single point, and the resulting impact was quite terrifying. The reason why the other party used this move was to break through Long Chen's power and make him disappear like smoke in thin air. It was a feeling of death. Blood spirit spike. Long Chen gritted his teeth and used the ancient blood spirit dragon's heaven and earth piercing move. However, compared to her, his blood spirit spike was much weaker. Long Chen wasn't willing to admit defeat. If he took half a step back, he would die. If he fought with her, he might be able to fight to the death, but he couldn't die. Once he was destroyed by the Yin demon, even Li Xuanji might not be able to return. At such a time, the Yin demon had such a change. Whether or not he could use the God-blessed spiritual liquid was a problem. The Yin demon didn't give Long Chen a chance. She eagerly attacked Long Chen. The black blood spirit spike whistled over, piercing through heaven and earth. It caused Long Chen's body to shake violently like it was about to rip apart. Attack. Although the blood spirit spike he used was weak, it was from the ancient blood spirit dragon bloodline. This was the last fight. Long Chen had gone all out. Even if he lost, he wouldn't lose too badly. At that moment, he forgot everything. He only knew that he couldn't retreat, otherwise, he would sink forever. Long Chen, such a call spread into his ear. Long Chen gritted his teeth and didn't bother about that voice. Just as the two terrifying blood spirit spikes were about to clash, the black blood spirit spike dissipated and turned into a Yin demon. More accurately speaking, it was a combination of Li Xuanji and the Yin demon. Naturally, the Yin demon wanted to kill Long Chen, but Li Xuanji wasn't. The girl who suddenly appeared had a vicious expression on her face. Then, she was filled with deep emotions. The energy around rumbled, and heavy heavenly Yin energy spread out. However, each time her expression became one of deep emotions, she would retract all the energy that was released. How is that possible? The Yin demon cursed. She didn't expect that Li Xuanji would actually have the strength to counterattack. That counterattack charged out and blocked her for a moment. In that instant, Long Chen's blood spirit spike pierced through her. Hung Long. The power of the heavenly Yin energy exploded. The Yin demon gave out a shocking cry and collapsed. Large amounts of Yin demon energy charged into Long Chen's limbs and bones, turning into rumbling energy. When the Yin demon wasn't there, Long Chen instantly controlled this power. The masculine energy and the Yin demon energy formed a perfect system that circulated within his body. At that moment, Long Chen opened his eyes and was in a daze. Chapter 21-22. After going through the Yin and Yang tribulation, the Yin demons would dissipate, but the power of the Yin demons would be controlled by the martial artist, causing the power in the body to multiply. This was the case for Long Chen. When the two powers successfully converged, the power in his body was unprecedentedly strong. Even the power from the Yin demons completely suppressed the original power. This caused his lips to turn dark green, and his eyes to be filled with dark green mist. He looked extremely demonic. The two powers converged together, giving Long Chen a feeling that he was about to explode. Xuanji, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to study this power, and he looked around for her. He wondered if his last blood spirit stab had killed her. His heart was in a mess. He naturally knew that although Li Xuanji made the Yin demons that he was fighting uncontrollably strong, he was able to win in the end thanks to Li Xuanji. He stood up and looked around frantically. At this moment, the Yin demon power flowing in his body actually converged again, but this time there was no sense of danger. The Yin demon power condensed into Li Xuanji's appearance. Long Chen took a closer look, and he could confirm that whether it was in terms of demeanor or expression, she was Li Xuanji, and not a Yin demon. "I'm fine." Li Xuanji had a new lease on life. She smiled faintly, and then she rushed out of Long Chen's body. At least half of the Yin demon power came out with Li Xuanji. This was her own power, and there was also a portion of the Yin demon power. The remaining half of the Yin demon power was left in Long Chen's body, but even if it was only half, it was about the same as Long Chen's masculine power. At this moment, the balance in Long Chen's body was just right. And at this moment, a large amount of heavenly Yin Qi gathered in front of Long Chen, forming Li Xuanji. This was a physical body. Long hair that cascaded down like a waterfall, a crystal-clear face, a slender figure, and a cold expression. It was exactly the same as before. "Are you okay?" Long Chen was fine. After Li Xuanji came out of his body, he had already balanced the power of the two sides and gradually controlled the power left by the Yin demon. After balancing, his appearance also recovered and he wasn't as feminine as before. This was what it looked like to cross the Yin and Yang tribulation normally. As for Li Xuanji, she checked herself and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that more than half of the power is hidden in my body, but I can't use it. I haven't become stronger than before. This is very strange." She took away half of the Yin devil's power. If she could use it, she would at least be close to Long Chen before he passed the Yin and Yang tribulation. What happened today was extremely strange. "Do you know what's going on?" Long Chen asked in confusion. Li Xuanji shook her head. She looked at Long Chen and said in a daze, "Do you remember what the Yin demon said?" Long Chen said, "She said that you are a part of my body, right?" Li Xuanji nodded blankly. After a moment of silence, she said, "To me, I am an independent person, but, to you, I feel that I am your Yin devil. I can still return to your body and become a part of it." Long Chen was stunned and said, "How is this possible? How can there be such an unimaginable thing? Try it and you will know. Feel it. At this moment, you and I are already inextricably linked. I feel that even if we don't use star talismans, we can still be thousands of miles apart and communicate with our hearts." Speaking of this, Li Xuanji looked at Long Chen blankly. She didn't want to be too close to Long Chen, but what on earth happened now? "What?" Long Chen was even more shocked. As expected, he found that he and Li Xuanji seemed to be inextricably linked. Those inextricable links were invisible and untouchable, but they really existed. Although she didn't speak, Long Chen could magically hear her thoughts, as if she was really a part of him. This was so incredible. Can you hear my voice? Li Xuanji didn't speak. She looked at Long Chen with a pair of psychedelic eyes, but Long Chen understood what she meant. Yes. That was just what Long Chen thought, but Li Xuanji knew the answer. They looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. What on earth was going on? She had really become a part of his body. Li Xuanji approached at this time. She rushed toward Long Chen. In the process, a huge traction force acted on her body. Her body instantly became illusory, and she crashed into Long Chen's body. The power of the Yin Devil all gathered and blended with the original power in Long Chen's body. The power in Long Chen's body instantly skyrocketed. As expected, she could once again integrate into Long Chen's body and become an existence like Long Chen's Yin Devil. She withdrew from Long Chen's body again, lowered her head, and said, "That's it." With Li Xuanji in his body, Long Chen was roughly equivalent to the late stage of Yin and Yang tribulation. Without her, he was roughly equivalent to the early stage of Yin and Yang tribulation. The two were silent. This situation was very awkward, especially for Li Xuanji. This kind of inextricable relationship made her feel that no matter what she did, she couldn't escape from his palm. She didn't know how to face such a change. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, "Since there is no way to change it, let's get used to it. Anyway, we don't understand the situation now. After going out, if there is someone we can trust, we can ask if something similar has happened." Okay. Li Xuanji wasn't a mischievous person. She pursed her lips and nodded. Long Chen looked at the heavenly Yin land and said, "This place is still very dangerous. Let's not go for the time being. Let's find a way to leave here, or go to the front and see." Okay. Li Xuanji said. The two moved forward in silence. Long Chen turned back and held her white slender hand, saying, "Everything has a cause and effect. Maybe this is also fate that doesn't want you to leave me. I can hear your heart. I don't have any secrets in front of you. We are bound together like this, and it is also fate. Let's go on like this for the time being and see what fate will arrange for us in the end." Li Xuanji bit her red lips. She suddenly revealed a smile and said, "Okay, if that's the case, being your Yin demon is also a very beautiful thing, isn't it? I am a part of your body, although it was unimaginable, it was also very beautiful." At this point, the two of them no longer had any knot in their hearts. Above the sky, the airflow of various colors gathered into a point. Within the reincarnation poison, there seemed to be an entire world hidden. Countless divine dragons were replaying their life reincarnation, or perhaps it was the dream of the dead. The entire sky of the slaughtered dragon tomb was covered by the countless divine dragon airflow. Each airflow came from a tombstone. Long Chen was approaching this side. In the main hall of the slaughtered dragon city, 3 drops of blood appeared out of nowhere. The blood turned into a blood mist. It seems like that little fellow Long Chen ran to the slaughtered dragon tomb. Aren't the dragon tomb army searching for him? They have searched for a few days and haven't found him. They are afraid that this fellow ran around and broke the taboo, or that he might disturb the ancestors. The 3 dragon emperors exchanged glances with one another. This Long Chen really wasn't at peace. That's fine, but the reincarnation poison has appeared in the slaughtering dragon's tomb again. He doesn't know what the reincarnation poison is. If he accidentally touches it, he's dead. Even if Long Qinglan comes back, I'm afraid he can't be saved. Forget it, this is fate. If anything happens to him inside, he can't blame us. This wasn't their true bodies. They were a distance apart and usually spoke through these 3 emperors. Oh right, that Meng Qingxiu seems to have been transferred to the south. That's good. With Long Chen's temper, he will definitely fight with him. No matter who dies, it won't be good for us. Meng Liang has a bad temper and is very protective. It's inevitable that he will be hot-headed. Long Chen couldn't deny the fact that Li Xuanji had already become his Yin demon. Yin demon was a magical thing. She had built another power system within herself, but it could be used by Long Chen. Long Chen was like two people cultivating. He had two cultivation systems, one for himself and one for Li Xuanji. It was like two people merging into one. If Li Xuanji became stronger, then he would be even more superior. For example, if Long Chen and Li Xuanji met one person and they ganged up on him, if he was a 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm, then they might lose. But if Li Xuanji turned into a Yin demon and entered his body, then their combat strength would increase. They would have a higher chance of dealing with him and might even win. This was the benefit. As Li Xuanji became stronger and even caught up to Long Chen, then the benefits would be obvious. However, this matter would still be a little complicated. After a few days, Long Chen forgot about the Yin demon matter. They had already arrived at the Slaughter Dragon Tomb. During this period of time, they didn't meet any Dragon Tomb army, so no one brought them away. In front of them was a giant tombstone that was over 1,000 meters tall. The tombstone was engraved with large, flamboyant characters that described the life achievements of the deceased. From the words on the tombstone, Long Chen learned about many experts. To be buried here, they had at least passed the test of the ancient 7-star ancient god and became experts with the power of a god. He and Li Xuanji walked step by step, passing thousands of tombstones and looking at the lives of thousands of experts. No matter how strong an expert was, as long as he didn't become a god, he would end up in the dirt. This made him sigh. This also made him firmer in his desire to become a god. If he didn't become a god, he would become a tombstone and lie alone in this tomb. How many people are buried in this Slaughter Dragon Tomb? Li Xuanji was confused. I don't know, a few 100,000. Long Chen estimated. He raised his head. There were numerous air currents in the sky and also a terrifying drop of liquid. Long Chen didn't dare to get close. Unknowingly, he had already walked below the drop. This tombstone is really short. Li Xuanji suddenly pointed in a direction. Long Chen looked over. The tombstone was only 10 meters tall, but it occupied a large area. There were no other tombstones within 100,000 miles. Looking closely, there were only 3 small words on the tombstone. Chapter 21-23. The 3 small words pierced into Long Chen's eyes like a sharp needle. Although there was still a long distance between them, Long Chen's heart was still pounding. He was extremely nervous, complicated, and even shocked. At that moment, he stood still and stared at the gravestone. What's wrong? Li Xuanji asked softly. She only noticed that the tombstone was very short, but she didn't see the 3 words, Long Qinglan, at the bottom of the tombstone. Obviously, this was not Long Qinglan's tombstone. His tomb was in Poplar Town. But Long Chen knew that this tombstone, which was only 10 meters high, was obviously related to Long Qinglan. It might even be related to the inheritance blood of the ancient blood spiritual dragon that he had once obtained here. At the thought of this, Long Chen walked in that direction without hesitation. Wait. Li Xuanji pointed at the ground. When they approached, the blood sand on the ground danced and condensed in the air, forming the 2 words, no entry. No entry. It should be people from the Slaughter Dragon City. They won't let you in. This place is probably more dangerous. Li Xuanji reminded him. Long Chen pointed at the 3 words, Long Qinglan, on the tombstone. When she saw those 3 words, Li Xuanji's expression was the same as his, full of astonishment. Long Chen didn't stop at this time. He walked straight in that direction. There was nothing around to stop him. Because they were in the Slaughter Dragon Tomb, the territory of the Slaughter Dragon City, there were no guards here. As for the generals of the tomb, they had already gone to chase after Long Chen. The two walked to the tombstone. It was an ancient tombstone. It was pitch black and rusty like steel. Only the 3 words, Long Qing Lan, were carved on the corner of the tombstone. Long Chen touched the 3 words with his fingers in a daze. It was full of ancient traces. As long as it's a tombstone, there must be something buried under it. I have to go down and have a look. Long Chen said. I don't think that's a good idea. If it's the dead, then we'll be disturbing their eternal sleep. If it's not the dead, then there'll definitely be other terrifying dangers. It's best not to wander around. Long Chen smiled. Since I'm already here, how could I not investigate a bit? Enter my divine country. Of course, he couldn't let Li Xuanji take the risk with him. Actually, the best way was for her to fuse with him and become a part of his power. That way, he would become even stronger. However, Long Chen felt that this wasn't a good idea. After all, the other party was a complete person. So even if he had that ability, Long Chen couldn't get over it. I'll do it this way. I hope it will be of some help to you. Li Xuanji wouldn't mind so much. She turned into a cloud and surged into Long Chen's body, causing Long Chen's power to become more abundant. There was also the feeling of the two of them merging into one. Long Chen could feel another heart beating in his body. The Yin demon's power flowed through his body, filling his entire body, causing his combat strength to rise to another level. After preparing, he was prepared to dig into the tombstone. There was only blood sand at the bottom, so it was not difficult to enter. Long Chen dug along the tombstone and found that the part of the tombstone that went into the ground was very, very deep. He kept going down, and after advancing more than 100 meters, he finally felt that it was almost there. Suddenly, his vision cleared up and he entered an underground palace. Long Chen instantly became wary, but luckily, there wasn't any danger at the start. He first entered the time-roaming dragon state and scanned his surroundings. This was a very ordinary underground palace, but it had a long history, so it looked too dilapidated. It was modeled everywhere, a little like the war god tomb in the battlefield of the gods, but the space was very large, just very empty. Long Chen landed lightly on the ground and looked around carefully. There were actually carvings on the ground. Long Chen took a close look and saw that they were a bunch of weird beasts. There were all sorts of them, but they all had the same characteristics. Although they were just carvings, one could tell that they were really terrifying. Long Chen started to walk forwards. There were millions of carvings on the ground and there were many of them. They were endless. What are these? Long Chen was really depressed. He thought back to his encounter in the war god tomb. It was like a dream, like an illusion. It was just too far away and seemed so unreal. When he heard the name Sky-Swallowing Race, Long Chen forgot about it. He didn't expect that he would be able to see them again today. Each of the wild beasts was extremely strange. There were even some that didn't look like beasts and looked really weird. For example, the dragon-swallowing beast that Long Chen had seen before was one of them. Long Chen felt that there was something ahead, so he ignored the carvings under his feet and carefully walked forward. Although he didn't care, Long Chen still saw a spherical thing suddenly appear under his feet. It was also a carving. But why did Long Chen feel that it was very familiar? Especially the densely packed eyes on its body. This is Sky Blood Hell. Long Chen was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Sky Blood Hell to be one of them. In that case, did this race really exist? Dragon-swallowing beast, Sky Blood Hell, etc. He had even seen a black wolf demon similar to Mo Shaolang. Long Chen noticed that they had a common trait, which was devouring. This was how the Sky-swallowing race got their name. Long Chen thought back to the huge bug he had met in the endless galaxy. If that was real, then it was indeed the biggest creature he had ever seen in his life. It was as big as the entire eternal celestial realm. Sky-swallowing race. The more Long Chen thought about it, the more afraid he felt. Maybe I can't come into contact with things of this level yet. When I get stronger, or even become a god, I will be able to control more. And becoming a god doesn't seem too far away from me. Right now, he had the third tier of the ancestral dragon body, and his talent was invincible, so he was even more confident in himself. As he thought about this, he walked for less than a quarter of an hour before Long Chen finally reached the end. He came to a huge underground space. In front of him, even if he transformed into a dragon, he would be able to move freely. It was hard to imagine that a graveyard could be so huge. But a pool of blood in front of him attracted his attention. It was a huge pool of blood, located in the center of the space. Even if Long Chen transformed into a dragon, he would be able to enter it. The pool of blood was very calm, and there were 9 rocks beside it. The rocks were strangely shaped, and they were covered in mysterious and ancient blood-colored runes. These 9 rocks formed a formation that suppressed the pool of blood, forming a blood-colored seal that sealed the entire pool of blood. This pool of blood was definitely the key to the entire tombstone. Long Chen rushed forward impatiently. Be careful. Li Xuanji couldn't help but remind him. Long Chen nodded. He walked around the pool of blood, and looked at the pool of blood that was suppressed by the blood-colored seal. Xuanji, what do you think is sealed here? I don't know. It should be related to your father, but it could also be that your father sealed something here. Oh, Long Chen nodded. I'm thinking, could it be that he left something for me here? Anything was possible. Long Chen was very hesitant. Coming here, he couldn't return empty-handed. He definitely had to know what was below, but it was also very likely that something bad would happen. But Long Chen was unwilling to give up. In his eyes, Long Qinglan had countless secrets, and was even related to the mysterious god of primordial beginning. His name was written on the tombstone, but there was a pool of blood sealed beneath it. He had already come here, but was he going to retreat in the face of difficulties? I want to try to open this seal. Long Chen said. You're too impatient. This might not be a good thing. Li Xuanji said with concern. But I can't let go of any information that is related to me. Otherwise, how can I pursue what he was looking for? There were only 2 most important things left in his life. One was to fulfill his father's last wish, and clear his name. The other was to fulfill the common wish of him and Long Qinglan, and that was to uncover the mystery of the extinction of the dragons. This was very important to them. It was their dream and desire, and it was something that they had to do as the descendants of the dragons. All right. Li Xuanji saw the fervent look in his eyes, and said no more. She respected Long Chen's choice. He had finally caught a trace of Long Qinglan's whereabouts, and he would not give up. Even though he was a little impulsive, Long Chen could not help but be impulsive in the face of such a thing. After making his decision, he resolutely stood before one of the rocks. As long as he broke this rock, the matrix would collapse. Blood Spirit Spike. Long Chen spun, forming the Blood Spirit Spike. This was the sharpest spike in the world. Long Chen used it to stab the rock, and the countless blood-colored runes on the rock formed a shield to resist. But right now, Long Chen's strength was too great, and the rock's protection was not very strong. Under his all-out attack, it exploded. Just as the rock exploded, the seal array began to shake violently and the blood pool below began to churn. Countless blood-red bubbles emerged from the depths of the pool, as if a giant beast was awakening in the pool. Long Chen stopped what he was doing and calmly looked at the blood pool below. He was filled with anticipation. Boom, boom, boom. The ripples in the blood pool grew stronger, as if something was gradually emerging from it. Because of the shattering of one rock, the other rocks also exploded, and the matrix completely collapsed. At this moment, the ripples in the blood pool suddenly lessened, but Long Chen saw a shadow. Something was emerging from the blood pool. Long Chen clenched his fists and watched nervously. Finally, a person slowly emerged from the blood pool. From the head, to the body, and then to the feet, you're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.